try it. Maybe you. Maybe you try it. Maybe you. Maybe you try it. Maybe you.
launcher they go. Tixie picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only automatic.
PUBG Mobile version 2.7 will be available soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. The long-awaited Dragon Ball Super collaboration is officially here. We'll be bringing you 2 new game modes for this collaboration: Dragon Ball Super themed mode and Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super themed mode will be available in Erangel, Livik, and Sandhawk. In this mode, we've incorporated Dragon Ball elements into the classic Battle Royale gameplay. All players will embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Collect the Dragon Balls scattered throughout the map. The team that gathers all 7 will be able to summon Shenron at the Shenron altar and make a wish to obtain powerful buffs. Maybe if you're super lucky, you'll get 3 wishes at once. During the journey of collecting the Dragon Balls, players will obtain a type of energy called Ki during the game. Players can use Ki to unleash famous Dragon Ball moves. Players can obtain the Kamehameha by picking it up. It equips to the pistol slot. After charging, it will release a continuous high-damage beam. Fukujutsu is another skill that can be picked up during a match. Players can use this skill to fly freely in the air and make quick tactical maneuvers. The Senzu Bean is a new recovery item that is incredibly effective. The Dragon Radar can display the location of Dragon Balls that haven't already been claimed by other players. It can help you collect the Dragon Balls more quickly. The Air Car can carry up to 3 players. It's easy to put away and has better performance than regular vehicles. Tenkaichi Budokai, Kame House, Korin Tower, Dragon Ball Village. These are some famous landmarks that will appear in the game. Call your friends and explore with them now. The collaboration this time even has a hidden challenge, named Dragon Ball Trial. Win consecutively in the themed mode for a chance to take on the challenge. After accepting the missions, the team has to follow the instructions and gather 7 Dragon Balls. During the process, your team's location will be exposed to other players. All players will be drawn into battle for the Dragon Balls. To win the game, the trial team must successfully secure the Dragon Balls, defend the altar, and then summon Shenron. Are you ready for the challenge? In this standalone mode, named Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super, players can roleplay as iconic Dragon Ball characters, use powerful, unique moves in a brand new anime-style map, and become the ultimate victor. There are 5 Dragon Ball characters in this mode. They are Son Goku, Vegeta, Ultimate Gohan, Piccolo, and Frieza. Select your favorite fighter. Master their skills to suppress your enemies and achieve victory in intense battles. In the new version, the new Ace 32 firearm will be made available on all maps. It uses 7.62mm ammo and has 6 attachment slots. What are you waiting for? Go try it out now. Furthermore, this update also includes a firearm attribute tag display. Newer players can go to their backpack to look at the tags of a firearm they've picked up to quickly grasp its characteristics. The new Cycle 5 Season 13 begins on July 18th. Be sure to stay tuned for the new season rewards. That's a wrap for the main new content of the upcoming version. For more information, be sure to follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Swings now. Matic has to hit these shots, but MUERTE, they're isolating him. This is really strong play.
Oh, Furia as well is pulling no punches. A big delivery. Again, Gladiators down to 2. Matic trying his best to leave them black and blue. Quick switch, has good target prioritization. Spamming behind the rock. He hits it. He frags out on the Furia. Oh, Blank, they could build from this. This is a fight that's not going to end anytime soon with the way they're playing it.
Tixie now versus 2 players. Does a little bit of damage to Corki. He has to get behind the rock here. We'll look for another peek. Can he find the damage? He's not too late as of yet.
Oh, he's hard committing to it. Goes for the swing. It's fine.
Starting the show with some highlights from yesterday because it is day 3 of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash Europe up against Africa, and you got just a little taste of what to expect later today. My name is Tech Girl. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day, and joining me on the desk to break down all the action, we got Maxman and Kranz. And of course, like I mentioned, Maxman, day number 3, we are halfway through the competition. This is the point where the teams need to step up.
Yeah, I mean, the halfway point, we saw a lot of evolutions happening throughout the first 2 days, so now it seems like the teams have settled in what their game plan is going to be, and also, as we know, Crowns, their hot drops too apparently are still going to be unfolding, and they're not going to give it up. But yeah, we had a great start of the tournament, and now it's going to be a little bit rougher for these teams to start to leave that second page, because it's even harder to close those gaps when you reach this halfway point.
Exactly, and that is, we'll start to see that from game 2. I'm already saying it. I had that mindset going into today that after the second game, I'm either going to jump ship or give up. It's one of the two, and I really hope it's not the latter there. Or sorry, it's not the it's not the latter.
You can't jump ship, and you're definitely not giving up. We're not going to allow that, Crowns. 6 games today. That is what is up for grabs. And I think that maybe we need to just have a look-see at the top 3 teams right now so you can get a taste of who is in contention to win the competition.
Ignites the entire building. He's going to get peeked from the balcony though. Robs doesn't hard commit on the face.
Meant them from peeking off the side there, but yeah, he's done really well. Getting rid of all boy is really...
Frozen, bobbing, weaving, looking to strike from the back line. Icy though, he's proving that he's too hold to hold. As he'll be able to battle back, diving around the corner as well.
No, that's the question. He's on the
Wait a
offside.
second. He's made the maneuver blank. He's been able to get himself slightly up the hill.
Is in fact close enough to hit this nade. I think he might just be. Will move out the way, and Tunica goes for one hell of a courageous. He's locking him down in the location. Tixi though puts away the weapon at the worst time, and it's all down to Meku. A double with the DBS Jackie.
Crowns, you mentioned that you want to jump ship because obviously you're representing the African region, but my friend, there's an African team sitting in that #1 spot and they are running away with the points right now.
I mean, it's easy to follow along with the one team that is right there on top, which is Rookie Sports. But ultimately, you know, seeing that not too many of the African teams are pulling up or willing to change some of their strategies going into the games, it almost makes me feel like, come on, what am I hoping on?
I'm very concerned about this dejected attitude coming from Crowns, Max. And I suppose when you take a look at the European teams, they are doing very well and slowly closing the gap. So there's a very good chance if Rook doesn't have a good day today, one of the Europeans could steal that top spot.
Yeah, I mean, Crowns may have given up on his region, but me, Sam, I have not given up on Europe because they're popping the hell off, and I'm loving every single second of it. 613 points so far, and the big 3, as I like to call them, the European big 3 of Gladiators, Major Pride, and MADBULLS have been looking so damn good, and especially finding a little bit more consistency. Their game plan is now settled in properly for this tournament, and Gladiators, Major Pride in particular, are looking so strong in those finishing moments. And one thing we have witnessed a little bit, Crowns, from Major Pride in particular, is them being willing to center up a lot faster, and this kind of brings me echoes of what we saw from Regnum Karia back in PMRC MEA versus Europe. And this has been so successful for them so far. They had like an absolute banger of a start yesterday with a chicken dinner, a 4th place, another chicken dinner, and another 4th place, a few of those getting close to double digits. The Major Pride, if they maintain that kind of momentum, I feel like they could be not only overtaking Gladiators, but overtaking Rook Esport in that 1st place.
Yeah, we can already see that potential coming through from that team. And this is something that I like about the European teams, is how they've been able to adapt, right? We saw the likes there of NEXUS popping off on day 1. And then day 2, we've seen entirely different teams doing better. That is what I'd like to see. But so far on the African side of things, it's just been Rookie Sports, Black Hand, Greedy 4Kills, and Clear Visions, really, that has been doing most of the work and trying to rack up as many points. But you see 77k Falcons, Xenon, and the World of Battle, they just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, even in as much as it's not working.
So Falcons, are they going to get their 3rd placement point, Crowns? That's the big question I'm going to have to bring up. Are we going to see maybe 4 if we're lucky? We'll see, Sam. It could be interesting if Falcons can initiate that comeback.
Okay, so the standings are on your screen right now, and I need to try at least defend some of these teams, because we finally saw an opportunity for the teams on the lower part of the scoreboard to get some points on the board in the last game yesterday. That last Miramar, all our top teams went out early, and it allowed some of these teams to build up. But let us be realistic now. You have 2 days of competition left. Rook Esports finished in the top 4 or top 5 in all but one game so far. So that's 11 games. A team that is currently sitting, I would say 12th or lower, 11th or lower, do they realistically have a chance of making the top 5? Max, just unless they're getting a top 4 finish every single game from here on out, they're going to struggle to catch up with those leaders, right?
That's the thing. If we want to see those teams on the lower side of the leaderboard, Sam, we need to see Rook level performances. Very clearly, that is what we need to expect from these teams. Unfortunately, with the caliber of teams that we have at the top, it's not just Rook Esport being extremely consistent, it's the fragging power of Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS, MUERTE, and Blackhand have been looking a lot scarier as of yesterday in particular. I don't feel like the teams on the second half of the rankings have what it takes right now to make those big changes. I would love to be proven wrong, and Kraus, maybe you have a few teams you would like and expect to do better here, but with what we've seen in the first 2 days in those first 12 matches, I don't expect a lot of movement on that second page.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. We've not really seen those teams that are on the bottom side of the page of the leaderboard do too much in terms of elims. And we know just how well eliminations would work. So it's not just having the Rook type of performance where you're making it into the top 4. You need to get the elims with it in order to try to, you know, at least catch up. And I'm just going to say, yesterday, I would say we saw a little bit coming through the end. I would say it's because, you know, some of the teams at the top just decided to have a chill final game. And ultimately, you cannot continue to wait till the final game before you pop off. And this is directed at the teams on the bottom of the table. You cannot be waiting till then. It's going to be too late. You know, make your changes at the start of the day, shock the whole lobby, and get yourself some good points.
Around 200 points separating Africa from Europe. The question, of course, Maxman, and I know you're biased, so I hope that you'll give this a fair answer, is can Africa as a region overtake Europe by the end of our regional clash?
I'm saying this from a non-biased perspective. No, they can't. That's it. I mean, the point gap has been increased so significantly already. There's going to be hard for them to close the gap, and you have so many European teams that are just racking in points. If it's placement points or eliminations, it doesn't matter. They're bringing in some kind of point every single time. And a lot of the African teams as of right now are bringing a few points with their top teams, like you're looking at Blackhound, Clear Vision doing a little bit better, and of course Rook Esport. But against 5-6 European teams that consistently are bringing in points, that gap is going to keep lengthening. And if we want to see Africa closing that gap today, we're going to need all of those teams on the second page do better. And unfortunately, maybe one, maybe two teams can do that, but the whole region as a whole, I feel like that's too much to ask right now. So I feel like Europe is pretty much decided to win. The only hope for Africa right now is to keep one team, which might be Rook Esport, remaining in that first place.
Yeah, and also to try and maybe close the gap a little bit. I feel like that's the most they can do. Maybe shorten that gap from 200 to 150, you know, but like the points at this point, we saw on day one. Day one was very close, right? We're seeing, and that is because not too many of the European teams had found their rhythm as of then. But then from yesterday, we started seeing that spread coming in through. We have SBG putting up points up on the board. You know, the side of NEXUS putting a little bit of points also on the board. But those tiny bits, they actually do count. And I was saying this from yesterday. When the European teams win a game, we see them win by a slide. When the African teams win a game, the gap between them and the European teams is not all that much. And that just goes to show how much the European teams are evolving in this lobby.
And one thing that actually helped out a lot of the European teams in those first 2 days, if you're looking at the stats and currently the average rankings of a lot of the EU teams, they are performing so well, so consistently on Erangel. And the fact that the African teams, other than Rook Esport and Blackhand, are not able to perform on a map that happens 3 times per day pulls them so far back in the rankings. So Erangel, if you want to see Africa do better, they need to start bringing points on that battleground.
We're going to move into predictions now, and I've decided to change this up a little bit. So we're calling them predictions, but I think what we want to point out is we're going to be mentioning teams that you might want to keep an eye out on in the competition, because we believe as a desk that they may give us a really good performance. I'm going to go first. My prediction was Gladiators. I think that they've had 2 strong showings throughout the first 2 days, but I believe now is their chance to wake up, and this will be an opportunity for them to really bring out that aggressive firing power. So I'm going with Gladiators. How about you, Maxman?
I can't believe you didn't pick Rook Esport, but I'm not going to pick Rook Esport. No, that's not today. It's going to be the case. I'm going to go with Clear Vision Esport. They had themselves, of course, that chicken dinner at the end of yesterday with quite a decent amount of eliminations. I want to see them ride that way because you had some strong individual players stand out like Vankid and One Shot. So I want to see a continuation of that hopefully today, so Africa can try and compete and also to prove that I'm not biased.
How about you, Grant?
This one I'm going on to the European side and picking Major Pride. And I'm picking Major Pride based off of how they've played Sandhawk so far. We've only seen them have a bad Sandhawk performance on day one. Yesterday, the way they played Sandhawk was very impressive, seeing how quickly they were able to understand what type of zone was going on in Sandhawk, looting so quickly in bootcamp and leaving bootcamp to find themselves in a strong position. I feel like they will be able to replicate that today, and in this Sandhawk game, I'm all Major Pride.
You're going for Major Pride. They, of course, won the chicken dinner in Sandhawk yesterday, so they might be able to do it a second day running. They are actually the team with the most chicken dinners, currently 3 chicken dinners. Rook Esports has 2, and we're about to find out who's going to add a chicken dinner to their tally. We are heading over to Sandhawk with Blank and Jackie. Boys, where are we dropping?
Oh, I don't know. Blank, have you got any preference? Where do you want us to go? You fancying maybe a nice little resort getaway? Maybe a paradise?
Oh, Paradise? No, absolutely not. I want to go to Hattin, man. Hattin's out of the way, you know. I'm quite introverted a lot of times, so Hattin's pretty acceptable. There's not a lot going on over there. I keep it quite chilled out for the majority of the game. You know, I'm going to leave those extroverts in Paris Resort. If they want to get jiggy with it, that's absolutely fine. I'll leave them to that.
It's true, man. You know, they got the Will Smith bumping out of the radio. It's a bit of a hectic place, Blank. I don't know if we'd fit in, so maybe you're right. But I think today is going to be one hell of an explosive day. Past 2 days of competition have been absolutely sick. We've seen some crazy results coming in from both sides of the coin when we're talking about regions. And already, it looks like we're getting into a bit of a scrap to start this one off.
Yeah, SPG already. It's over. It's over for G4K. They're out of there. Paris Resort. Man, the good vibes did not last long on this Sandhawk.
That's why we didn't go, Blank. I told you it was going to be far too hot and heavy.
It's too expensive. The customer service there is horrible. SPG always calls me nasty names. It's not good fun. And G4K feels that brunt straight to the face there in that moment. Titans and 77K Esports once again going at it over in Pioneer.
Okay, all right. I'm liking this. It's a bit of carnage, a bit of chaos to start off the day. And it seems like it's going to be the shotguns that are trying to slay. Big plays coming out from 77K. Corker responds as well on the Alpha team, but it seems like Titan Gaming in the meanwhile have been absolutely backhanded in this initial combat towards the compound. So 77K cleaning up. Most importantly, all 4 staying alive as well. You can heal these wounds, Blank, but you can't bring a man back.
What's going on? I don't understand. This is a ridiculous amount of action in the first basically minute of the game. Already losing 2 teams, 55 players remain, 14 teams still in the lobby. 77K the Esports, look, I hate hot drops. I don't like hot drops. I'm okay with them on the first day, right? The first day is fine. You feel out the competition. You see what you can win, what you cannot. And I think the fact that we've had so many hot drops just continuing through the days seems a bit weird to me. And I think that, again, Sandhawk is your 1 map a day where you get to have yourself a cheeky little chance at that chicken dinner where, you know, sometimes these circles are unreliable and you could just get lucky. Starting off the game with a hot drop just really cuts down your chances massively at potentially getting that circle and picking yourself up a nice little chicken to end things off with. But 77K Esports, I think what we can say, Jackie, is over the past 2 days, they've been iterating, they've been improving on that hot drop itself. We saw yesterday MUERTE up in the hills on that north side, taking shots down towards Old Boy. This time around, you know, Fajita gets really in there, deep with the S12K. MUERTE's alongside with them, and they just rush them. And that seems to be something that Titans could not hold on to. I think a lot of times those previous fights, 77K Esports, the fight was drawn out for a long time. They did not thrive in that environment.
No, that was actually really nicely played from them, right? And I think that actually works better if we can see more of these aggressive hot drops for them where they're willing to play off the back of, we know individually we have confidence in our 1v1s, our 4v4s, because they're always good for elims. That's been one of the things we've been saying throughout the whole event so far, right? They're always there, nipping at everyone's heels, coming away with, what, 4 to 5 elims minimum for most of the games we've seen, pushing up towards the 6-7 mark as an average, I'd say, from a lot of the games we've seen from them. So if you can get in early, build that confidence up, maybe that's what they need to then just unleash over the course of the entire affair. We'll see. I mean, the way we started this one off, though, we lose 1 EU squad and 1 African squad, whittling down already, so still level pegging overall in the clash of the 2 regions. You can see Xenon on screen here as well. Marshall's basically just been playing for information as he's fragmented from the rest of the squad. Got his eyes out. He's like a hawk blank. He's watching what Blackhand are up to.
Yeah, lasered in it. And to be honest with you, this is actually a pretty aggressive push onto this hold because most of the time you won't want to push this far into this area. You got the paddy fields in this spot, Jackie, which gives you a good oversight. So most teams will hold a little bit further back towards Tap Mock. This is aggressive. It puts you on a level playing field with Blackhand, who probably will move across the bridge, but it gives you that surprise factor that happens right now as Storm goes down. And this is the exact reason why you pull this one off, is that Blackhand probably doesn't expect anyone to be here in this moment, Jackie.
Oh, the big dog with the bull pup. He had the bark and the bite on that one as he'll surprise and strike. I like the timing, I like the decision making, and that's actually quite a big frag to open up with as well, right?
Yep.
You know, Blackhand sat in 6th place overall in the global standings. One of the big things for them, Blank, is it feels like they play so well when they can operate off the buddy system. When Storm's alive with a backup with the rest of the squad, that's how they excel in the late game. So losing a man this early could come back to haunt them. Bit of fast and furious action going on here, though. As you can see, MADBULLS, they've seen red, and they want to ingress off the back of it. That's onto MUERTE. Diana down instantly.
That's from MUERTE actually taking shots along the way towards Alpha, but Alpha hits Corker. MADBULLS luckily have the cover of these buildings up towards the coastal side, which should keep them safe from MUERTE's sightlines. I hate that rotate from MADBULLS, though. It's so dangerous. A lot of times you see a lot of teams actually heading down this way, and I think with the southern shift on the circle, you could expect a lot of teams that are playing in boot camp around Quarry to start shifting down towards the south to get ahead of the pack in that central arena. So for MADBULLS, they had to pull the trigger on it. It's a bit of a dangerous rotate to go for, and you can already see it backfiring for them.
Yeah, this has not gone well. They thought they had a prime opportunity to come in and attack towards the MUERTE, but the rest of the squad has arrived. Although, maybe the shoe's going to be on the other foot anyway. Frozen trying to deal with 2 of them. Clashes back, but it's short-lived. His reign of terror ends with MADBULLS being eliminated quite quickly, and now the pressure keeps on being added. 77k. They've arrived to the party, Blank.
Zashipa has to be really good on this one. Reflect on the off angle does initially take this off strongly. This is still just resetting to a 3v3 though, Jackie. Fajita with the DBS of his own looks around the corner, but I think Alpha right now have a strong split, but it's not to be. As Fajita still going absolutely mad with the shotguns today.
Oh, furious Fajita. This is a food that will take a bite out of you, leaving them looking like fools. In the back line as well, it's Black-White from Major Pride getting the last jab in. And this fight just isn't going to end. We're not talking about third parties, we're talking about 5th, 6th. It just keeps on going.
Dude, the party manager, he's got his hands full right now because there is a lot occurring at the same time. As you're saying, Jackie, nice shots here from Black-White, taking out the vehicles, eliminating that chance of a quick rotate out of there. Malloy still up with the DBS as well as an M4 on the other side of things, so a little bit of long-range action with that close quarters weapon in the back pocket for a map like this. MUERTE, though, just swinging around the pillar versus Mohamed from the world of battle, and he's really giving him a loop there.
Oh, he tried his best with the timing. It was like a very aggressive game of ring around the rosies, but a tissue and Mohamed will fall down. Luckily, the backup from the world of battle arrives on the scene. They do clear up onto the one man, but that's just a raw 1-for-1 trade. They're being spammed upon by Clear Vision as well that have seen them from a distance. Luckily enough, that engagement won't result in too much of a clash. They can dial this back. You've got the edge here when it comes to range. TWAB are a bit broken up positionally as well, but they have cover to play with. They can reset and get the heals in. Here's the talking point though off the back of these encounters. MUERTE are down to just 1. It's only Malloy that remains as they've been picked off one by one, thinning the herd to just this man.
I see Major Pride over the distance. They're playing the high ground advantage. I like this move from them. Obviously, they're not going to get too much further into the circle, but that position there is extremely good for oversight, right? It looks down towards the roadside as well, which gives you that open line of sight to spot teams that might be rotating through. They'll need smokes if they want to get past Major Pride. And with this particular circle right now, we can take a really good look at it, considering we've condensed the circle quite a lot. You know, towards Quarry, where Rook is currently playing, because this team we know takes really good spots within the circle, is able to thread their way in there. This is a really strong spot over towards Warehouse. It's pretty open around them, but the amount of positions you can take in this spot in particular can be quite random, right? You know, you can play around the rocks in the front there, over on that block side, you can play behind the tractor, you can play on the hay bales inside the warehouse. So it's very difficult for teams on the outside approaching that location to fully pinpoint where you are. Whereas other buildings like these, you know that typically you're going to have a 2-2 split on either end of the compound.
Nice little tidbit there with the pop-up on the top of your screen showing the difference in terms of eliminations alone between the two regions. Europe pulling ahead at the minute, showing that difference in meta, the early aggression and confidence to cause a lot of initial fights, paying off when it comes to elimination points. Let's focus on here for Gladiators for a second as well. Aside the overall throughout the entire days of competition we've seen have been looking really good individually and as an overall unit. They've had some great moments, currently close in second place, but quite a gap between them and Rook, about 30 points. Which is actually quite substantial. You know, we keep talking about the fact that Rook yesterday, they were going from strength to strength, racking up all the points when it comes to fragging, when it comes to getting those chicken dinners in where possible as well. So it's quite interesting how things are starting to shape up. You got Nexus on your screens as well, in the middle of a quick old rotate, swimming their way through the sea. But I don't think you want to have a fun day beside the seaside blank. This doesn't look like bucket and spade action.
Yeah, I mean, hitting the boat site, they get towards Kampong side. It's really not ideal in terms of getting that information, looking over towards the west, because you do have to get up that hill in the first place. I think the major sticking point, though, for me about Nexus is that if we do get an eastern shift on the circle, there's some really good compounds around this area with some nice high ground where currently Falcons are playing on the eastern side of Quarry that potentially Nexus is able to take away, because this is sort of an unexpected rotation, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's kind of the bread and butter of Nexus, right? And I really hope, although at times it feels like I'm kind of beating the dead horse, right? I've got to say it. I really hope today is the day that we see some of that confidence we had towards the end of yesterday from Nexus combined with their slower, methodical play style. Because they've got two great strengths to them, Blank. It just feels like you get one or the other, never both in perfect unison. So maybe today they can prove us wrong and show us that extra oomph we know this talented squad has.
Yeah, because we had a little hint of it over on Miramar, but we want to see more of it. Right now, Gladiators able to make their way down from the Northwest Island. I think a lot of that comes off the back of so many teams heading central so quickly, and I think that's because a lot of teams have identified, that's working out for Rook Esports, it's working out for Major Pride, let's all try the same. I think that's one of the major reasons we've seen 4 teams just get completely clapped from the lobby almost straight away, because they all have the same idea. And I think that when you're a team like MADBULLS playing in Ruins at the start of the game, you get this shift on the circle, that mad rotate over Camp Charlie Bridge. I don't like it for the exact reasons. You're running into a ton of sightlines that have already been set up by teams over in Quarry playing at the start of the game, or teams in boot camp that can easily head down towards this location. I think MADBULLS had to play a slower game there, or they fall into that kind of trap. And it's something that happened during PMPL, where they had these impatient rotates. I hope it's not something that's going to continue today.
Yeah, it definitely would be a rough trend if it's something that we're seeing repeated again and again. Repeating history, though, for SBG, as the big old gorillas were able to scrap their way through Controller Paradise early and have now got them stuck into another fight up against Black Hand. They've done a nice amount of damage. Obviously, Black Hand, you were down to 3 from the get-go on this one. So already, we've seen those numbers whittle down to just 2. Waiting with the shotgun behind the rock. You might get bonneted, though. And that's the rough part. Wasn't even the bonnet that needed to deal the damage, as you will see the connection coming through with the rifle. Instant first, get the other player back up on his feet and reset off the back of that. So Black Hand down to a solo. Xenon on our screens here as well, and this doesn't look pretty at all for Sinke, being swung upon by the entirety of Nexus that are moving up quite quickly. He's got it, or potentially to go for the wide swing on the corner, tried to hit the shot, but he gets ratioed when it comes down to that one.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, EXO is an unbelievably good player, right? And we know that from the past, so it was kind of expected to see that kind of thing come through from him. Right now, Xenon currently hiding underneath the cave side over here as long as possible. They tried to go for that unexpected rotate. They were up towards Hatton in the beginning. Remember that they took a couple of shots over towards Black Hand, took down Storm. Then they made a massive rotate on the right-hand side. And it's a good assumption that there's not going to be many teams around here. And that's where we come back to that unexpected rotate coming through from Nexus. I don't think Xenon even thought there would be a team over in that location. And because Nexus gets there first with the boat rotate, they're able to get the drop on them. So it's a really nice play from Nexus, and then well executed, understanding there's most likely going to be teams trying to get their way in from the eastern side. But the circle continues to head towards the west, and Major Pride have a good position in this circle. Historically, they have been very good at Sandhawk. So is this a fourth chicken dinner we're going to see here? Will they jump up to a second place and overtake Gladiators?
The timing on that swing individually as well is huge. Narvello could have been on a very rough receiving end of a couple of bullets, because you could see they had the inkling of it. Black Hand's last man would have been able to peek out, but luckily his teammates spot him, isolate the fight and deal with that one, and fully wipe them off of the battlefield. To MUERTE as well. God, Malloy. He's still been trying to sliver his way through for quite some time. And he's just so close. Look at the grouping. It's just the map geometry of the odd rock here and there to shroud him, because you've got people on the elevated angles up top. That's Major Pride. You've got clear vision right beside you in the compound. Clear vision, which are taking heavy damage as well. Nomi, substantial distance, but nice way to open up the fight and then peel back, just chipping away, making them waste that utility.
Mate, it's really good use of natural cover there. Understanding that there is that tiny little rock formation that will just enclose you there, give you some kind of apartment to work around with. Not quite a compound, but it's good enough. Gives you some shelter. But I think the best thing about that for Malloy is the fact that he understands Major Pride's positioning. They're going to be the first ones to face clear vision all that time. They don't want to let them get out from inside the blue. So Malloy doesn't have to do anything. He's guarded out by Major Pride on that top side, who have no idea he's there.
Talking about not knowing a position, Six is hoping that he's got quick wit decision-making for the peek out, as he's been lurking on the angle for quite some time. Distance on this firefight not going to be favoring him, though. Has to make a smart decision about how he plays it. Working off the back of the other squad that are engaging as well. Timing doesn't quite go the way he wanted it to. And now Rook have arrived on the scene, and the carnage keeps on going. Falcons White having to back off down to just a duo. SPG, you've got two players completely removed from this one. Narvello barely patching himself back up, and now unleashing with a util. Frags above, just trying to deny the push from Rook, because they've got high ground control. Meanwhile, Nexus as well are on a mode takeover. Oh, blank. This fight could really wipe out 2 or 3 of our squads here in the next few seconds, especially with the zone consistently pushing them back.
I mean, the Watchtower there to come over towards this side to try and eliminate the teams that they hear fighting inside Quarry. It's a really smart move from Rook Esports. The thing I worry about is Gladiators maybe wrapping on that north side, but we do need to move down towards the south now. Good plays from Falcons so far to keep themselves alive, and SPG just cannot weather that storm. Teak should be able to get up towards Punch here, and they might be able to get the res off. So far, he's been doing really good work for the team on 4 eliminations so far for them. But 77k, we've been waiting for a banger match from them for a long time. They win out their Painan. They don't have far to move over towards this compound. They get the circle shift. Can they finish out the game? Because this really is a case of having strong gun skill to hold out opponents coming their way.
And they're looking so damn warm right now. Some of the shots we're seeing, they are crispy. And that could be the beneficial factor for 77k, especially with some of the top dogs in terms of squads already losing manpower. You can see for Rook, one of them's completely out of commission here, and the rest of them, they've taken a ton of damage. They're looking a bit bruised. Few players dropping all over the board. Carry Boy, he's been watching, waiting, eyeing up Major Pride for quite some time. And that one actually connects. The final fadeaway shot, at least making it awkward and kind of slowing down Major Pride from even being able to go back in. They have a great position, sure, but you got to waste time on the res, then use some more utility for this. And Carry Boy, he's just trying to make the best of a bad situation for Xenon here. Last man left standing. If he could get anything on the getaway, it would be ideal, but finally taken out.
Gives a little bit of extra time there for Major Pride to recuperate, as they do finally actually hit a nade over towards one shot there. So Major Pride has been struggling just a tiny bit. That fadeaway headshot was super unlucky. I mean, he needed the headshot to get the knock there, and that's exactly what he finds. Major Pride there do get their buddy back up in action, but Clear Vision moving up as fast as possible. Gladiators, they move down towards that south side. Matic looks to try and eliminate the remaining members from Rook. Can't quite finish it off now, and they are down to 3 players players now, Jackie. Teak finally goes down for Falcons. They've done a really good job to get this far. Remember, they won the east side of Quarry.
It's crazy how this game has really unfolded over the course of the past 2 circles. It's all been quite intense, and this fight specifically, this is about to remember. Major Pride have to stand tall on this one, and that's exactly how you do it. Know me, we know that he's a beast, and the claws come out. Cleaves his way through clear vision, and single-handedly almost dismantles the entire squad. They've only got 1 player left standing. No real chance for the res as well to try and reset off the back of this fight. It's looking uncomfortable. Major Pride, they are animalistic tonight. Gladiators, though, they've been lurking, they've been waiting, and they take the backstab onto Rook. Rook that haven't had the best day of it in our opening game.
That, man, look, they finish off the fight with clear vision, instantly hear the shooting up on that north side. They move over. They're trying to clear out as much position as possible on this northeast. I mean, that's proactive action. They didn't even wait a second for that fight to conclude with clear vision before they started moving this way. The decision-making right now is seriously good. And you're right, they are animalistic because they smell the scent of prey and they move immediately across.
The big performers in Rook have been absolutely removed from the equation, with Gladiators and Major Pride going head-to-head. Now it's all about them. Not just a battle for pride, but a battle for the points as well. And Nomi, he's already had huge plays, and he wants to continue trying to add more to the tally. The buckshot, it's missed. He's been turned on and dropped. Oh, blank, that whiff could come back to haunt him. And Meku, he's going in like a mech unit. This man's a one-man war machine as he's dismantling everything Major Pride could put up. They've just been absolutely wiped off the face of the earth.
But what is this push from 77k? They're going to try and capitalize off the back of this third party. They're getting good damage done. Meku, as well as Kitsune, able to make a 2v4 happen. It was unbelievable, and the whiff from Nomi was the real game changer. But Kitsune does finish off 1 here, and 77k might have thrown away their opportunity. They had no reason to push out from this compound, and a 2v3 is certainly possible. We do get the shift in, but this allows Gladiators a little bit more time to work around with. And with the high ground, they can still see down in towards these windows. There are still a couple of snakes off in the distance behind 77k as well. Goodness me, if they don't take this chicken dinner, that push might have been the end, because they did not need to flex out that far.
No, they didn't. And you could see at least they did have the decision-making to reel in that leash, to call themselves back, because you couldn't make a heads-up play like that. If you're going in for it, you've got to all-out commit. Everyone needed to be there to hard commit to the fight off the back of GG losing some of their health in the previous engagement. Instead, now you've reset, split between the 2 compounds, and we get into the final 4. Gladiators with a duo. Clear vision with just the solo man. Same could be said about Falcons White. 77k. They've got everything they need. The additional muscle. They've got 3 players alive and kicking, and you've got the best geometry going into this.
Clear vision, Pocus. I think he's been spotted here by Puncher, and he's looking just to pull the trigger. No nades on the side of Puncher, so he's not going to be too much of a problem for 77k, but a ladder up might be quite nice here. Circle shifts over towards the west side. Gladiators could move down there, but look how sparse the cover is on that side. A couple of trees to advantage only. And 77k, they do not need to leave this compound. Yeah, but it's Pocus, actually, to find that elimination. Peeks out the side, but Morteza will deal with it. Now just into a 1v1 between teams, and they hear the shooting. They take the opportunity to move down the hill, and Vegeta goes down. Meku, the armored core inside this guy is blazing.
Oh, blank. He's stomping his way further forward as well. Quick reaction shot as Morteza will peek into it, but it's all on Kitsune. Can he be the big dog in this situation? Switches to the shot. He's trying to clear the gap. Fast flicks. Nice decision making, but he's been sideswiped. And 77k, not only good for the slaying, but this time they steal away the chicken dinner.
Man, Meku looked so good there, but 77k, that flex out, you're right. The call to bring it back in was really the winning play there. They went towards that top side, and they're like, we need cover. So it was a good thing they left 2 players behind to allow them to come back. They wanted to scout out. At least they got the information of the position of those players, and then they could just set up in the best possible way to deal with that. That frag from the side, you know, the angle that Morteza was holding, it's almost impossible to take those shots without having no idea that Morteza's jumping out from the right-hand side. So really good, really good plays from 77k, and it's something we want to see for a long time, Jackie.
It is. It bodes well, right? It shows that the individual play, the skill ceiling of fragging isn't all they've got. They do have decision making. They can adapt. They've got an A plan and a B plan. But let's get over to the A-Star analyst desk and break this one down.
What a game. I want to go all the way back to the beginning. I mean, how much time did Greedy for Kills have in that game? Less than 2 minutes, Krantz?
Less than 2 minutes, and they went out quite early there in Paradise Resorts. I don't even think they had landed before they actually did go out. And well, I don't know. That's not, I said it yesterday. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, I mean, we are going to talk about the fact that we lost 4 teams in the space so early on, not really expected. I mean, Max, I think it was Titans as well, also went out within like 3-4 minutes of the game. What was going on in those early battles that caused us to lose 4 teams?
It's really weird, Sam, because I didn't know PUBG Mobile was a speedrunning category until now. You could speedrun a game, having all the teams eliminated. But yeah, 4 teams eliminated in the first 2 to 3 minutes of this game, so really, really quick. And Titan, I mean, one you bring up right there, took a fight versus 77k Esport, which is a fight we've seen multiple times by now, Crowns. These 2 teams are not willing to give up that spot. They still want to train it for the upcoming fall season of PMPL. But man, Fajita is so damn goated in these early game fights. He was like up to 3 eliminations solo versus Titan at that moment. And then he also got some good engages versus another team. I think they were fighting Alpha Team later on in that match. So man, Fajita, absolute MVP of this game. I think he ended up on, what, 7 elims? He's such an impact as a solo.
Yeah, to be honest, and seeing that Fajita will be the one pulling the strings or doing more damage on that team is something I like to see. It's not that player that we would normally see in that fragging area. And now seeing him being able to pop off like this gives me, you know, nice hopes about the team. But ultimately, I'm still going to beat them up. I keep saying it, even in as much as they won the fight there in Painan. I don't know. I don't like the push. And here I got scared for a second.
He didn't have the weapon in hand.
Yeah, he didn't have the weapon in hand.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How do you do that? He just drops on him like it's nothing. I mean, it's Titan too, right? One of the most apparently go-to teams in this tournament. They have such an incredible roster, but it was nothing against the might of the shotgun in the hands of Fajita, clearly, and it worked so well. One thing that didn't work out so well, though, Crowns, this push from MADBULLS onto the MUERTE, and as Blank did mention during the cast, he absolutely hated it. I didn't hate it. I think, you know, the MUERTE like these big splits towards that position, so they breached it knowing that potentially the MUERTE will split. But the execution of that breach, Crowns, god awful.
Yeah, it was good play, bad execution, or good idea, bad execution. Like, it was more like you had the idea that this team is split. This team has actually just taken a couple of shots towards Alpha Team. Now you're crashing that fight, and then you're crashing our solos, one after the other, going out one after the other. That was just very sad to see, and I'd like to see more coordinated breaches coming in from the side of MADBULLS.
Yeah, though looking into the Quarry side, a lot of teams did get just decimated. Sam, sorry I have to jump in because it was a mess over to the east and teams are trying to survive. Some players of Falcons did fortunately come out on top and they were able to allow Puncher King to just try and linger into that top 5 position at the end. But this mountaintop fight was incredible between Major Pride and Gladiators. And Gladiators, the simple fact they survived as long as they did hit is so impressive. They couldn't get a win because 77k Esports position was so strong in those compounds, but they made the most out of a bad situation and they almost could have got the win. It was just that damn close.
What is really positive, though, to see is how many African teams were able to find their way into the placement points, Crowns.
Yeah, I love that, and always on the first page will be Rookie Sports. I was going to say, is this going to be the start of the decline from Rookie Sports? I hope not. We do see Gladiators putting points up on board. Same thing can be said about Major Pride. Rookie Sports not quite doing the +1/-1 we saw from them yesterday. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing from Clear Vision so far, seeing that they're able to make it to top 3 again. Falcons now getting more placement points up on board, backing it up with Elims. I'm beginning to see a little bit of confidence coming through from that Falcon team.
Yeah, I mean, they got 4 placement points. That's amazing, fantastic, outdoing all their previous results. And that's one thing I think you mentioned on the pre-show, right, Crowns? You said that if you want to see these African teams start to step up significantly and to close that gap with the European teams as a region, they not only need to get placement points or elimination points, they need to get a bit of both. And clearly, from the top 3 teams from Africa, that's exactly what we saw.
And you can see the kills on your board. And again, 3 African players in the mix. This is good news. We've been speaking a lot about it. We were quite tough about Africa as a region on the desk, saying they can't cling it back. But it looks like they've come out swinging today, Crowns.
Yeah, they've actually come out swinging. Seeing Teacup here just makes me happy, to be honest. Seeing a player here from Falcons up here is nice. Hocus Pocus, the one and only out here, and I like the fact that he's always able to survive for that team. We've seen that come through from him yesterday, and he's done it again today. 4 eliminations up on board. Love to see Fajita, an absolute madman in this one. 1,029 damage. That is absolutely bonkers.
I'm telling you, that jersey is working great wonders for Black White. He knows exactly the drip he needed to perform well in this tournament. Though actually it's interesting, Narvalo is doing really well for the team. I still think they're trying to find a sweet spot with their roster. They got players like Alex, Snoix, and Ala playing, and I haven't seen Victor play, which I'm not sure how that's really working out for SPG. But yeah, teams are still trying their rosters. As we know, we're going to head into PMPL very soon after this PMRC event ends. So they're just trying to get every player heated up before the full season.
We have completed the first game. It was, like Maxman said, a little bit of a speed run, but Sandhawk is done. We are going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to Erangel.
Will do it himself. Unfortunately for Sly Europe, Tulika gets the flush. Mandarin now last standing, excuse me, by Mandarin. Stands up and just goes for the point, goes for the team elimination. MADBULLS, 1v3 Frozen.
Протягом останнього івента ми відчували підтримку наших уболівальників. Ми робимо все можливе, щоб стати краще. І ми будемо раді, якщо ви продовжите вболівати за нас. Повернемо додому перемогу разом.
زاوية العمى ده اللي متواجد فيها صور لحد الآن. تيكيو متواجد في الهاي جراوند. هنشوف دلوقتي تيكيو اي سي وتيكيو اي في لو جراوند صعبة جدا يا تيكيو.
Данный регион позволил нам заявить о себе. Наши фанаты знают, как нам важна ваша поддержка. Спасибо вам. Мы хотим больше побеждать вместе с вами.
Jumping right back into the PUBG Mobile regional clash, it is Africa up against Europe. We had a great start to the day. We saw some of our big teams still keep themselves in the placement points, but a lot of them struggling early on, which is going to make it a little bit tougher for them because obviously it's all about getting points on the board. You want to win this event. Not only do you want your region to take the glory, Maxman, but you obviously want to be in the top spot. It's going to give you confidence as we move into the rest of the season.
Yeah, exactly. You want to try and remain up at the top of these leaderboards as much as possible. But, you know, as much as I'm advocating for Europe, Africa definitely brought the heat in this very first game. The top 3 teams are going to be able to close that gap just a bit more. And we've seen a little bit more green here on this first page. I mean, Black Can and Clear Vision are going to be next to one another. But I got to say, 77k Esport, they get another game like that. They're on that top page here, Crowns, and I would love to see them get up there. It's just, can they ride that wave after that first initial bit of success?
Yeah, that is something that I'm looking forward to. Falcons jumping up a little bit too is something that I'm excited to see. I mean, look at the elims Falcons are able to get. 38. But 6 placement points, that's where they're lacking. And it's good to see that now Falcons have realized a little bit of where they're lacking, and they're seeming to do something about it. That's something that I'm impressed to see. And 77k, like I said, I like the fact that, you know, they're already doing better. But this Erangel would tell it all. Would they leave the drop locations? Are they going to fix up on their landings? That's something I want to see now.
Look, no one's going to give up on their drops. It won't happen.
Do you know what I really like to see is when you take a look at the second spot all the way to the fifth, how close the teams are there. So they are so close in points, which is making this leaderboard really easy for them to leapfrog one another. It's going to make the competition really hot. And I do still think that the gap between Rook Esports and Gladiators and Major Pride is small enough for one or two good games from one of those teams to potentially lead Crowns to them being able to steal that top spot.
I tell you, anything less than, I don't know, 50 points difference against the Gladiators is not enough. I'm liking the fact that I'm seeing quite a couple of teams reach that 100-point mark. That's quite interesting to see. It's something that I would always advocate for. And
yeah,
you know, it just gets harder for the teams on the other side, but still, teams putting up to 100 points, love it.
Yeah, it feels like a fever dream not seeing Rook Esport on the podium. It's just not, well, they didn't survive until the late game. What's been happening over there? Though, if I had to bring up like a question mark as what I'd like to see, hopefully going into these Erangels, I mean, the hot drop situations, we said it Crowns, we're not going to refer to it too much because we don't expect that to change too much. But I want to see Titan win a few of those early game fights because it's like we just don't see Titan playing anymore, which is a bit upsetting. So I want to see what this roster has to offer. And unfortunately, they haven't offered as much as I really would have expected. So Titan, just please survive more than 3 minutes and we'd have a good game on our hands.
Something I saw from this Sandhawk game that they did was that when they started their rotations and they ran into people or ran into teams, they did not back out of the fight. They decided to take the fight. That was something we didn't see from them yesterday. They would always run away from the fight. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them do that in this Erangel game.
Let's see if they can do that. We are heading into Erangel right now. It is the first of 3 Erangels and it always gets exciting. Let us jump into game with Blank and Jackie. Let's go, boys.
Oh, 3 Erangels in a row. I like to call that an Erangel. Blank, are you excited for the first one?
The first one I am excited for. I'm ready for the rest as well, because it feels like it's going to be drawn out at this point in time. But yeah, 3 Erangels coming on your screen very shortly. First one is going to be knocking off right now. Playing path down from Stalber to Primos, so very fair. Not many teams that will be able to get towards their spots. I mean, yesterday we saw some very eastern playing paths, which forced teams into those uncomfortable formats. Now, I don't think this is going to be as explosive as a start as we saw on Sandhawk, Jackie. So unfortunately for you guys at home, there's not going to be eliminations all over the board in the first 2 minutes.
I really, in some way, hope we slip into an alternate timeline where there just is for no reason. Statistically, it shouldn't. Map-wise, it shouldn't. But it would be bloody fun if it did. I still can't believe, really, what we experienced in the first few seconds of the last game, man. Like, that was a perfect way to, I think, get everyone into the right mood for the day. The viewers at home, the pros themselves, right? Because it kind of goes to show that level of, we have contrasting metas, we might not be able to have these early fights kicking off. We didn't have to worry too much. That went out the window. And okay, our prize has been answered. And it's the world of battle to kick it off. My man comes running in. Let's see how this goes, actually, because Fleeke, he's quite low, and Hasm's chasing him down. He's got firepower to play with as well, but prioritizes finishing off Zerich, which is huge, actually. You've taken a big player for MADBULLS out in the first few seconds and got the revive off.
Yeah, that's the big dog in Shining Knight armor as well. That's the problem for him. Fleeke looks to head towards that top floor. Maybe he can find something. We'll drop onto the ceiling. This is actually not a bad position to play around with, especially if he can hit these shots. Has the shotgun, drops down below. This is an insane play. Can he find anything? I don't think they know just yet.
Oh, he's feeling himself. You can see it from the way that he's playing this right now. Fleeke is ready for these scraps. He wants to bring the carnage to them. But Tulika, he's licking them up. Sublime SMG work as he goes in full gangster. We see one man downed. Fleeke's on the move, trying to hunt them out as well. And they're so low on health. You can play the buddy system here, try and bait them down the stairs. Frozen finishes them back off, and they are regretting starting a fight with the Bulls this early.
I mean, this is the Zerich simp era, right? You take down their Lord and Champion Zerich, and they're going to come after you with some fury, some fire in their blood. Mohamed, last one alive. Tulika, like you said, brought out the micro Uzi, but it was anything but micro. That was some insane stuff. They were long-range shots too.
Oh, it was major, but big maneuvers coming out here, Mohamed. Oh my God, this man's gone straight in. He's clearing out the ground floor, breach and clear, and he is just absolutely busting them to bits. He's even pulled out the fists, Blank. The disrespect as the world of battle, they're certainly here to clash.
77k also engaging with SBG towards Yasnaya. We have Blackhand moving in on that location at the same time. Look, you talked about the multiverse, and right now we've quantum slipped over towards North America. This feels like their meta at the moment. Tunica still trying to finish things off. Mohamed continues to threaten this res. He has to if he wants to force Tunica to peak.
Oh, Mohamed, has he got the gun skill for this one? Tunica, so hard to contend with, and you can see with the movement, the pacing, the way he's trying to take this fight, the angles he's creating for himself. He's so damn confident. He's hit the first shot, low on HP. Mohamed, he's going to be panicking. His heart pounding in his chest. A single bullet at this point would finish him off. And Tunica, he's still playing it smart. Doesn't over-egg the pudding on this one. Waits for a full reset. Utility barraging in as well. Mohamed just trying to counter with anything he's got. Probably paranoid about where the next peak is going to come from.
I mean, G4K is now up the hill on Rozok, top side, towards the telephone tower. And they're looking into this fight. So when the third party comes through, Tunica takes the building as Mohamed sends towards the side, takes a lick of damage from the shots from G4K. Delhap, as well as Nasa, looking down towards this one. In the meantime, you can still see this fight raging between 77k and SBG. Monteza going for the cheeky peaks, but it's not enough. As Snowix jumps around the corner and finishes him off, but they still have to deal with Blackhand, who has maneuvered into position here, Jackie.
Oh, from hero to zero, 77k get a taste of their own medicine when it comes to elims, as they're the first full squad wipe in this one. But then, the elephant in the room, MADBULLS and TWAB still standing, still close, so close to one another, with Tunica downstairs in the building, Mohamed on the top floor of the compound in the stairwell, both of them just holding and thinking, I know there is a squad nearby. If I just wait, maybe they won't remember I'm here.
Fuming and disappointed at how this has gone overall. What a nightmare for both MADBULLS and the World of Battle. Continues to be this crazy format, but the fact that Tunica didn't follow up on the rest of his teammates, assuming that the two-man peak would be enough on the refrag to finish out that match, it is just poor decision-making from Tunica. He can be the insane linchpin on the team to make things happen, and he certainly did. He broke open that fight for the MADBULLS, but he wasn't there when it mattered most.
He wasn't, and it's a shame. Tunica, though, for my money, at times it feels like he could win or lose you games off the skin of his own back. So in a situation like this, what's the decision-making look like? He knows that Greedy for Kills have arrived on the scene. They've dealt with the last man for the World of Battle, and now they're just looking to pilfer, to loot the corpses that were down on the ground, get the rest of the blessings from it, scavenge whatever utility they can find. And Tunica, he's just going to lurk, try and keep his nose clean, and I suppose take it slow, but he's been swung on a ridiculous peak. Blink and you miss it, as that one was light speed.
That really, I didn't even see what happened. I barely saw Toxin hit the deck. I mean, the fact that Tunica able to react in that time as well just shows the reflexes on this guy. Obviously, the gun only shoots as how fast the gun shoots at the end of the day. It just cannot keep up with the tapping potential from Tunica in the end. So we'll not be able to pick up both those eliminations, but still puts up a fair performance for the MADBULLS. They will be leaving the game with only 3 eliminations on this match. It's not ideal considering they're currently in 4th place, and they're sort of falling behind that podium top spot between Rook GG and Major Pride, because they're ahead, 135 points, 118, but that really does feel like the gap has closed now. I think Crowns was touching on the desk that, you know, going out so early without being able to put up that 10 points that usually we see from Rook to keep ahead of those teams beneath them has allowed Gladiators to now get in a position where if they could have a good game here from Hospital, South George, this could be the big potential for them.
I think that's the fun story as well, because, you know, that shoe could be worn by both of them. They must have very similar shoe sizes, Blank, because Rook, all they've got to do to fix the conundrum they had from the prior game not being the form we expect from them is have a good fragging game here, but also think about that placement. See if they can snatch away another chicken dinner just to thrust themselves even further up. You really have to give us that extra 10, extra 20% now going into a game like this, because we know it's the back-to-back Erangels. This is really their bread and butter on some of the the rotation, some of the ways that they play a bit differently to our other squads. Now, I was going to say, after that first engagement, this should have been our time to catch our breath, have a bit of a breather. But Blackhand, their lungs are getting filled with lead because SPG have the positional advantage and are just raining bullets down again and again. No knocks yet, sure, but look at the amount of damage they've been able to establish. This is a waste of your bandages, a waste of your stims, and so much time that's going to be ticking away when you are inside of the blue as well. You've got to be thinking further forward about this, and it basically is just a stalemate here.
Yeah, you're losing helmets and everything. I think it's difficult to actually push this position that SPG's playing in Yasnar at the moment with that 3-story, that 3-stack, with some uncomfortable hallways in that location and getting up the stairs. It's really hard for Blackhand now to justify continuing this engagement between them and SPG. I think, honestly, with them being towards the western side, they can quite efficiently head down towards the southwest, towards where the circle has landed over towards Pachinki, as you can see on your screen. And there is an interesting play happening. You know, Major Pride are leaving Pachinki, heading down towards that south side on that south compound. They're looking to take down the teams coming up from Very Pier, maybe Primos, where we see Nexus coming through, as opposed to staying out of the action in Pachinki. I like this. Gives them some more info. Does leave them a little bit less defensible, though.
Rotates from Xenon on our screen as well, with Alpha taking the odd pot shot here and there, and at least gathering information from this. You can see that Xenon were able to get away, the odd bullets damaging the paintwork, making it far harder to resell these vehicles later on in life. But much like a used car salesman, they have a lot of burn in the clutch at times. Xenon, we've seen them being able to show up now and then when it matters most. Overall, though, it just feels like we still need an extra layer from them. Really far down towards the bottom of the pack in the global standings. We've had the odd moment of greatness in some of their 1v2s. I think we just need to see more consistency because they're getting outclassed by a lot of the other squads we have here in the EU/Africa clash.
Yeah, some semi-decent rotations, but it's never quite enough, Jackie, and I think that you put it well there. It's just a case of they're getting outclassed in a big way. A lot of their engagements just feel like they're flopping on their faces a lot of times versus some of these teams that just take better angles, have better positioning than them. Again, I think Max mentioned this maybe yesterday, that you got to consider these games at PMRC, you know, taking a look at the microcosms of metas. It's almost like a scrum format, right? You can learn a lot from the other region, and I do hope that Xenon can maybe take away some of the gameplay coming through from Brook, who've really performed well during this game, from their own personal region, and then also some of the gameplay that's coming through from Gladiators, Major Pride, these other European teams. You can already start to see it a little bit as well, because some of the slow rotates from the Africa region have certainly been shut down, but it's not Valo, who was slapping out of control over on that last map on Sandhawk with 5 eliminations, just obliterates Blackhand.
That's delicious from Narvalo. I really like to see that. Naughty Narvalo, you can call him for that one. He had the timing, had the read, knew exactly what they were up to, bides his time perfectly, only peaks when he knows he can guarantee basically a multi-frag for nothing. No way they can respond from inside of the vehicle at that point, and just dismantles Blackhand entirely. You know, your squad has now been halved down to just a duo, and best case, Koa and Storm, the one blessing they have. For my money, these are the 2 big names on Blackhand. It's just going to be an awful lot harder for them over the course of this game.
I mean, I would love to stop talking about this engagement, but I do have to say one more thing, because I think that just shows the kind of experience coming through from Narvalo. He's a veteran in PUBG Mobile, and, you know, explaining that, you know, this is the kind of position where for Blackhand on the western side, they should think about leaving. But Narvalo understands that just as well as they do, so sets himself in a position where he finds their vehicle, understands that they're not going to keep pressing this, and just waits them to jump in. It's really, really smart coming through from them. Taking a look now towards the circle itself, we have Gladiators on our screens who have found themselves a fairly decent position to work around with. It's still within the circle. It's on some elevated ground as well, and this area does not bode well for some teams in the case of you don't get a lot of information. There's a lot of hills in this area where you just cannot see into the main throng of the players in this lobby.
Now Nomi into the first game of the day had some unbelievable plays. We saw it hitting some ridiculous shots, being so good in terms of target prioritization and his decision making. Here, it's just about chip damage for him. Goes for the peek over the hill, fires off a few bullets, makes it a bit more uncomfortable for MUERTE. So they waste a few of their heals, getting themselves topped back up, and then he'll pull back to relink with the rest of the squad of Major Pride. Checking in as well to see what's going on with Clear Vision. They're in the midst of their rotate right now and could be chasing down close to where Xenon have rotated into.
Yeah, the trenches here are not a bad spot to play around with. I mean, they're easily nadeable, but unlikely until we get towards that end game finish that teams are going to be in too close towards this spot, and Clear Vision have to cross this field in the first place. They're on the outside edge of the circle, so things are fine right now. You know, it's funny you were talking about Nomi, because I think about a year ago, I don't think I wanted to know him at all, the way he was playing, but he has improved so much that, you know, I'd give this guy a handshake if I saw him, because he's really playing very, very well now. And, you know, this is perfect PUBG Mobile history for him right now, where he is just on the rise to becoming one of these legends within Europe.
It feels like he really has been activated within this roster, right? He's found his place. He knows how to play off the rest of his team. But I think more so than that, it's having the individual confidence to make a play, but not hard commit if it's not the right decision. Knowing when to realize, okay, I can back off from this, reset, don't continue on a path that I don't necessarily need to go down. And I think that really is the best display of a player that can go above and beyond and keep improving. Being able to hit those shots, but know when to fold them. Oof, this could be a fold, though, for Black Hand, as they are getting crumpled up like paper. Just taking so many pot shots from different angles, barely getting into the compound, basically saved by the bell on that one.
Yeah, drops of smoke, tries to get his boy back up in an action with Koa and Storm, though. Probably the duo you'd want to see right now, Jackie, honestly, towards these end circles. The fact they're able to make it to this position as well is actually quite a strong spot just on the outer edges of Pachinki. If we do get a shift up this way, you can kind of expect SPG to follow up towards this position, or even Gladiators to shift over this way. But that's sort of unlikely now that we're moving down towards that south side. But Black Hand, they do have to be careful. This is a hot spot within Pachinki. I wouldn't be surprised to see G4K come through and clear this.
Greedy for kills. They've been pretty damn good when it comes to last-minute plays. We've seen that, especially over the course of yesterday. They were really good when they can get stuck in and thrive in the chaos. I mean, it's not looking ideal, is it?
23 eliminations for Snowix, 4 and Alex and Inehouse. Oh, this guy's basically been doing everything for the team. I mean, to be fair, Snowix back in the day, you know, wasn't an amazing player. And it's just confusing to me seeing those names like Narballo just not being up to the test. I mean, he's doing good work, but Snowix, this is not the guy I would pin to be having 24 eliminations for SPG at this point in time. But either way, really, really good job.
I feel like he as well, he went absolutely off the chain back on the Vikendi outing we had yesterday. It felt like he was just able to take blow after blow. So maybe that was something where they were able to pad the stats a little bit. But even then, the numbers do the talking, and they are impressive. Mini 14 getting a little bit more love as well, it seems, as Titan. One of the few times today we've actually even seen their names popping up in the elim feed, which is surprising in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, someone was working right at the start. Yeah, they were cooking with gas at the beginning. They seemed to run out of it a little bit towards day 2, and someone's gone to the shops to try and replenish, because some weird stuff's been happening with this team, man. I feel like they're testing things, trying to figure out what they can do better, and they're just getting back into their stride a little bit. I want to see Titans win a game today, just purely off the back of, we know they can. They have looked sublime in the past. Right now, it's just not to be. Greedy for kills, they move towards the long corridors here towards Pachinki in Chopsticks, looking to see if they can find at least one of these teams. But moment, they get out the way, but more shots coming through from Xenon. It's actually Blackhand from Koa in that 2-story. The actual roof of that building's really good to be able to look down towards that spot. Goodness me, G4K just gets obliterated. This is why I thought they would clear out Blackhand instead of trying to move over towards Xenon's position.
Yeah, I think the confidence on the play there probably coming back to bite them in the bottom a little bit. You get yourself into a very uncomfortable angle. They had no real cover at all to try and get away from that storm drain. You just would have taken so many bullets from every angle, and that's exactly what's happened to them and left them in a rough spot. And that's just so many squads in close proximity to one another with so much damage done as well. It should be easy to instigate a few of those fights. Focusing here though on Falcons, they're swooping in on Alpha. You've been able to hit a couple of nice shots. Ooh, trying to run the man down, but he will slightly shuffle out the way. Shouldn't really aid him too much though. Smoke on the far side where Mandarin's down towards. Six is going to clear that angle out towards the far right. Whoop his way around. That's the noise the car makes. See if he can get the info and draw focus onto him so that the rest of Falcons can deal damage from the front side.
Yeah, Six trying to get a better angle on this. I mean, already the Alpha is taking massive casualties, and maybe from Major Pride in the process. You know, this was a really good rotation for Major Pride. They start in Pachinki, they move down towards one of the highest positions within the circle here, and it gives them the capability to move from one side to the other of this big slope, right? It's not so high that it's difficult to get over the top a lot of times, but you can eliminate sightlines, you can eliminate angles just by moving to the outer edge, peeking back over the top, surprising a lot of teams from this position. And you know, this could have been this could be a winning play move.
Definitely could be, Blank. It's one of those that sets them up for success. And I'm really hoping as well, in terms of how we see this game go, that we get to see a little bit more in terms of an earlier clash between Rook, GG, and Major Pride, as they're sides that can really have some decisive plays in a mid-game like this. Focusing on what's going on here as well, Pocus looking for the getaway. I mean, clear vision are down to just 2. He had to make the desperation maneuver of jumping in a vehicle and going for the getaway. You know the zone's coming. You know your angles are being watched no matter what. But Super Big Gorillas pounding the chest as they are able to punch their way through him with the bullets. Rook as well being flanked up upon. Now this is Nexus, a squad that we always build up. And now, maybe they can actually deliver into this one. You've got good positional play here. High ground to work with. Firepower is looking good. And they've got so much util in the back pockets. And Nexus, they love their nades. They have caused Rook to completely bail out after halving their squad into just 2. And there's no easy getaway. The pathing they go for here, if they overstep this one, they're going to be exposed to so many angles.
I mean, Major Pride could even try and get in on this bad boy, but right now they're facing up against Titan. As Nomi goes down in the backline, the Titan takes that as the go signal, immediately rocking up towards them right now. Six trying to finish off the remaining members of Alpha as Robs takes a knock here, so we are going blow for blow at the moment between Titan and Major Pride.
Getting back on his legs, Dino trying to do something decisive instead as he strikes against Havlik. Black-White also taking a piece of the pie. Old Boy, single-handedly could do some major moves here. Tries to get away from the bullets, but Dino just sprays his way through him and gets him on his legs. Okay, so down on the floor. The nade could be critical as well. That's going to land right on top of the head of Icy. That's not the sort of thing you want to be wearing like a hat.
They toss back up that way. There is information being provided from the side of the player that's knocked on Major Pride, so Icy's going to move up, but Dino should have the bead on this one. Molotov could be huge. Immediately get out of the way, but it will force effect out. Immediately gets the refrag onto it. Icy now in a 1v1, but cannot make it happen as Dino clutches up for Major Pride in a real critical moment, but they are now down to just 2 players left remaining.
And this is not looking ideal. Oh, look at the positions here as well. Falcons White just playing on that ridge, trying to have some form of control, looking down towards the wide span of map control. Nexus have so fragmented playing the body system, but having vehicles available as well. And you could get a bit of a flank onto the back of GG. That could be huge for you. In the meantime, though, Major Pride completely removed from this one. They've been finished off, so another top squad taken out. And this isn't looking great for Rook. I know I keep touching on it, but you can just see them dead center in the middle.
Yeah.
Barely the carcass of a vehicle to provide them any sort of cover. It's not looking great.
It's good impromptu though, right? I think that they decide that, look, there's a rock down towards this location that we can play around. It's pretty decent natural cover. Let's just get the McLaren in here. All right, right now. Let's set this one up. Let's explode the vehicles and we're just here for the long haul. Luckily, they get the shift on the circle and they can sort of play from this spot because it's hard for Gladiators to actually peak their position without taking shots from any of these teams still playing at Pachinki or even Falcons or MUERTE along the way. So again, Rook is just setting up other teams to fight off against one another because this is not a position on the map where there is an ideal spot for you. It's just kind of an aimer's paradise.
That's what it feels like. It's all just down to the individuals right now and the way they're playing this. scraping their way through this really drawn out scrap that's been occurring. Clear Vision, though, finally waving goodbye as they're completely finished off. Timing on the firefight for Koa slightly delayed as well. Was hoping that he could predict the peak from Narvalo. Narvalo, the longer he's alive, the more dangerous it is for any squads that are in his immediate vicinity. We've already seen in this game, the decision making is good, but the aim has been better. Quick heal, last second, gets it off, gets himself back into a prime position, trying to close the gap now, knowing where Xenon are. Pins pulled on the nade. CK seems to have the read on this. He's going to try and counter it with one of his own. Bounces it off the window. Damage done. Splashes onto the first. Hard turn. Oh, shuts down one blank, but it's too little too late.
Man, he gets in the way of the door as well, so just cannot run through the body in the doorway. I mean, he gave his life for the boys in that location, and do you know what? Fair play. Fair play. They will have to move on with just 2 players. It's impossible in stage 6 to get the rest of the team back up again. So hit the storm drain, try and make the way out of this one, but through the fields, it is very difficult. Koa faces Gladiators, and you can see exactly why. As soon as this team steps up, there are so many squads looking this way. They have to go for the longest smoke train possible to even have a hope to get across there. Rook, though, they take a nade. You mentioned it earlier, Jackie. These guys are explosive during these matches. Their frags are looking really strong, and the confidence seems to be here just a little bit.
Yeah, this is really good. This is NEXUS showing us signs of what we were hyping up, the story we were building with yesterday's final game, and especially with just how many nades they still have to play with and the extra utility around that. They can really excel in the late game. This is their bread and butter. This is where they thrive. So we'll keep checking in on that over time as well. Carry Boy will expire, and that's Xenon going down with it, out in 5th, leaving us with our remaining 4 squads then. We really do start to get into some intense action. It's all about the map geometry. What have you got to play with? Kitsune as well, taking pot shots with the DMR, establishing that if you try and peek, if you try and get any chip damage, we're going to put bullets into you.
Real unfortunate position to leave that vehicle, though, because Kitsune is going to take out the tires on that, and Muerte being right on the edge of the zone itself, they need vehicles to get out from this location. It's going to be rough. Luckily for them, the zone shifts their way. Now, there's a couple of storylines we've got going on here right now. Falcons on for their best placement game in a long, long time. Muerte currently rising through the ranks. Gladiators looking to overcome the guys from Rook Esports that did not get a lot of points this game. And NEXUS on their underdog story, looking to get a good game here in the PMRC Day 3 and relive those heights of glory in the PMRC Europe versus MEA.
Yeah, and they're putting it all on the line right now. You can see they're playing with confidence. They're taking fights individually. They're willing to use this buddy system to the best of their ability. Gladiators had clash back though, and their steel, it's sharp, slices its way through one of the key pieces of NEXUS. You've got the duo of Kapahala with Octavian close by. Seems like it's now the triple threat as the rotation's been pulled off, but they're still trying to build from this.
Punches in the car just to the left-hand side of Redox. He seems to have no idea. Finally gets caught out by Octavian, who spots the head swiveling inside the driver's seat. And he'll put him back in the back seat there for the time being. NEXUS, though, now look over towards Muerte, who've lost a couple of vehicles of their own. Right now, though, Gladiators looking to set themselves in position to go for the big third party. They have the high ground to work around with. Can they make a decent game out of this one and take that first place?
Oh, this is Furia going off the leash. He's been let loose by Muerte, and that's never what you want to be on the receiving end of. When he's allowed to go in and cause carnage, he really packs a punch. Wallops with the frag onto the first, winding them up for even more. And NEXUS will building up their story, but that chapter has been closed. Now we have to look at the bigger picture, the screenplay that could be either Gladiators or Muerte having a blockbuster hit on our second game of the day. It's a raw 4-on-4. And they are right on top of each other, breathing down one another's necks.
Muerte heading out towards the field side. Diana's trying to get that long slog. We have seen this before, Jackie. The 1v1 between Muerte and Gladiators. 4 players up. Last time, Muerte were able to win it out. Can Gladiators get a little bit of redemption here? Already, it's 4 versus 3. Matic goes for the classic. Quickly, round the side in the buggy. Doesn't see too much of anything, but look at this. Furia's on the approach.
Furia trying to flank on in. They've used all of their set pieces, the vehicle, giving up the life of one player. But that's so Furia can aggress off the back of it, uses the frag to take down the first. Now he's got hill control. He can compete with this, and he's got a big old gun to rip his way through them as well, Blank. He can absolutely shut it down in a position like this, exchanging more nades as well, keeping that pressure on for GG.
The MG3 will tear through Gladiators if they're not careful. But Matic on the sideline, able to pick up one. But Corker quickly on the backslog here will pick up one of the players from Gladiators. Again, it's neck and neck, Jackie.
Corker's taken a heavy hit, half HP on the peak. He's losing a bit of his confidence, but he's still trying to put bullets down range. Has to back off for the hill now. Malloy setting himself up with nades. You've got a downed player on the deck as well. That's Furia. They need to get him up. They're going for the flank themselves. The same decision is being made for either side.
Kitsune, Tixi, they're taking it into their own hands now. They're not looking to go off one another. MUERTE Corker will pick off Matic there, leaves him in this 2v2, but they threaten the res. MUERTE Furious actually back in the action, but Tixi quickly puts him back down again. Malloy has to hit this shot, but Tixi out in the open makes it happen.
Oh, he's the ticking time bomb, Blank, and he's just unleashed a massive detonation that has blown away the only edge that the MUERTE had. Now Corker, he's forced to be the solo king, the big man to save the day, trying to push up the hill. Kitsune watching the front, Tixi running on in, closing the gap, ready for the peak. Corker strikes onto one but can't finish him. They take it as Gladiators win on the clash.
Kitsune, Tixi, the elimination leaders from the teams working together to make this one happen at the end. Meku stepped up last time on Sandhog, and it was time for the big brain IGL himself to put it to work. Really, really well done. And finally, MUERTE falls to the Gladiators, Jackie. And that's got to feel good, right? A little bit of revenge on our angle.
It's got to be. And those Gladiators, you know how they are. They're going to be ripping that chicken dinner to pieces with their bare hands because they dismantled MUERTE. The decision-making, the confidence in that 1v2, absolute insanity. So let's try our best to serve up what we just witnessed over on the analyst desk.
Leading into this Erangel, we've had 13 games played during the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. During those 13 games, only 2 teams have been able to get 2 chicken dinners, Major Pride and Rook. Major Pride's actually got 3 chicken dinners. But now, after the 14th game, Gladiators gets to claim 2 chicken dinners as well, because of course, we just saw them claim that chicken, rip it to pieces like Jackie said, and of course it's going to do a lot for the overall standings, which we'll get to a little bit later. First, what I'd love is, Maxman, if you can break down exactly how Gladiators was able to claim their dinner.
Really, the way they played it out at the end was absolutely fantastic. Of course, got to give it to MUERTE. They had some really strong show up, especially from Furia. I think, Franz, we were talking about him. He was so impactful, almost allowing MUERTE to win it. But Gladiators finally got vengeance, and they just cleared the western side so well. And the moment they got control of that little hilltop over to the west of that finishing circle position, it was what was going to be locking out teams like Nexus, mainly outside of that winning that chicken dinner kind of situation. So they were out of the picture entirely. And Tixi really crowns. He was the one that locked in that game. It took time for him to go north and wrap behind MUERTE, but the moment he did it, the entirety of MUERTE's roster were locked outside of the circle, forced to push in a singular direction, which makes them so predictable. So Tixi, it took time to set up, but it was the game-winning play set up from this player.
Yeah, and one thing I enjoyed from this one was the way Kitsune also played this one. The clash they had with MUERTE yesterday, we saw Kitsune when he was trying to play distraction get himself knocked. But this time he was able to play that distraction well, holding and distracting the side there of MUERTE from realizing that Tixi is on that flank. And we saw him falling back, using the smokes to his advantage. And that really worked so well for them. And Tixi, right on the money, getting the flank right in time, that was just absolutely wonderful from that man.
Though we do see quite a good amount of presence from Nexus that has been a little bit dormant at this PMRC so far, so it's good to see a little bit of life from this team. Hopefully it's going to be able to transition into the other games, but this position and Kitsune and Tixi playing so well and so much synergy, absolutely bonkers from these guys. But the European teams are lengthening the lead once again, as 4 of the top teams here are going to be from the EU squad, and SPG, Nexus, MUERTE, GG, making Europe proud.
And this is what I was saying about the whole when Europe does well, they do well. Like you see the difference between their points now that they were able to get 64 to 27. That is quite a lot. Only thing that is making me happy about this is the fact that I get to see Falcon and Xenon play so well that they get themselves, at least, maybe not so well, but they get themselves into that top 5, top 6 position. This is something that I've been waiting for to happen. Even if it's just little points, get it up on board. We saw Xenon playing relatively better now that they're able to rotate together and stay together as a team.
We're looking at the bottom half of the leaderboard now, and I want to draw your attention to that team sitting in 11th place. Obviously got the 3 eliminations, MADBULLS, but the reason I want to draw your attention to them is because they are sitting towards the top end of our leaderboard, and yet both games today, Crowns, they've had an early exit. What happened in this Erangel match to MADBULLS?
I think MADBULLS once again losing out in that early drop position with this idea of the water battle. We saw them trying to hash it out too much, and Greedy for Kills, realizing what was happening there, came in through for the third party. And I've got to say, Greedy for Kills actually did hold their ends against this idea of MADBULLS, and I think that was ultimately what led to the MADBULLS downfall.
Yeah, true. The European showcase here. That's it. All EU players.
More than fair enough. We see Dino there with his 3 kills from Major Pride, a team that, like I mentioned, 3 chicken dinners already in the tournament, Maxman, but they had that mid-game battle that saw them exiting. What happened there?
It's really weird to say this, Sam. It's really rare to say that position is too good, and I feel like that's what happened for Major Pride. Their position was so good, so big, that teams are trying to take it away, and they just kept having third parties happening all the time because they understood how valuable that position was. And you saw Titan willing to breach that position away from Major Pride, and instantly when Major Pride were at their weakest, teams especially like Falcon White just third party that fight, full send it, clear the rest of Major Pride, and then have a position where they can play until the very late game, reach that top 5 position. So it was a good position from Major Pride, but as I said, position a bit too strong that teams were all going to fight to try and steal it away.
Yep, and it got a little too overwhelming for them, and they actually went out early, or they actually did go out. One thing I want to point out is how we've been consistently seeing Corker up there on that damage board. It's getting very impressive from that player there. He's always showing up on the damage board. If it's not on the damage, it's on the elims, and I'm enjoying that from Corker. Good job.
Actually, looking at Major Pride, one player that we normally see be a little bit more silent, not the big fragging powerhouse that we usually expect, is Dino. And he actually brought a lot of heat this game, so I'm happy to see this player that's a little bit more silent usually really bring some good elims here.
Your second Erangel is on the way right after this.
They go. Tixie picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only on Matic.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. What an exciting Erangel, and what an exciting day we've had, because we have started to see, I would argue, the entire pace of our games change. A lot more aggression coming out from all the teams, not just Europe, Africa as well, Maxman. There has been a change in that pace, and it's very clear that teams are starting to realize that the finish line is coming, and they want to be on that top spot.
Teams are starting to be desperate here, Sam, and look at the rankings. That gap has closed. I mean, you talked about this exact scenario, Sam, earlier in the day, and even yesterday, really, that gap between Rook and Gladiators, one single game can close that gap, and the moment Rook died, I think you even said it, Sam, Gladiators need to get that win, and they did, and it was not a small win. It was double-digit elims along the way, so Gladiators now knocking on the door of Rook Esports, and Crowds is a scary position because Rook has not been as consistent as we saw in those first 2 days.
Yeah, I'm not really enjoying what I'm seeing here from Rook Esports. I'm seeing late rotations coming through from them as compared to yesterday when we saw them go straight into a strong position into the circle early and hold on to that position. Today they've been playing more of later rotations, trying to play almost like the MADBULLS, and I'm not enjoying that from Rook Esports. I hope they realize this.
So here's the thing about Rook. I would argue that they are still playing the game we saw in the last 2 days because they've got a late finish. They finished 6th both times. I think that the difference for them now is that the other teams are far more aggressive. So it's not as easy for them. One, they're not getting the eliminations, which they obviously need, but the other teams are far more aggressive now. Teams are hungry, and it's causing a situation where that style that we've seen of Rook, where they're a little bit slow to engage in fights, is actually putting them on the bit of a back foot. So the question, of course, now, going into the next Erangel Crowns, is what does Rook have to do to change this? Do they need to be quicker? Do they need to be more aggressive? Do they need to change up their rotations? What would you suggest?
What I would suggest from Rook Esports is I would say they should put themselves in positions where they can gain as much information. They did that yesterday where they went into positions where they knew fights might be happening. Hence why, because out of yesterday, I was surprised to see Rook Esports going for the eastern rotation there on on Erangel. I'm like, why are they going east? But then they realized that there's quite a number of teams out there on the east that would probably get into a fight, and then they can pick up scrappy elims from there on out. So I think that's something they need to do. So far, so good. They've not been putting themselves in positions where they can find information or even get any shots or any third party. So I think that is something that Rook Esports needs to implement into this next game.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I'm going to say it. I told you so. The main thing that was lacking for Rook Esports is them being a little bit too passive from time to time and sometimes not making those big decisive plays towards the late game to try and enable to get to those podiums and rack up those eliminations. Of course, it worked out yesterday. And right now, the main issue is I feel like teams are a lot faster on those rotations, and the points of interest that normally Rook Esports would like to get are not free anymore. That means that if Rook Esports want to get in those POIs, get in those points of interest, they need to start being a lot more aggressive, which Crowns, I've critiqued them, they were not doing in those first 2 days. So you're not just going to get free placement points anymore, you need to start fighting for those positions. If we start seeing that, we know that they understand the value of these strong spots, but we just need to see them be a lot more decisive, because otherwise that gap that they built up over 2 days is already fallen to pieces, and they might now start falling behind.
I said it earlier about Gladiators, they just needed a big game, and I'm going to argue, looking at the standings right now, that the team sitting in 3rd and 4th place as well, Major Pride, MUERTE, they have an opportunity as well. If they get those double elims and they can get themselves into the final 4, they can close the gap as well. It is actually still open season in the top 4 positions there on the leaderboard, if we don't see Gladiators start running away with it. I'm going to call up our predictions, and like we mentioned earlier on, not necessarily predictions. These are teams that we think that you should watch in the next game. For me, it's Major Pride. I do think that they are hungry for that chicken. How about you, Maxman?
I have stopped picking some of the top teams because I think the storyline just writes itself. I like trying to see teams that show potential and trying to potentially ride that wave of success, and that's what we saw from Nexus this last game. They had a great angle going into the southern side of Pochinki Hill, trying to get some involvement versus teams like mainly Falcon Esports at some point, and also Gladiators. The main issue I'm still seeing with this current roster of Nexus is they're trying to do too much at times. If they just regroup a little bit more and just focalize on one thing at a time, that is the approach that I think could allow them to reach the late game a little bit more consistently and maybe secure themselves a win, which I would love from a Nexus team. So yeah, that's the work I want to see worked upon from these teams, and Nexus can definitely get himself a win, I'm pretty sure.
How about you, Crowns? We're about to jump into game, so you're going to have to make it short, but which team are you keeping an eye out on?
Going for Rook Esports, I believe they're a team that likes to learn and they know their own mistakes, and I feel like they would have realized what they did wrong in the last 2 games.
There we go. That is who we think you should be keeping an eye out on, and we are, I mean, I don't actually know if that's even correct. You know what? I'm going to stop talking because the gents that are good at it are about to take over.
So I'm just punking you. I'm just punking you. I wanted to make you wait. You said we were good at talking. I just thought I'd let it air. I don't know. It sounded funny to me in my mind. Blank, how you doing, buddy?
I was worried. I was scared.
Look, I saw an opening. I was like, this seems like improv comedy. Let's see if it works.
I thought you'd gone. I was very, very nervous. But no, not so nervous anymore. But this playing path does make me a little bit. Honestly, up towards this north side does make that south side of the map a bit more difficult to head towards, you know? So I think some of these teams do have to get these long drops on board, get down towards that south side as fast as possible. What does make me glad, though, is MADBULLS, they're not going to Rozhok, because the world of battle, they've had enough of them.
Man, I really can't believe, you know, we did all we could to try and pull us into a timeline where we would have an early fight. I don't know how we managed to do it. We're just jumping around all sorts of different universes today.
Through the wormholes.
I know, man. It's mad. I mean, at
little
least
maneuver's going to cost us 2 angles.
At least in this game, there shouldn't be any huge, drawn-out early game fights, he says, with his fingers crossed.
Yeah, I felt you might be wrong. You might be wrong. We've got a full circle shift down towards Sosnovka. This is the type of circle shift as well. This bad boy, this is just the Sosnovka circle. This isn't a case of you got a little bit of Milta in there or you got a little bit of Ferrypier in there. This is just, we're heading to Sosnovka. You guys better get in your vehicles as soon as possible. With the north playing path as well, it's going to instigate a lot of difficult rotations because no one's remotely close to that position. You're already seeing Dino all on his lonesome actually be able to pick up a single elimination. Koa's gone down from Blackhand. That's the SBG hot drop in play. And 77K is trying to get out of there.
Yeah, 77K, they just want to drive away and try and live to fight another day. Because like you said, everyone's got a hell of a mass migration. It's far more like a marathon than it would be a sprint to get down towards Sosnovka. So the amount of fights we're going to have coming out here between these teams on that warpath is going to be ridiculous. And Titan, they were close towards one man of 77K early. It looked like Dino was the one that was being chased to start it off, but it's 77K that will lose a single man from the squad. And Fajita, he realizes, I've got to be fast food and get away.
Yeah, he's got to get out of there as fast as possible because at the moment this team's not feeling too hot right now. Obviously, one player goes down. It's a bit of a sad story, sad state of affairs, and none of them got vehicles right now, so they're just on their bike at the moment. Major Pride, though, it's very, very quick rotation from them. You got Dino lagging behind a little bit, but they're going to instant send down towards the south side. And you know what? I think this is another smart play from Major Pride because the main thing you got to consider here is that there's not going to be any of these bridge guards this early on. Even if you're dropping where Dino dropped, which is towards box compound on that north side, like no one else will have got that far down early just because of the playing path itself. So this is a nice play from Major Pride. They understand that, look on our screens, Black White's got nothing. And that's totally acceptable to make this rotate now, having nothing, because there is going to be a lot of loot still available for the rest of the team over towards this bridge. Now, MADBULLS, they're making that impatient rotate. They weren't quick enough, and Major Pride have got ahead of the pack here.
They have, and it gives them time at least to be able to pick this entire island clean. Take what you want from it, at least towards the side they're on. But MADBULLS, they're going to be quite close in terms of the spacing to actually have contact on the one straggler that's slightly further behind the pack for the rest of Major Pride. We'll see if that develops over the course of this one, as there might be a chance for that. You also saw Falcons and Clear Vision coming from the opposite side of things, but they're now posting on. Let's have a look what's going on here as well with the Titans POV. They're actually flanking their way up just into the rear, slightly further behind MADBULLS again. Now, this is one of the few times we see all of Titan together. It feels like every time we see them, they're off on their own individual solo hero mission. So let's hope the pack stays grouped throughout this one.
Yeah, Titans certainly have this fragmented outlook on playing as a group, but yeah, it's nice to see them all as one unit, all in one car, you know, brushing shoulders with one another, you know, maybe trying to get the lad out of the middle seat over towards the other side, get as much space as possible for themselves. This is Morteza rocking up towards Redux. There is a nasty little flank here, but Kapahala from the sidelines takes down Fajita. Goodness me, 77K, it is not their day right now.
Yeah, this hasn't gone ideal for them whatsoever. I mean, Morteza, definitely one of the big game players for 77k here, uses the utility to instigate the fight and does remove so much HP from Redux, but this has given enough time for the rest of the squad to arrive. And Redux, he doesn't want to overcommit to this. He doesn't want to be stuck in this encounter. He backs off, the duo comes in, and they land that car directly on top of him. That was more like a helicopter.
Yeah, that was one hell of a landing coming through from NEXUS. So 77k left down just Thor, and he's going to have to send away as fast as possible. You know, to be fair to NEXUS, this is not a pretty typical position for them to land, so it really does take a bit of confidence to make this sort of thing happen. But you can already see the MADBULLS losing 2 players. They did not rotate through here as effective as they might like, and the Titans, as a group, have eliminated a fair few of them, with Zerich and Tulika down in the front, left down to just Frozen now. The MADBULLS, they're starting to slip. They're 101 points. They're doing pretty decently for themselves, but, you know, the rest of the pack starts to move a bit further ahead of them, and Major Pride on for a good game this match.
And you'd hope to see bigger and bigger things from Major Pride over the course of the day, especially with them staying towards those top 3 spots. It feels like we haven't had much movement between Rook, GG, or Major Pride for quite some time. And MUERTE slowly closing the gap as well, only actually about 5 points behind. So pretty interesting to see how they've been doing. Meanwhile, for MADBULLS though, it feels like Frozen's basically playing the imposter on this one. He's so closely grouped inside of the rest of Major Pride, right?
He's directly in the midst of him, tries to rotate through, and I don't think Major Pride's quite spotted me yet, but going through the airstrip, that's a pretty open location for them. Falcons, they made their way down that eastern crossing. I really did actually like MUERTE's position as well, because again, not a typical spot for them. They head over towards Lipovka, then send down towards eastern MUERTE, pick themselves for boat from there, and land towards Novo. Now, Falcons, typically you'd have, this is a very typical split from Falcons right now, down towards the eastern bridge. They've got 1 holding the bridge itself for information gathering, 1 sending a little bit further down the hill, and then 2 looting in Novo. So there's a real opportunity for MUERTE to actually take down 2 of the players from Falcons. The most difficult part for them though, Jackie, is actually getting towards that beachhead. It is really difficult to land, even with just 2 players holding.
It won't be as easy as just being given to you. You'll certainly have to fight for anything you think you deserve over the course of this one, as this circle is going to be really rough the longer it goes on. Meanwhile, though, we can see what MUERTE are up to, and they've been able to find themselves easy pickings here. Battling it out inside of the shipping crates to shut down 1 man from Falcons. Of course, 6 so far away to be able to really do too much. Probably doesn't even fancy his chances of showing his cards at all. He's just got to try and keep his head down and get out of there at that point, realizing they've lost 1 man that cannot be recovered.
I think when you look at this as well, it's totally different from what I'd expect Falcons to be doing, because when you hold this spot, you sort of have to be aggressive towards that coastal side, especially when you know that there's going to be all sorts of rotations coming through. It's certain that 1 team is going to take that rotation in the boat towards northeast side of Novo. So the fact that the Falcons were playing so far back just opens it up. MUERTE just got a free pass into Novo Rep Noia. It's actually quite a difficult rotation to make when you got teams playing ahead of the in front, basically. If you can't get onto that beachhead, you can get locked in with smokes, with nades. It's really, really tough. So MUERTE are counting their lucky stars at the moment.
And there could be stars shining brightly here at Malta, it seems, as we see the engagement kicking off for Blackhand. They've seen the opportunity to swipe down an attack against SBG. They found the opening pick, but there's been a reply back from SBG. So we're looking at the 3 versus 3, really, at least in terms of staggering this fight. Koa with the utility, edging further closer. Throws one of those towards Narvalo. Timing could be poor for him though. He's mid-bandage and there's still more nades coming. Narvalo replies with a follow-up. Big connection. How's he even still alive? He's cheated death.
The blue's gonna get him. The blue actually gets him. The timing on that is so unfortunate. He just feels the blue zooming on his back and he drops to the floor. Nice nade there to keep Mozero at bay, Jackie.
Oh, Narvalo, he wants to continue on with these big blows. Blank, he's going huge at this point. Follows up with a shotty quick transition into the rifle as well. That Scar is ripping them to pieces.
He gets him.
He actually lands it.
Now just Storm left alive. Einau's down on the floor. SPG currently with 4 players. Man, what a hold from Narvalo. He's got the nade. If he hits this, it's a clean 1v4, does a good amount of damage, and he's hunting him down through the door. It's a 1v4, basically all on his lonesome versus Black Hand. But this guy comes away from this fight with a red right hand.
Oh, Narvalo, that was precision put together perfectly. That was absolutely amazing play. The decision making, the use of the utility, the way that he was taking those fights, the angles he's peeking from, and just the sheer confidence to dismantle an entire team off the skin of his own back. Wow, Narvalo with a masterclass there, Blank.
Dude, it's funny because the rest of his team wasn't circling, and they just saw what he was doing. He was like, I think he's got it.
You know, he's just there on the comms. He's going 1v4. It's easy 1v4, and they're like, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah.
Well, okay then. Yes.
I did like this, by the way. We clocked this earlier. Our fantastic observing team showed us this a little while ago as a bit of an establisher. Frozen's just been lurking up here. Great play with the map geometry, just tucked in around the back. This is a huge angle. Oh, they cleared it.
There's no... Oh, he's so sad. He jumps down, tries to get the surprise. Mate, you know one shot's been dealt that blow before. There's no way you check that otherwise.
There was a little voice in the back of his head there, you know, just telling him, clear the angle. It's not worth it. That's rough, though.
Worth it. Yeah, that is sad. That is a great spot, though. I've not seen that done in a long, long time. And Frozen tries to get away with it. Fortunately, one shot. Just a little bit too cautious. Paranoid.
And now peppered, it seems. Meanwhile, switching back over to what Greedy for Kills are up to, they've got stuck into an engagement versus Rook, and that's actually one man completely isolated and shut down for good. Finished off, so no chance to get him back on his legs. So Rook, with 3 players at this point, thinning the numbers of the #1 squad, who at this point are only ahead by 1 singular digit. Keep that in the back of your mind for how this game goes, because they might be knocked off of their top spot come the end of this matchup. Close quarters engagements going on between Gladiators and Major Pride, though. And Nomi, again, delivering today with some of the damage he's been able to find. Shuts down Meku. Matic also getting stuck in with a trade back, it seems, as he's been able to knock him. And Dino's got to be swift about this. Repositioned, playing with the tree. He's got the geometry and the eye line for it. Knows where the rest of GG are.
Matic is the type of guy that can stand up in these sort of situations. Doesn't always have the highest elimination count, but you can sometimes trust him to make these sort of magical moments come through. But the nade from Dino, you know, he's actually been seriously good today for Major Pride. I think he needs to move to effect first, because I think Nomi can sit on the ground unless Black-White's already sent over there. But that is actually full squad back up in play for Major Pride. From that initial rotation they made, which was sick, by the way, they've set themselves up for success down towards this south side.
And that's the story of Gladiators inside of this game. Be able to, you know, peek out ahead of Rook and actually push past them in the global standings. Off the back of this one, going out this early, you're not looking at them stealing away more placement points like we've already seen from them today. So that kind of cuts that one short, but puts more focus on Major Pride continuing, going from strength to strength, and just seeing how much they can physically squeeze out of this one. Oh boy, up to his old tricks on the solo play, trying to get away as Greedy for Kills will be spotted. And it seems like Clear Vision finally get an opportunity to stuck in as well. That's World of Battle. Haven't seen too much of them inside of this one, but it seems like they're just getting picked off.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see much of the World of Battle anyway. It's realistic. We see them in Rozhok. It's kind of a weird safari moment that we're seeing them in Sosnovka right now. This is a rare opportunity to snap some shots of the World of Battle outside of their singular location they usually play on the side of our angle. Mid up towards that northeast side. We do get a shift over towards the airstrip, though. Pretty open area. Clear Vision have set themselves up one of the best spots for themselves. Is going to give them a real nice opportunity to take this game away. But I think the major thing to look at is the fact that Rook didn't push too far down towards that south side. So now they can take some of the buildings that litter towards that northwest and maybe set themselves up for a game where they can once again strike out and get away from Gladiators, who have been closing on them this entire time.
Now, I want to know what Narvalo has had for breakfast. This man is absolutely delivering today. So many consistent shots. If it's long-range fights where he's at a disadvantage, he's able to tap, he's able to prioritize the little peaks, great timing, but he's also so good when he's up close and personal and got to clutch it out as well. It really has been fantastic to watch him play, but the world of battle, they've heard what we've been saying, Blank, and this isn't a safari where you're only going to get glimpses. This is them looking like a big old giraffe. They want you to be looking at it going, oh my God, that thing's huge.
I mean, this is why we've got the signs of the safari, to keep the doors closed, because this is what happens when you try and get out, and amongst it, the world of battle puts you in your place. The giraffe neck, stronger than it looks.
Hey, you know, that's how they instigate fights. The giraffes slap their necks into one another like weapons. So maybe that's the play, you know, just keep on swinging that neck and seeing what damage you can do.
Yeah, you're going to have to get like Wu-Tang and protect the neck in this case, because some of these teams, remember, they don't know just yet from the world of battle coming through. Alpha on that north side, though, they still have that little bit of a ridge side to play around with. Get some shots down towards that south edge. Titan, they were able to get Old Boy back up on his feet. Now he's taking shots over towards Delhap that tried to take that cheeky position. Now, this is a spot that it's kind of nice to play because you have just direct sight lines, but you have to play it with a vehicle. You just crash it into the wall there and play from that. But in the meantime, Vito actually steps up, finds an elimination onto Titan as they spot that they're fighting versus G4K.
You got a bit of a clash still going on here as well, with Clear Vision trying to flank one in to deal some damage.
No!
Meanwhile, we get the look back, and that's Narvalo going down, it seems. A shame here. We finally get confirmation of how he was taken out by Alpha, and that's a rough one. We lose one of the big name players that's been having a hell of a day of it.
Man, that's so sad. I hate that the Observer showed us that.
Ignorance would have been better. I wish I didn't know.
It really would. I wish I didn't know, but it is important. It's important. I love the guys behind the scenes are really in with the storylines. That's probably my favourite thing at the moment. But Major Pride right now, trying to get back up on their feet. Nasty sprays coming through from Axa, though. Does hit a fair few of them, just tickling a little bit. He keeps getting the hit markers as well, and it looks like Effect is not going to live through this one. Nomi steps up, though, understanding that Nexus is getting a little bit too close for comfort, and Kabahali goes down. Man, he has been clean today.
Oh, he absolutely has been. The sheer damage alone has been crazy. Nexus as well, you can build from this so much. You're just seeing them pick off Major Pride, a side that we have been building up over the course of this game and saying are really in a position to do so much now. They can push to try and get close towards where Rook are on the global standings. Instead, Nexus are looking like, even just with a duo, you could really contend to steal something away from this game. Now, Black White, he made the quick getaway, tucks into a bit of an off angle to at least bandage up and try and hide. And then you've got the movement here from Falcons, also looking to try and get themselves into some semblance of cover. Last second, there's a connection, and that will down one of them. You can get the heal back up, getting back on his feet, but getting out of here, that's going to be the hard part.
Yeah, it's a place that you can live for now, essentially. I think as soon as the circle moves away from the position, they have to leave. There are so many teams that saw that rotate, they're just going to get blasted out of control. So Falcons sort of have to get a knock over towards a few of these teams, or hope that they start fighting against one another if they want any hope of getting closer into this circle, because that road up to the fence line, it's just a death sentence a lot of the time. Now, you mentioned a pretty key phrase, and it's almost insignificant in a way. It's just the duo from Nexus. And I think this is something really important to consider for the team, is that more often than not now, they're actually using their team like resources, right? A lot of times we've seen Nexus go in, they die as 4, they live as 4. Now they're taking these fights. Yes, they're taking knocks. Yes, some of their players are being eliminated, but they're getting further into these games. And that's okay. That's how you get the elimination points bumped up. Even if it's 1 or 2 at a time, that is still a score percentage that you are increasing, as well as the placement points overall. So it's nice seeing Nexus actually taking some of these fights that, yeah, they're not necessarily going to win by a landslide, but it is getting them further into the game.
Yeah, I think that's been the bigger bit for them today, is the trading has been so much better. Like, they know how to play off of one another and trade for one another when it's worth the full investment of going, okay, we can definitely come off with better points from the back of this fight. And that's helped them so much more. Here, positionally as well, just like you said, everyone saw the absolute commotion that was caused by Falcons. So as soon as they try and edge out even slightly, they get sniped upon. Now, Nexus, they double down off the back of this. They want to make sure that they're able to confirm these and get these eliminations on their side. Keep adding to that total point tally. Exo, though, maybe he's bitten off more than he could chew. It's about survivability. Redux has to win this 1v1 and keep his teammate alive. Problem is, both of them go down in the blink of an eye. Long range distance, that's Rook. Pusher finishes him off with the snipe and denies that to Nexus. Too big for their boots.
Mate, this toll booth has been just hell for so many teams. For Nexus, it is that death sentence, which is the roadside. Getting across it, there's just so many angles that so many teams have. Even mid is playing that with the vehicle, like I said before. You need it as some form of cover, but it's just flat land down here. You could spray 400 meters. You could even just guess outside the rendering distance where someone might be prone down and take the shots that way and pretty efficiently get the eliminations. Mandarin tries to explode the vehicle in the US, but I think for mid at the moment, he's just going to have to control or crawl further forward as much as possible. By the time he gets to one of these breaks in the fences, though, it's game over.
Problem is for Alpha, it feels like when we've been flicking back over to their POVs, you can see the supplies and ammunition, more importantly, it's starting to run out. So they're leaving themselves potentially in a spot where the longer this fight goes on, they might not even have what they need to contend. Right below them as well, of course, you've got Pocus, who has been hiding away, lurking and waiting for a chance to strike. He knows that he can't truly rotate off to support the rest of the team at least, because Shot is backed up with Vito on the other side, down towards where Titan have map control. Maybe there's a chance that if they could link up with Exshipa as well, there could be a drop there. He might have some more rations to use, but this is looking a little bit worrying. Quick highlight in terms of the spacing as well. You've got a few solos that are going to be just trying to feed off the back of the engagements. Let the bigger squads kick off the fight and then opt in when you think the timing's right.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make at the moment. I think that Rook has really been throwing a bone with this kind of circle that heads up towards these buildings. There's a couple of barrels you can actually play around on the south side of this area, which allows you to just go for some cheeky peeks as well. But, I mean, Crowns did predict this team at the beginning of the game to have a good match. And I think it was more a case of, like, he wants to see a return to form for Rook. And if they win big here, then they will extend that lead once again. All that work that Major Pride put in, all that work that Gladiators put in to catch up might have been for nothing if Rook can put up another buffer here in this match.
It's the big question. We'll wait and see if they deliver. And if Rook will be able to hard guarantee that they can hold on to that top spot for even longer today. The World of Battle finally gone. One of the longest times we've seen them being able to keep that name in the game, now finally taken down for good. Pocus, he's been waiting so long. We mentioned that he was just hiding down underneath the Alpha players. He's finally taken the opportunity to get stuck in with that fight. Enough chip damage has been done that he can instigate. Exshipa's right above him as well. And this is so awkward in the way that you've got the Clear Vision and Alpha squads basically fighting 2 versus 1s in 2 set locations, with Major Pride as well, having the sole survivor of Black-White lobbing out those frags, and that one lands.
He had 10 at the start of this as well. Only 1 first aid kit, but that's all he needed. But he's looking to send some more nades in, explode the vehicles. He sees where the smoke blooms now. He's going to move up with the DPS. This could be really bad news for Rook, Jackie.
Oh, it really could be. They could be in for a Rook awakening, as Black-White is going to be waiting. Shotgun pull, perfect play with the nade. He's blown into bits. He could squad wipe them off the back of this. He's done it. Black-White has absolutely abused them.
Man, that is one hell of a play. I mean, I've called them clean today, but Black-White certainly is channeling Young Gravy. That was a crazy maneuver. The airbang on the grenade as well, man. He had to be really under control of that moment. And going out in 6th place for Rook with barely any eliminations, that's really not a good result. That is really not a good result at all. Yes, it feels like they've got quite far into the game, but that does not amount to a lot of points.
Exactly. That's the big talking point, right? Is it doesn't matter how long they've survived. It matters about the points at the end of the day. And the only point that we can take away from this is that Black-White is an absolute beast in a solo situation like that. The decision-making, the use of the utility as well, right? 10 nades? Oh boy, did he use them in just the perfect way to be able to deal so much damage and then just win it off the back of the up-close shotty push. Basically winning a 1v2 in seconds. That was just crazy from him. And now, I mean, he's still got more time to play with. You've regrouped, you've got your supplies.
He's got resupply.
You're in a good spot as well, right?
This is not bad at all. I mean, this is the position that Rook, the three-man team in the best spot of the lobby, was trying to clear out, was trying to take, because they know it's a strong position to play around with. It has the ditches and divots to play around, so you can actually step up. And look at this. It is open ground. A single player could win this game.
Feels like that's how that's going. As we get closer and closer towards potential clashes of solos, finally Pocus has been spotted. He's been biding his time, not wanting to peek for so long. Just a crate being his only friend, tucked behind it. Eventually peeks, and the scopes hone into him. He gets shot, downrange, and left on the floor. No chance for him to be brought back. So the numbers for clear vision, they're being finned. Havlik, though, will he go down? Trying to stand tall. Oh boy, backs him up with a nade over the top. He's got to get a quick heal in, but it's actually enough damage that they don't want to hard commit to this. Vito, he's slowing down the fight and giving them time to fully reset.
Zajipa still crawling through this smoke, but you're right. They get a quick reset on it, actually hit the first aid kits. Now they're up to a good amount of HP, but Sajipa's looking this way too. Luckily, they dropped the smokes. They were worried about the angles from the side, but old boy taking some shots of his own, and Vito with that nade absolutely gets decimated. Havlik hits the floor as Axa, who's been in that location for so long, and it's worked out really, really well. His little engagement between him and Nexus, the decision between that and who came out on top has led to this third place for the Falcons. I think this is their highest placing game, and now Black-White, after his incredible clutch, could win, Jackie.
Black-White is literally decimating some of the biggest squads right now off the back of picture-perfect timing. It's madness, dude. Single-handedly, he is controlling the battlefield here, Blank.
But you could see why Rook wants his position. Look in front of Zashipa. There's nowhere to go.
He's just got a tree. This is his only company, and there's nothing he can do. This tree isn't sentient.
It's the most pitiful rock as well in terms of cover. And eventually, Axe is going to have to leave this fence line. All teams have to move in. Everyone has to get further into the circle. Black-White is on the slow side at the moment. The slower side, I should say. So he can wait a little bit. He also has a vehicle. That's the really big sticking point, Jackie.
The decision-making here has to be unbelievable. Not only that, you need a little bit of luck on your side because the geometry just isn't there for you. Half of these squads in our 1v1v1 for the chicken dinner are going to be feeling uncomfortable. Black-White, though, from what he's already dealt with inside of this game and the fact, like you're saying, he has a quick getaway. He's got to be thinking, I've got a fighting chance for this. He's got to have so much confidence in himself. It's just the mechanics that we need to see from him right now. Starting to make his move from the blue. He puts the keys in the ignition and starts driving. Baits out the shots. Bit of a peek there. Nice connection. Exhipa, he's lined up the headshot. He's wiped out Major Pride, shut down the Lion himself, and left us in a 1v1.
Zashipa with a pitiful rock, but sometimes small is mighty. Axa moves forward towards the silos, and he makes the aggressive play. He's going to move across the open plains.
He's closing the gap. He's actually closing the gap on this. Axa's only just spotted him. They're both going to have contact. He tries to peek into it. Axa's done it. He cuts his way through him like an axe, chops wood on that one, and snatches the chicken dinner in the last few seconds.
I mean, that's one hell of a way of an end it, you know, for Falcons. Their highest placing game and a chicken dinner. Axa takes it as far as he can go, and you can tell this boy is grinning at the moment. Look, that was a dangerous play to hit the toll booth. The fact they lived there for so long is unreal. The fact he got across the road is unreal. Everything that goes into that matchup between him and the rest of the players, including Nexus, there were so many clutch moments during that match, Jackie. And I still think that Black-White put on one hell of a performance. But the fact that Zashipa is able to hit those shots, that Axe is able to get across the road, I think any one of those three players deserved the win.
Absolutely. But I mean, like, Black White alone, that was frag movie stuff. Like, that is a hell of a clutch and a squad wipe that, you know, he needs to print off and put on the fridge because everyone needs to see that. But man, what a crazy game. That final 1v1v1, let's talk about it. Let's get back to the desk.
Let me just put this in perspective for you. Yesterday, I think we hit the 10th game of the regional clash, and here on the desk, we were giving Falcon Esports a hard time. They'd finally got a placement point, and then they had 2 placement points, and we were wondering what was going on. Since the start of day 3, they have consistently finished in the top 4, and they've just claimed a chicken dinner. There was another African team that did this for 2 days consecutively, and they ended up in that top spot. Falcon Esports is here to play, and they definitely have decided that they are not going to go down without a fight, Maxman.
In circles like this, just a single player can make such a massive difference, Sam. And the way he was able to cross that road in the first place was insane to me. I really did not expect that to happen. And then Crowns, we saw it during a large portion of that game. He could play that huge stretch of walls, and he was still in circle. That gave them so much visibility on not only what's happening over to the west between Major Pride and Rook Esports, but all of those teams playing the caves over to the east. So it gave him just such a good overview of those fights that he could just strike at the perfect time to just upset these teams and secure the win. Absolute banger game from Acer here.
Trigger discipline and so much game awareness. That is what we saw there coming through from Acer. But I've got to say, this was a game filled with clutches. I mean, we saw Navarro take it out on the side of Black Hand, and then we saw more coming in through from Havlik himself on that eastern edge, and then we saw, you know, Black White's I don't even want to talk about Black White's one because Rook Esports.
No. We have
but
to
let's
talk
about it.
We have to talk about it because this is probably one of the most important players that we've seen in the entire tournament. And let me set this up for you if you're watching for the first time. The fact is Rook Esports was sitting in the top. They're like 1 point away. They've got Gladiators chomping at their heels. Gladiators is out. And I said it before this game started. Major Pride needs to pop off. They need to finish in the top 4. They need to get those points. And there's a very good chance that they can close the gap between themselves and the top 2 teams. That is exactly what they just did, Crowns, because by taking out Rook Esports, Black White has been able, and we'll see it a little bit later when we look at the standings, and we're watching the highlights right now. This play could be the thing that allows his team to get 1 step closer to contesting for that top spot in the competition.
The clutch was so good, it had to be shown twice. Like, it was such a play coming through from him. And to be honest, he did need more, but just that alone, it's enough to still keep them in the running for the tournament. Matchman, we did have quite our opinions about him making it into the zone very late.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised he delayed it so late to go to that second missile, because then the blue is pushing on your heels and you become very predictable in how you're going to move. But it was still a top 3. I cannot really nitpick too much on that play, Crowns. It was just so damn good, and it's still 16 points on the board. And the fact that also they eliminate Rook themselves in this game is just the perfect storyline. Sam, we got so many great moments. I feel bad for the social media team that's going to have to wrap up today and make a top 3 moments, because there's too many goddamn good moments today. So it's going to be a top 10 plays you're going to have to do.
Look what Black White was able to do, though, because they've now ranked 2nd in the game. So they might have finished 3rd after the slow thing in the game itself, but now he's been able to get himself with those eliminations, all of that stuff, those placement points has pushed them all the way up. Look where Rook is. They're sitting all the way down in it. They're only leaving this game with 4 points. This is exactly what needed to be done. Black White, someone needs to shake that player's hands, because I'm dead honest, like, he has made a huge difference, and they've been able to potentially make a huge difference to the scoreboard. So I'm bowing down. For me right now, that's the play of the day, Maxman.
Oh, exactly. It really, really is. And I'm going to go back to it, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but getting that jersey was the best thing ever for this player. It's really worked out wonders. And he's not going to be actually on this graphic, surprisingly, but he did get himself the clutch show. Even though he's not on the graphic, he's on the graphic in our hearts, if that makes any kind of sense.
Before that clutch, he had 0 elims. Right? And going into that, going from 0 elims to getting yourself 3 elims in a 1v3 clutch is not something you see every day, because we know PUBG Mobile, when you have the momentum going, it gets easier for you to do things like that. But seeing him going without that momentum of, I have an elim, and he's still able to do that, that was absolutely wonderful. And this is Havlik that I was talking about. He did so much work for Titan on that eastern edge.
Yeah, Havlik has been looking good, and we said it right at some point, Crowns, that we needed to see this team just survive the early game, and here the way they just breached it onto Clear Vision, and there was some good duo moments. Crowns, this is the Titan we want to see in these matches.
I tell you, I'm so happy about what just happened with Titan Gaming. At least for today, they've been putting up good points on board, giving us that confidence, letting us know that they still have what it takes to put those points up on board. And Asa holding it up on his lonesome behind the fences was wonderful. I love the way they're rotating now, and I like the fact that right now, Titans seem to be taking more fights.
More fights, and it looks like the teams towards the top of the leaderboard, Crowns, they are doing the most they can to ensure that they are in contention. Right, we are going to take a quick break so that everyone can recover from all of that action, and we'll be back right after this.
Cauterize the bleeding on this one. Old boy, though, he can certainly pack a punch. Strikes first onto Diana. That's a big opening frag. And he's got confidence from it as well. Wants to take the peek onto him. He's trying to kick off the fight, using the peek as advantage. Cleaves around the corner, hits the first. Oh, timing on it's awkward between the both of them. Bullets being flown around. Icy gets swung on as Furia will leave him with a frown. And it's all down to Old Boy. He's got Nace to play with. Bounces it round the corner. Tries to keep them back. He's got timing at least. You can reset the fight for a second here. Get the bandage off. Window in the back. If Furia goes for the jump peek, he could find a connection, but Old Boy's still standing. Furia, he can't deliver the bullets.
Man, these are some courageous plays coming through from Old Boy, and that has set the MUERTE back massively.
Looking more like the major 14 with the amount of elims that gun alone has been able to pick up here. Absolute dream to see it being utilized so much by a lot of the players. The range capability that it has really being hammered home on a map like this. Dino though, oh god, got to bail out of the vehicle, looking like a stunt driver, quickly able to find himself back on his feet, as it will be a hell of a feat if he can find some damage on this one. Impact coming through from Falcons as they strike, spanning through the smoke as well, leaving Black-White broke as he's down, knocked at this point. Nomi, we know that he can go huge, but it's going to have to be a hell of a clutch. Complete swing on, couldn't flick towards the angle in a quick enough time as he goes down.
We are halfway through day number 3 here at the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and everything's been shaken up. Everything's been turned on its head. It looked like at the start of today that there was going to be a very definite winner. They were running away with it, but that has changed. The gap has been closed. These teams are all in it to play for Maxman, and I can't wait to see the standings because I think it's going to be shaking up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's so boring when you get to a point of a tournament where you just know which team is going to win, but we have no clue who's going to win. Is it going to be Major Pride? Are we going to have Gladiators or Rook are going to start getting those points back on board? We have just no damn idea, which makes these tournaments so interesting as you're almost reaching that final day of play. But yeah, I really want to see the leaderboards right now, Sam, because you said it, I think, Crowns, you're expecting like less than double digits between the top 3 teams. And we're there. 10-point difference between first and third place. It's Rook, Gladiators, and Major Pride racing for that first place.
What I want to point out here is the MUERTE. How they've done this, I do not know. All I know is the last time I really kept my eye on the MUERTE, they were in 7th position, and I believe that was sometime yesterday. But they've had such good games going into from yesterday to today, able to sneak up into 4th position. They might actually be in the running for, you know, at least the 2nd place finish here.
I think that the most important thing to understand is that the top 3 teams have all got 2 chicken dinners or more. So basically, if you want to find yourself in the top 3, I'm going to put my head on a chopping block right now and say you will have to get a second chicken dinner at some point in this event if you want to find yourself in the top 3. That's what it's going to come down to. It is very close. Rook is keeping their lead, but I do think it's going to become more and more difficult. They were maybe lucky in this last game, Max, because Gladiators went out early. That allowed them to keep their lead, but 10 points separate them from Major Pride. So it is now going to be possibly sitting in the back of the Rook Esports squad's mind that if they're not careful and if they don't play as well as they possibly can, they are going to lose this position.
Yeah, and the lack of fragging power sometimes is really hurting them. Them missing out on that 1v3 versus Black-White is really... That could have sealed them such a massive lead up in this position. Luckily enough for them, they're going to have another angle, so another opportunity to try and get themselves some good presence, but it's a bit tough off the back of a Sovnivka Island finish. But yeah, I'm absolutely loving these storyline crowns, and it's still anyone's game towards the top.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to approach the rest of the games today, because we do know that today is that day that kind of sets you going. How am I going to do tomorrow? I'm so glad we get this head-to-head, because I was just about to point out that Falcons have actually been playing quite well today, Max.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with how day 1 and day 2 went, the fact that they are just closing that gap, at least just in terms of eliminations alone, is very impressive to me, Crowns. So I want to see a continuation of that, hopefully. But if we can see them, Crowns, make it more than just a solo in the late game, do you feel like they can wrap up games? Because I believe they can.
Yeah, I totally believe that. I mean, with a solo, they did wrap up a game. So I feel like if they have more players, they will be able to do better. We've seen that come through from the way they've played today. I said it today, Falcons are playing more like a team, and that is playing out well for them. They've bumped, I believe, 4 to 5 spaces on that leaderboard, and that is something that I would love to see. A team that started with, I believe, 35 points today, already up to 70. Oh, that is a lot.
I'm going to stop you right there because I do actually want to chat to everyone watching at home really quickly. Obviously, we are trying to put on the best possible show for you. We want to make sure that you have the best possible time. So right now in the chat is a link to a PUBG Mobile Regional Clash survey. We would like to hear from you. How would you like to see this show run? What would you like to see changed? What would you like to see kept? Put all your information in there. Let us know so we can make sure that we structure the best possible show for you. Getting back to that conversation with Falcons, what changed between the last 2 days and today, Crowns? What is it about their game plan? Do you think that they obviously stayed up really late last night, tried to do the research they needed on the other teams, or have they changed something specific that you can see that's led to far better results today than they've had for the whole tournament?
I want to say they listened to us. But I'm going to. I would probably say that depending on how this Erangel goes. I'm not saying that just based. I'm saying that because I'm looking to see how they would land with clear vision when they have a regular playing path, right? How they land there will determine that. But ultimately today, what I think the Falcons have done differently is the fact that they've sped up their rotations and now they're playing more confidently. Yesterday, we saw them play very late, but today we're seeing them rotating quite early together as a team, and they're taking more fights, looking more confident.
Max, how about you? I mean, do you want to weigh in on this? Obviously, having watched them now for 2.5 days, what do you think has changed? Do you agree with Crowns?
I do agree. I feel like not only speeding up the rotations is what's been happening for Falcons, is also they are finding the path of least resistance every single circle, it seems, at least for today, which has not been the case for day 1 and day 2. And here they just entered the southern side. Sure, there was still some resistance. The team were able to just gatekeep them away from crossing that road. But they are being a lot smarter as how they're reading these circles. And thanks to that, they have the fragging power. I mean, they proved it here was just winning a game as a solo. You already mentioned Crown. So these rotations have been working absolute wonders. So I just hope they can maintain this kind of composure entering the Kendi and Miramar, which is their Thar and Star map at the end of the day.
Let's do some quick predictions now. The teams that you think we should be keeping an eye out on. What is your team, Maxman?
I'm going to go with Alpha Team because we saw some good solo plays from Ashipa this match, and I want to see that potentially continue. This is a team that's been relatively silent, so I just want to have a little bit of a comeback from them.
How about you, Crowns?
I hate to pick teams that are already doing well, but I'm putting on MUERTE here. I feel like we're due for a MUERTE chicken dinner, and I feel like the map that MUERTE can actually get this chicken dinner would be Erangel, seeing how they've played the first 3 Erangels so far.
I'm going with Gladiators. I think that they're hungry for this, and I think that they know how close it is now to that top spot. That's kind of what you want to do. If you can get into the first position moving into the final day, it sets you up really nicely to get right up in there in the prize money. That's really what you want to do. I am curious, though, very quickly, let's wrap this up. What is going on with MADBULLS? Because they looked so good. Actually, you know what? We're not going to have this conversation. We're going to hope that MADBULLS actually performs in the next Erangel. I mean, let's see. What do you think? Blank, Jackie, do you think MADBULLS can stay in till the final game, maybe, as we move into Erangel? We'll wait for them. They'll let us know. They're having a good think about this because you got to put them on the spot.
Absolutely. I think there's definitely a fighting chance for it, right? MADBULLS have been looking pretty good individually. We've seen them coming out with some left hooks and right hooks. At times, Blank, there's even been the odd uppercut, which, you know, it knocks people off their feet. And I think we're going to be blown off of our feet going into our last of the 3 Erangels.
I think so too. I'm going to be blown right out my socks at this point in time. MADBULLS, look, their rotates have been a little bit crazy today, and I think that they've been sort of getting a bit too confident, right? And it's funny because it was a case of they were playing it methodical, they're playing it slow, able to get into the circles, take some smart rotations, and I feel like sometimes when you get halfway through a tournament for MADBULLS, they get bored. I think that's one of their major problems, is then they'll start doing some wacky stuff in game, in which case we start to see this happen where they will just make these crazy rotates, a lot of times go down, force Frozen into these solo game environments or Tulika into these solo game environments. Even, I was thinking back to that first Erangel, right, Jackie, where we saw the 2 guys push over towards the World of Battle, they got taken down, and I was like, is that really Tulika's fault, though, at the end of the day? Isn't it, that might have been the fault of the other guys who was just not patient enough to wait for him to move across the field. So, yeah, I think there certainly needs to be a case of just taking things a little bit slower. They sort of have the opposite problem to what NEXUS currently have.
I see where you're coming from. I think it's a good talking point. I think there's been an awful lot we've seen today, especially out of the 3 days as a whole so far, that's had some moments of madness that could have really gone either way. Like, you go back and watch it as a benchmark, a lot of the results we've had today could have been massively different. We'll quickly touch on some of the things we are seeing on screen. Clear Vision have been stuck in a bit of a bout early on. This one's far more awkward, but he does actually do it. Toxin, he looked like he was going to be so upset, man. I was expecting him to just take a couple of big punches to the face, run out of ammo on the pistol, but luckily he deals with that. This was the establisher that we first cut to as well. We had Clear Vision and Falcons. And obviously Falcons, right? You want to keep going from the strengths you just had from the previous game. If they were to somehow be just wiped off the face of the earth by Clear Vision instantly here, or lose a couple of players from the squad, that's like worst case Ontario. They really need the hope this starts off clean for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a case of like Max is bigging them up and then they go down here. Yeah, I would be really upset. Now, MADBULLS, I don't know what Fleek is doing here. He's making something happen, but he just goes down. Yeah, it's an interesting spot to take, and I understand, essentially. because they've tried to start dropping Gatka. Titan is a Primos quarry team. With the way the playing path actually set up, it meant that Titan couldn't direct drop over towards Primoskan quarry itself. So the fact that they have to stop early, they assume that Gatka, because it has been free for the past 2 days, they can just drop there, pick up some vehicles, get some loot on board. And when you are a Gatka dropping team, you typically drop split. But I think that's something that you have to demonstrate on the first day of games, so people understand where you're dropping and they don't drop alongside you. But right now, Titan's just fully taking advantage of the fact that, you know, MADBULLS is in a new position. They're playing split. They drop on one. They get the initial pickup. Then they move down towards the original drop spot, and it looks like they're heading down towards Ferry Pier right now.
So some interesting developments already, and at least, like you're saying, right, a far more normal circle than what we had last time around, because the Sosnovka military base circle from the get-go.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, it was a bit much. It was definitely a bit much, and it forced some unorthodox plays throughout the course of it. So at least here, we get something we can build on. We can see what the overall benchmarks are looking like. This is still going on. Falcons basically trapped, feeling a bit uncomfortable. You've already lost 1 man from the pack as well, and that's rough. Ooh, line up on the frag as well. Throwing that one in, but no clean connection, so not being quite on the money. And at least AXA's got high ground. That's kind of your one saving grace. If they hard commit to a push to close the gap, AXA will get that info and relay that back to his team and be able to put some bullets down range to potentially make Clear Vision second guess themselves on that play.
It's some good, interesting smokes actually coming through from Van Kid. You know, he's dropping the smokes across the road, trying to bait out Six into peeking onto them, you know, maybe assuming they're going to go for a road crossing to try and isolate his position on this side because he is alone. And it does force him into these awkward moments where he's like, do I peek now? Do I actually look out the window? Do I need to move back? Do I need to get to a better position where I can sit in a corner and potentially wait for a push? Which is slowing everything down for Falcons. And for Clear Vision, this only works to their advantage because, like you said earlier, we're currently in a 4v3 with Falcons losing a player off the get-go. With the 2 stories and the roofs available, you know, Falcons just aren't in a good spot. Right now, Puncher has no good line of sight over towards Clear Vision. And Vito moves over towards Six, who is in the attic right now.
He is. He's hiding up there, waiting to surprise them if anyone comes into the building. He was watching the roadside as well, but I don't think he actually had contact on this. So Vito's positioning is huge because Falcons are now kind of tunnel vision. They're thinking, we know exactly where Clear Vision are. We've got them pent in. Instead, Vito's play should have been the game changer, but Six, his spider sense was tingling. He readjusts, finds the gap through the window, is able to shut him down, and now he's just pandering to the fans, wipes out Vito, and serves him up for breakfast.
Yeah, leaves a dent on the pan and a bump on his head. Pretty unfortunate way to go there. You could say he's saving ammo. I think we'll say he's saving ammo. It's not disrespect.
Both in one plank, swings and roundabouts, right?
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Van Kid, though, I honestly do think the smoke play was pretty cool. It did put Six on high alert. But the fact that he just jumps up, this is what makes him a really high-class player for me, is the fact that he's able to make those moments. And like I said, the spidey senses were tingling. Doesn't have all the information, but just thinks, now's the time to go. Matic moves up in the vehicle, immediately backs behind the rock, though. A smart play in terms of a crash. Frozen tries to finish him off, and he's doing a good job of it right now.
Oh, Frozen. It actually looked like he was going to fall on that one. Had a quick switch off onto the Mini 14 and just spams that bad boy as quick as possible. Does eventually get the knock, but Meku had advanced far enough. He knew he was breathing down the back of his neck, just wanted to commit to at least the one wipe. Couldn't get it. He goes down. He's completely taken out. That's goodbye for MADBULLS. So unfortunately, all of us have put a big curse on them, hyping them up and saying we expected more, wanted to see more. We won't get to see anything from them this game as they go down first, hard stuck with their 101 points they have been able to achieve so far. So a lot more focus on the upper echelons then. That top 4 spots, definitely room for fluctuation, specifically with the top 3. Here for Greedy for Kills, though, they're not going to be on top. They're going to be down on the deck as they have eaten frags, and they're so split. Positionally, they're not in a great spot to trade for one another. This maybe is the play you could make. Chicane in with a vehicle, dives out. The DBS firing bullets down range, cleans back up onto Mandarin. The Bisons also had an opportunity to strike in the meantime, and they're being able to fin the herd here. Alpha, they might have completely had the script flipped on them as they're the ones that get taken out, it seems.
I mean, Desha rocks up with the most clumsy, effective play I've seen in quite some time. And the fact that, you know, Mandarin's just sat there with a grenade in his hand, I think that's where you just put the grenade away, pull out the weapon, start taking shots. Come back to this engagement, though, between Falcons as well as Clear Vision. And they've effectively thinned them all down. There's only 2 players on the floor, 1 last remaining in 1 shot. He gets taken down. That's 4 eliminations for Falcons. A really nice beginning to their game in MUERTE. They do have a far, far way to go now. So they have to gather some vehicles, get out of dodge, because we're heading up towards shooting range. A nice little bit of elevation over towards the western side, but shooting range can be quite open at times for some of these teams. Rook is playing the typical spot up towards Severny on the sidelines, with Eugene far out towards the west, getting a bit of scouting done. So they've got a lot of info starting off this game.
It's gone well for them thus far. Having a quick look at some of the other squads we haven't seen too much of just yet as well. NEXUS rotating down towards school side. You've also got Titans there as they come up through ruins just behind where Gladiators are and co. And that's, again, a big grouping of some of the more aggressive teams all around one another, with Gladiators, Titan, and then Major Pride just above them. SPG as well, another squad to maybe keep our eyes out on over the course of this one, as they've had a good day of it. But let's flip back to Titans right now, as they're coming in aggressive. A quick crash, it seems, as the cars are weaving their way past the compound that Gladiators have control of. A lot of chip damage done. Icy, he's going to shatter. Can't hold his form on that one as he's broken. Tixie weaving his way through the buildings as well. Consistent damage being done. And Titans, they've basically been mopped up. It looks like they're a spilt drink right now. Old Boy's effectively the only one in a position to do anything here. And he's got to make a decision blank. Does he run the risk of trying to get Robs back up, or does he play for himself?
I mean, I think he's donezo at this point in time. Robs is most likely going to go down himself. Immediately tries to get to the water to pick him up. Can res him in the water as well, but can he get to him soon enough? Just about gets the tap on him. But his effect, actually, from the eastern side to take down Meku, who's on the outside wall. Kitsune has to get to him. Might need to pick him up and take him towards the buildings. Right now, Titan's not too much of a threat. It's just Old Boy and Robs underneath to clean up some of these eliminations. This is what makes box compounds such a good spot to play in a lot of times, because there's really only one entry point towards this area, and it is across the bridge, so you get tons of time to prep up for it. And crashing on those walls is not easy, and a lot of the sightlines provided by all the buildings being 2 stories, Jackie, it's just too much at times for teams coming towards that side. But anyway, a really good hold from Gladiators, because you need to hit some of those early shots. You need to thin the players down just a bit before they actually get to the compound. That's exactly what they do.
No, absolutely. And it's also, you know, you've inflicted enough damage that isn't really fixable for Titans, right? You can't bring those 2 players back. There's no Lazarus here to bring them back from the dead, so definitely makes it harder for them. And they've actually been able to reset. Major Pride couldn't fully instigate, but we'll come back to that point. Let's focus on the flurry of frags that we're seeing on our screens right now. The World of Battle, 2 of them knocked, 1 of them still standing. That's mid that'll dive out the window, but he's shot by Kapahala, the Warlord himself, beating the drum as they clean up. NEXUS, always good for those slow rotates, and on this one, they shut down the World of Battle. They could have an encounter versus Blackhand. That's the potential next card that could be played, but for the meantime, they've got at least a minute of respite to heal back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough rotation as well, honestly. Heading over to the top side of Yaz Lake, it really crunches a lot of teams into close vicinity, as you saw just there between NEXUS and the World of Battle. But yeah, the slow rotate, I think it doesn't look sluggish. This time around, it looks quite... you know, it's a good decision that they're making. It feels very much definite that they're going for this type of play. It's not just out of chance that they're slowly rotating anymore. So I'm enjoying this from NEXUS. Again, coming from MUERTE Power, it's never easy to make this rotate all the way up this way. You're always going to be late to the circle in the first place. But this time around, it feels like they're picking the choices of positioning much, much better. And that fight against the World of Battle just shows you exactly what's going on with this team. Right now, they're in 10th place and slowly creeping up the leaderboard. I remember when they were in the 13th, down to 61 points, 77k. Esports, who's currently there right now. But I genuinely think if NEXUS keeps playing like this, we could see them in the top 6 by the end of the tournament.
Absolutely, man. It definitely feels like they've hit their stride, right? Maybe a bit of a slow start to the tournament, but finding their form the longer it goes on. Replay on your screens here as well. Couple highlights over the course of this game thus far. We had Greedy for kills there, bit of the Falcons White encounter versus Clear Vision. It went down a few moments ago. Get you up to speed with how the game's been developing and now hone back in on the present and what a present it is for Major Pride. They're in a good spot in terms of the hill control. You've got nice rotations from this position, vehicles to play with, and the teams that are flanking in behind them are both Blackhand and Nexus, who prefer to go for that slower burn. So no chance of having a sudden attack in the next few seconds. Looks like Falcons as well, trying to recover from the early fight they were in. They're so fragmented. Axa at this point, he's miles off screens. He's left for dead. He's not coming back. The rest of the squad, it's going to take them some time to make it back into the zone. They're going to have to take pit stops here, bandage up, and then keep on moving.
Yeah, they're expending so much utility just to get into this circle. They've gone for the full brazen cross along the island to the western side of Rozhok. I mean, this is the type of position that could have been very easily gate kept. So, you know, again, Maxman was saying this is the path of least resistance. The fact they've been able to find this just shows that they have been doing their homework in the meantime. Another team that you mentioned that's certainly been doing their homework in terms of just macro knowledge as well is Major Pride. They're continually picking these really strong spots around the map, and I think that just comes down to map knowledge, right? It feels like they really understand where these strong positions are, where their next like goalpost is, where these checkpoints need to be for them to get into the circle. SPG right now in the center, they've got their backs against this ridge side here. It's a really strong position in the sense that they can look directly over towards that northeast side and just take shots, and that's quite important considering a lot of teams do take that eastern rotation to get towards this circle. They've been slowly getting up the ranks in these matches, and I think 9th place right now is where we start to see them speed up a bit in terms of point scoring.
Oh, definitely. We're starting to see them come alive a little bit more, especially. Let's look how things are going here for some of the big name players over the course of the event so far. For me, standing out like a sore thumb, you'd have Rook towards the top there, closely followed by MUERTE as well, who tend to deliver. We've had them really showing up again and again and again. Of course, it's just the three fingers on one hand this time as they've lost one of the key pieces, but you still got some of the big names in play. Furia, for me, is the one that always has to be within the pack, even if it's just him as a solo. That's the difference with MUERTE still having a chance for some big success on the battleground. And he barely gets out of dodge there. You could see him in the vehicle repositioning, gets behind the geometry to at least keep himself alive without an open line of sight from Rook. And this is Rook that are playing fairly spread. You've got the two players push further up, Pusher being one of them that's drawn the attention and got info from the vehicle pushing down. Default takes a ton of damage and will be forced to slow this down to actually get the heal in. Meanwhile, stunt double action here on the Mobike, but it's not looking good as they get absolutely annihilated. Falcons White, they thought they could fly, but you're not actually a bird.
Mate, I think the laces of the shoes got tied up in the chains of the motorbike. He kept getting pulled and dragged back in there. They were like, please, let me leave. But the motorbike would not obey. Rook, though, are moving down as fast as possible, and MUERTE here just taking a couple of pot shots. They're not in the circle themselves. They have to get a move on. For SPG, are they going to let Rook get this close up? And they're getting the high ground now as well towards the ridge side. Yes, it opens up a lot more sight lines towards their position, but SPG cannot let this kind of thing continue.
No, things have got to change, and they've got to change quickly. Nomi, though, what isn't changing for him is the fact that he has been a one-man army the whole damn day, and he's keeping on these big plays coming. Black-White as well, MVP that we've seen previously, drives on in to drop off his teammate to deal the damage up close and personal, and then goes for the quick flank maneuver to get away. This might have worked out a bit worse than Major Pride wanted, though, as they've just given up both of those for free and not been able to trade. Now Black-White goes, all right, let's go back to the old-school game plan. Play for the solo late game.
Yeah, I mean, it worked for him last game, right? Let's see if he can get it done again. Right now, Alex, you can see that down towards the bottom right of your screen. Looking up towards the guys from Rook Esports, just holding on to this compound for themselves as opposed to challenging out that ridge side. It's Old Boy to take down Black-White. Looked for an opening inside the circle. Was not meant to be. Rob's playing underneath the bridge towards Gladiators, and Old Boy in different locations, just trying to get as many chances at that solo gameplay as possible, as opposed to having them both in the same spot.
Man, that's hilarious. The timing on that. He comes around the corner thinking no one should be here, it should be clear. I'll just keep my head out of trouble. That's just the old man himself waiting. And he takes you out. Rough stuff, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. And this battle is looking quite intense. We've seen a lot of perhaps slight misplays going into this one from some of our bigger squads in terms of their decision making. On point though for Blackhand here, as we see 2 quick follows up onto NEXUS. Now this is NEXUS that were looking really drilled in this game. Suddenly, they've just been chipped away all the way down to just one man, Octavian, and he's not standing for long. Beaten and bruised by the Bison.
Yeah, they're just sweeping right now, and they certainly sweep Nexus aside with that little rundown. Takes the shots outside the vehicles. Gladiators hears a bit of this commotion. They realize they're going to have to start moving in towards the circle now. That river actually is quite a big focal point for a lot of these teams. Old boy on his lonesome finally gets taken down. Does he? Yeah, he gets outside the building, and that's game over him as MUERTE swing past in the blink of an eye. I'll really go for the Tokyo Drift down towards the bottom of the river. Eugene holding on. 77k Esports moving towards Xenon. I don't think they're going to get too far into this.
There is some subnautical combat that's going on with those almost submarine-looking vehicles at the minute. But let's focus on this for now, as we've got a bit of a clash. Xenon arriving on the compound of 77k, but that might just be how big the price they have to pay is, as they're losing everyone. Second by second, the numbers are being chipped apart for Hita. He's trying to take a bite out of them. Oh, goes for the swing back in, but Marshall was ready. His knees will not be weak, but there is spaghetti on the floor as 77k are gone.
Sadness. I kind of wanted for Heater to step it up a big way there. We've seen him really good with the DBS before, but not able to deliver there as 77k kind of just fall over. And it's a bit interesting considering that we know this team to be a heavy fragging side, but again, making that rotation, you're getting shot at by a bunch of teams at that point in time. Corker is in the water. Let's see if he can get out of this one, get back to dry land, but with Gladiators taking pot shots towards him, and he's not out of cover just yet.
It's so odd how they've been actually able to somewhat reset from the, I don't even know how to describe it, the clash they had in the water with the vehicles just being on top of one another. And MUERTE basically just playing off of the coastline they were left in now. Malloy off towards the left-hand side, just playing on the rock geometry. Corker back on his feet, so winning away. They can both reset from this. So you've got 3 players alive, just very low HP. It depends if they've got the supplies to work with. Let's see how this is dealt with, though. Up close for Kemi. He can actually pop a quick stim, so he's got this firepower to play with, and he's feeling his confidence. He knows the information here of the 3 players. He can hear all of this, so the audio cues being the big part. How does he opt to engage, though? Utility goes out first, an exchange of nades. Narvello peeks in, but Narvello, he's down. Finished off with a connection, assisted by Blackhand, as they're able to just put bullets down range and increase the pressure.
Luckily, Alex is there, spots out that off angle. But Kemi continues to step up inside the smoke, and Alex has to back off here, still taking more damage in the meantime. But he's on his own right now. First aid kit is delivered directly into the system. As Snorks and Alex back off here, they know they need to get towards a circle, but clearing out Blackhand is really important. They do not want to get backstabbed. Right now, Xenon's got a perfect spot within the circle. This compound just gives them so much vision towards the rest of the teams. And even if the circle does move away from them, they've got that lovely ridge side just towards that eastern edge where they can go play up on the high ground there. You can see a couple of players already starting to send out that way. This is really interesting. Now, can MUERTE actually get out of this situation? Can they start to take shots over towards Xenon and possibly get themselves a bit of space to work with?
Something's screaming to me that this is another game where you're going to see SBG start to show up. It feels like they've been lurking and waiting this entire time, and only now are starting to swoop down where we've already got so many fights going on. Matic from a distance has been putting bullets down range to make it awkward for MUERTE. They haven't had the confidence to move from this position or any geometry to move to. They effectively feel isolated on this spot, and here comes the peak. There's an easy face from the back from Marshall, whilst Matic is still spamming into them blank. It's got to be over for MUERTE.
That's so sad for Corker. actually explodes the grenade in his own face. Kitsune gets knocked by Robs from Titan, who's been sat in the water for an awful long time. Right now, this is feeling all Xenon at the moment, unless iNows can do something about it. Snowix is just on the horizon in the back line as well. This guy has been a massive fragger for the team, and they set up these backstops. This is really interesting to not allow Carry Boy over the top side. There needs to be a response, though, and it just isn't there.
Oh, they had it in the palm of their hand. SBG, I was saying, I thought we were going to see fantastic things from them here. Both of the peaks they went for, perfectly timed, but no hit. They just could not slap the big side of a shed with some of the bullets they were putting down. There were misses, and it comes back to haunt them because now everything you've been saying is being proven. Xenon, they are certainly in the driving seat, and they're winning these 1v1s as well. They're looking confident. Titan are gone. The herd is getting thinned second by second. Last-ditch attempt for SBG is off the back of Alex the Annihilator. He plummets into the water.
Mate.
Oh, he's getting the shots off onto GG at least. But surely there's nothing more to be done for him.
Dude, get into the buggy. The interesting thing about that is you can get straight into the backseat and start firing. Meku was sick of it as well. He's like, I've just been in the water to try and spot a player that's been swimming around. Jumps straight back in and is caught out by a nasty surprise with an M4 to the face. And Xenon all the while laughing from up on top of that ridge side. The Gladiators have to deal with nautical combat, dealing with players flying over their heads with buggies, whereas Xenon's over here with a cup of tea and a picnic, just having a great time with this game. 7 eliminations found so far. Furia, though, he's still kicking.
And Furia, he's swimming his way around. Actually made it to dry land as well. So he's on the back of the rocks here. And you've got a bit of breathing room. Really shouldn't be too much of an inkling in the minds of Xenon to consistently be watching their backs. They're thinking, we've got hill control. We can see the whole way down range. We've got a full split here. You can see the grouping with the way Carry Boy's on a far left as well. They probably think that right now, they can see any play that's going to come their way. Furia, if he bides his time and executes it perfectly, he could be a big thorn in their side. For GG and for Rook, though, it's more about these raw engagements. Rook, it's also about being able to actually get into a position to even fight fire with fire. You are trapped.
It is so difficult at the moment for Rook to do anything, but it's so difficult for anyone else to do anything about Rook because you just have to thread the nade in through the window, and he absolutely nails it. I did not think he would even be able to get that close. And it's as if, you know, we just predict the future in this type of game. That is beautiful to see, but again, that doesn't happen without Senke hitting an absolutely nutty nade through the tiny little sliver of a gap. But Fury steps up, finds Marshall, instantly looks for Lazy Boy.
He's got to clean up, man. He's got to clean up. The thing is, you get that first one off, sure, Blank. He's taken a little bit of damage, though, right? He's got to do it flawlessly. That's the bit that's scary. They're going to have time to build from this. They can get him back on his feet. So him revealing his trap card, suddenly it comes back to make it worse for him. Has to win out on a 1v1 versus Lazy Boy. Break up these fights and give himself a better position to play with. Instead, bails out. Oh, this could be awkward.
Hits the deck, but he knows he's done enough right now. You talked about it before, right? The fact that they were so split means that getting those knocks off board means they have to coalesce. And in that moment, he knows the team along the way is going to love this chance that he gives them. And just like that, Gladiators step up. They see that Lazy Boy is just completely out in the open, and they move forward. Furia is playing for second place.
Furia. It could be all eyes on him the longer this one goes on, but it depends how the fight goes for Gladiators. If Gladiators are able to thin the herd enough that Furia feels confident to third party on the back of it, who knows where that chicken dinner is going to go. Right now, everyone has their knives and forks pulled out, and they've got big bellies on them.
And they need a filling. Gladiators want another chicken dinner on the day. They're not done yet. These guys are famished, apparently. Looking to take some more shots. It's a very fair circle. And I think Fury has done just about enough to allow Gladiators to get into position. He is really playing 4D chess during this match. Because he knows he's not getting a first place off the back of this one. He knows he's not getting a chicken dinner. And he's pretty sure it's 2 4-man teams. He does have to keep coming back up for air, though. And Sixie's still looking on this line for a long, long time.
It's nice decision making from Gladiators as well. The way they're actually using the resources, the manpower they have to focus on the water side, to keep bullets, to make it awkward for Furia to third party. Finally, Tixi, he's able to hard commit onto that. Now you've reset things. You can dial it down, catch your breath, and focus on the actual final fight. One of these two teams will get the chicken dinner here. The Molotov going in though, Kitsune burning, not in the way that you would be wanting to. This isn't going to amp him up and get him fired up. It's instead going to slow him down, make him back off, get another heal in, waste a bit more of their resources that are starting to run out.
Right now, though, if the circle moves any way towards Gladiators, look at the setup they've had. Like, their timing has been really impeccable. For Xenon, as soon as they have to shift off this ridge side, Gladiators set themselves up where they have literal hard cover right in front of them. Tixi playing a fantastic backstop position. It is a 3v3, and I think that, you know, for Xenon, they've got to be worried because pushing over this top side, they have to get to cover quite quickly. They've used a lot of utility to deal with the opponents attacking their location for so long, whereas Gladiators still have a little bit to work with. They know they just need to whittle them down, take helmets off, get those Molotovs out the way, and Matic only had to use one stim to live from that. He's still got 3 first aid kits left to go.
What scares me as well is Xenon at times, it feels like when we get into these very intense final fights, they over-egg it when it comes to utilizing the vehicles to gather info and make it awkward for the positions of other teams. If we see them swoop in on the vehicles with how crisp Gladiators have been today, I feel like you're just going to get your head instantly hammered out. They need to play this perfectly as a unit as time is ticking away. And things are going to get very intense in the next few moments here. Down to a raw 3-on-3. Both of these squads contending for the chicken dinner. A lot on the cards. The vehicle goes in. This instigates the fight. Doesn't work well. Instantly, Matic snaps onto the first. Takes him out. Your numbers are now thinned down to just a duo.
Tixi trying to use the one way to his advantage. Moves up towards the loot crate. Now just Marshall and Carry Boy left alive. But here comes the push.
Marshall, he wants to go for it, but the Gladiators, they're ready for the scrap. They're pushing on in. They're looking confident. Kitsune, he blows his way through both of them. And Gladiators will grab it as they stand tall in the arena with the chicken dinner held high.
I mean, to be fair, that was just perfectly played. And the way they banked off of Furia popping up to take down one of the players from Xenon, that is the classic problem of not clearing out teams behind you and then deciding to go for a big flex on the split. But Gladiators used that moment massively well, Jackie, right? If they don't instantly start moving towards that hard cover to set themselves up for the final zone, that win does not come through. It was so well played, and that's another chicken dinner on our angle for Gladiators today.
A huge victory for them. Another one where they're just showing that they have consistency and they have such a high level of caliber in individual success, right? So good decision making as well. Knowing that if we just wait this out, they're going to get antsy. Draws in perfectly. They go for the vehicle play. They just rip their heads off blank. They're so good at hitting those shots. The tracing from Gladiators, oh, it's been amazing. But let's get back over to the desk so they can dissect this one.
Erangel is done for the day now. We've seen all three, and we obviously need to talk about the one we just saw, but I want to focus specifically on 3 teams because they are 3, in my opinion, 3 of the most important teams to talk about. Namely, obviously, Gladiators, who took the chicken dinner, Rook Esports, and MUERTE. They are all in the contention to play in the top 4 spot, which means their moves are really, really important. And we'll start with Rook. They might not have got the chicken dinner. I hate the way they're playing. They look almost scared. They are so desperate to make the end game because they realize that gives them points, max man, but it's actually to their detriment now. And I think if this lobby continues to up the pace, Rook is going to fall way off if they continue to play this way.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Sam. They just did not make any kind of massive decision this game. They were just trying to make ends meet, and they were like, okay, we'll just send it to that shed, I guess, and see how it works out. Luckily enough, we did see Crowns. It did work out great, but we need to see more decision-making from Rook because here they are starting to lose their position of interest they had on the rankings.
Yeah, we're beginning to see day 1 Rook Esports again, if not even worse than that. But to be honest, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all from Rook Esports. And we were mentioning it there, like, why are you not taking the fights with SBG up there on the north, right? Why are you going into the Shark? These were the questions that we had towards the side there of Rook Esports, but it just looked like they were really focused on the end game, just like you said there, Sam, that, you know, they just had to send it into the Shark, which made no sense.
There was another way to play this, though. MUERTE did it very well, where they realize that they need to get as far as they possibly can for the placement points, but they're still somewhat aggressive. And I think Furio was a huge thorn in the side of Xenon and Gladiators, and he could very well have changed that whole game if it continues to play like a very smart play from that team, and it's going to make sure that it shows with points on the board, Max.
It felt really weird this game because you can see it right now on the replay. Xenon are taking active shots at the entirety of the MUERTE, but none of them was like an instant flush. You always had knock, then you had to confirm that elimination into an elimination point, and they just let him linger for too long. But here, I mean, crowds, Alex, how did he survive so damn long?
I swear, I tell you, I cannot even tell you how he did that. All I just know is that he sent it into the water. And, you know, before then, we were just talking about how Tixi and the whole of Gladiators were doing, and Meku was doing, you know, the water watch, trying to watch what was going on in the water to prevent teams from coming out there. And then Alex sent it in, and boom, he's out here getting one of the players down. But ultimately, they did find him at the end. And Gladiators, 15 eliminations and a chicken dinner. What a way to boost yourself to the top of the boards.
That's a team we have to talk about, though, because as much as we speak about how Rook's game plan wasn't very good and isn't going to get them very far, Gladiators gave us a masterclass on how to ensure that you can get yourself onto the top of the leaderboard. Maxman, I thought that the way that they played that final fight was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, the way they were playing cube/box compound, whatever way you want to call it, is just such a strong position in this kind of terrain, in these kind of circles. Do you just want to get there as soon as you possibly can? And we know that Gladiators, this is their home terrain, this is where they drop, this is where they like to play, this is their comfort zone when it comes to Erangel finishes. And especially Crowns, we were talking a bit about Tixi's position. It was pivotal to keep full control in that finishing moment.
Yeah, and I love the way he used the smoke to try to buy team for that little bit of an extra angle for his team. We saw him toss out those smokes to the side, laid down the cover for his team, so he covered the water from them too, which was pretty much good angles coming through from Tixi. But I've got to say, Gladiators actually got this one quite on board, and I'm just gonna let you put this one out there, Max. What is the one place we do not want to drive or try to attempt a drive by?
You don't want to do it when you have bridges, when you have hilltops and you have mountains. I'm happy you asked that, Crowns. Hopefully, if you are going to play some PUBG Mobile later on today and you want to do the finishing drive moment, only do it in flat terrain when you can fully abuse that third-person perspective. Senke, unfortunately, fully sends it down with minimal information, and if you miss that drive-by, you're instantly going to get backstabbed, and they lose a player, then it's down to a 3v2. Well, they didn't need 3v2 scenario because Kitsune just clutched it at the end with that DBS and 1,000 damage on the board. Kitsune, despite him being an IGL, and this is the scary thing about him, Sam, is that he can be such a gifted fragger when the situation arises. And Kitsune, you never want to overlook him because his fragging potential, despite being IGL, is ever present in these moments.
Gladiators now has 3 chicken dinners. They are the first team to get 2 chicken dinners in one day. That's a huge move for them, and that confidence is absolutely terrifying, Crowns, as we move to Vikendi.
Yeah, as much as we're talking about Gladiators, actually, as you just said, I was going to say, Gladiators is such a good game. And I'm saying this because this is where we'd usually see Gladiators start to relax a little bit or start to fall off, if I may use that word. But given that now they've gotten that chicken dinner, it gives them that much of a confidence boost going into Vikendi. Over the last 2 days, we've not seen them put the best of games in the last 2 games. And that is basically however they played the first 4 games. But right now, getting the chicken dinner, that is a beautiful confidence boost coming through from them.
I don't know if they would tend to slow down. Normally their team is very streaky. I feel like they get better and better every single day. So I feel like this is just a start. They're going to keep popping off here.
Vikendi's next. Who do you think is going to take it? Let us know in the chat, and we will take a look at your answers during this break.
Molotovs coming through, and I think he has to come out the backside now. Tulika goes down, Fleeke. Octavian gets that heal off. Nexus need to push out. Victor low and spotted. Narvalo now in a 1 versus 3.
Ultimul turneu a fost destul de ghinionist pentru noi, dar am făcut unele ajustări și acum suntem gata de luptă. Suntem conștienți de susținerea voastră și de asta, băieți, avem nevoie să vă ridicați încă o dată pentru noi. Ne urez faptă. Vă iubim și vă respectăm. Ceau.
في المباراة الأخيرة تتهاوى الدفاعات والكريبتكس في معاناة. يا حزناه يا حزناه يا حزناه يا الكريبتكس.
Бұл саяхат және бұл жол бізге күшті эмоцияларды алып келді. Және де біздің команда осы алынған эмоцияларды нәтижеге айналдырғысы келеді. Оның бір бөлігі болыңыз және бізді қолдауыңызды ұмытпаңыздар. Алға рух!
There are only 8 games left in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, and we can confirm that Europe is now 197 points ahead of Africa, which means I think we can say from a regional point of view, Maximan, we can give this one to you. Europe, I don't think Africa is going to be able to close that gap in the next 8 games. Or am I going a little bit too soon making the call?
I can tell you, Sam, you are in fact not tripping. You are indeed speaking facts right now. That Europe are going to remain the winning region at this one. The only chance to see, Africa do well is if Rook do a comeback. And the way they've been playing Crowns, I don't know if you'd agree on this, it seems like they are reverting back to the old playstyle of like trying to just bank down on strong positions and hope for the best, but it is not going to be enough. You need to frag out because otherwise Gladiators are going to pick up those Olymps.
You know where it becomes painful for me is that we said, hey, African teams on the bottom, you need to step up. African teams on the bottom, you need to step up. But then Falcon steps up today, Xenon starts to step up today, but then Black Hand and Rook Esports lost composure, and Rook Esports lost more than composure. They lost their #1 spots there.
Let's just talk about how much of a jump Gladiators has been able to do. Remember, they were 1 point behind Rook earlier on today. You can see now that that gap is scary, and Major Pride, MUERTE, they are still within a space where they can push Rook even further down the leaderboard, Crowns. If Gladiators keeps playing the way they are, they might run away with this.
Yeah, and right now, Gladiators being on top. Today is day 3. We're almost, we're midway of day 3. I just feel like this is This is when we start to see Gladiators do their thing. We mentioned this on day 2 yesterday, that, Gladiators tend to rise up towards the end of tournaments. And Max, I'm pretty sure you'd agree with me on that one.
100%. I mean, it's going to be tough to take it away from Gladiators because they're a team that, as I mentioned before the break, are very streaky. When they've got that momentum, when they're feeling confident, when they're feeling hot, it is such a tough team to take these finishing games away from if they are 3 or 4 players alive until the very last few circles. So I think we might, if it continues this way throughout today, I think we might be in a position where it's going to be almost impossible to overtake Gladiators. But we see what Rook could do, especially at the end of day 2. If they can bring some of that back, start to frag out a little bit more, there is still an opportunity. But Gladiators are looking scarier than ever. They have now reached their peak of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Can I draw your attention though to the team sitting in 5th place right now, because MADBULLS has had a very good run up until today. Today I think that they've gone out early every single game. Crowns, what is going wrong for this squad?
I really can't even tell you right now what is up with MADBULLS. We saw them go out early in the 2 Erangel games to the hot drop, and then this 3rd Erangel game where they decided to change their drop location, they ran into the side of Gladiators and ended up losing players. So it's almost like right now that they've decided to maybe leave Rozhok, they've seemed to, you know, go back or find a hard time picking a drop location.
Yeah, 69 limbs, very nice. But you hot drop in Rozhok, and then you're like, how about we make it hard on ourselves? How about we hot drop Gladiator? I don't know why you would ever do that. It's a bit of a rough decision here, but Black Hand also has been a little bit silent, Crowns, as of recently. A lot of the spotlight, of course, has been on Gladiators and Major Pride as of recent times, so we haven't talked about them too much, but they are trying to go for very desperate plays. And we saw it this game, actually, in the North, right, going for G4K SBG. I want them to try and be a little bit more proactive. I don't know if you'd agree on that.
Yeah, proactive, more composed. I feel like Black Hand have not been playing composed today. We see them losing Storm early on in the game. If they don't lose Storm early, they lose someone else early on in the game. We saw them in the 2nd Erangel game. Took too much time fighting with SBG, then Yasnaya. I feel like it's just the composure game for the side of Black Hand, and if they're able to get their composure back together, they should be playing better towards the end of today.
It is so close at the top, and obviously our focus is now drawn to those top teams. That's where our eyes are going to be. My question to you, Maxman, is do you think Rook is going to be able to take a look and go, you know what, actually this plan of just sticking it out till the end game that we've been trying because we've been so desperate to keep our top spot isn't working. Let's go back to making sure we can get some elims, being a bit more confident. Do you think that's going to happen on Vikendi, or do you think they're going to knuckle down and keep trying to do this let's just play till the end game vibe?
I think the only thing I can say right now, Sam, is I hope they're going to do that, because they understood that clearly there was something working when they were starting to be a little bit more aggressive, a bit more controlling in these games, and they have not been willing to do it right now. The thing is that's really cool is that they are in a position where they can very clearly compete for the top, so they normally should be thinking in the background, I don't know if they have a coach, Crowns, or not, or like an analyst in their teams, but they do. So he should be in the voice chat with the team during between those matches, like, okay guys, we're in a position where we can run for first place. This playstyle of playing super passive is not working out, and they need to bring a big iteration to the table and be just more, as we already stated, right, Crowns, more decisive in those finishing moments.
Yeah, more decisive, and I feel like they came into today to defend their first place, and I feel like maybe it's a little too early to, you know, drop to that defensive strategy, right? Still try to play your game, and then maybe tomorrow, close to the last 3 games, you can start thinking about how you want to play defensive more.
Let's chat now as we go into Vikendi. The teams that you think we should be keeping an eye out on. Our predictions are going to be coming up on your screen in a little bit. Maxman, who are you going with?
I mean, it's not the regional clash, it's the Gladiator clash right now, so I'm going to have to go for the Gladiators prediction over here on Vikendi. Not really a map that we've seen Gladiators really play too much of course, because it's still a fairly new map, but when you are this aggressive and controlling at every single stage of these games, you just can't go wrong with the Gladiators prediction.
Why are you making the SBG prediction, Crowns?
I feel like SBG is that team that we've slept on today, right? SBG started today in 11th position, and right now they're on 8th, right? So I feel like SBG has changed something up. We did see them bring Victor into the mix, and it does look like that has played out well for them, you know, Marksman.
Yeah, I agree. Victor has been one of the top fraggers in Europe for so long, and him being back is good. I do like that they were trying to get the subs in to play a little bit, but when it comes to having the fragging potential on SBG's side, you can't go wrong with having Victor and Navarro. They need to be the ones to lead the charge for the squad.
Do either of you want to know why I chose MUERTE?
Tell us.
Because you couldn't spell their name right.
What? Hey, what?
I didn't spell... that's not why I chose them, but I mean, Crowns, if you want to throw the bans, let's make it really embarrassing, because both of you are hired to be analysts, but the only person on this desk who's got not 1 but 2 predictions correct is me. So I'm not going to tell you why I chose MUERTE, but I am going to tell you that you should probably go with my choices, because I tend to get them right over these 2. I love the fact that I'm the host and I can just keep talking and not allow them to have any sort of comebacks. This is the best job in the world. We're going to Vikendi now. Blanky is ready to take over, and now I don't have to let them talk. There you go, gents. Let's jump into game.
Jeez, I don't think Crowns needs to say another line after that one. I didn't expect him to be so savage, Blank.
But he's a bad man. He's a bad man. I mean, to be fair to him, that was pretty sick. That was pretty good.
I'll give it. It's good.
It caught me off guard. It caught me off guard. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Max even got the final scream in there, which is fair play to him after all. But we are over to Vikendi once again. A little quick recap, because we are playing this for the first time in quite some time. We've had it as a bonus map over in other regions, over PMPLs, but this is the first time we're having it as like a mainstay, other than like 3 years ago. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. But we're over to the Frosty map. We got 16 teams in here as opposed to the usual 12 that we do see on the bonus maps. So it's a bit more clustered, and it has been really claustrophobic a lot of times when we see these end circles, Jackie.
It has been. It has been. I mean, claustrophobic is actually the perfect way to sum up this map in general, right? Like, it feels like at times the fights start early, then they continue the whole damn way through with just odd moments of respite here and there that last a few seconds. Vikendi has really been vicious the past 2 times we've had it here with our one map of it we get a day. It's always a little treat. It feels kind of like the appetizer for our last banger of the night, which delivers. Vikendi, it's a little bit smaller to swallow, but it has a lot of flavor.
It gets you ready. It gets you ready to go. And you do need a palate cleanser after it, because sometimes it can be a bit rough on the senses, especially with this circle. Ends up towards Antarctica side of things, but we will be heading over towards Port. Cosmodrome's in here a little bit, but majority we're looking over towards the central side of the circle, which is much more Vikendi focused, I would say. I think our past 2 Vikendis have been a bit weird in the sense that they haven't really delivered that typical Vikendi playstyle that we're used to, where we have a ton of compounds. A lot of teams are aggressive towards the center earlier. You know, actually, Sam made a good point on the broadcast earlier on where she was saying that, look, I don't think it's a case that Rook is slow on their rotates. I think it's just a case that, you know, a lot of the other teams in the lobby are adapting to the way that Africa likes to play, which is get towards these central positions. Europe's seen that, and everyone's just a lot more aggressive in these lobbies. And I 100% agree, because this is what we're seeing a lot of times. A lot of teams getting towards the center as fast as possible. Xenon, though, starting things off. They got 2 players down towards this side, and will Falcons lose a player right off the get-go once again?
They've had their one big win, and that was from the solo maneuvers, but it's never a position you want to offer yourself up into. It's just something you've got to roll with if you end up there. The early contact works well for Xenon, at least for Senke, to be able to get the first pick, but Axa from the elevated face sprints on over, pulls no punches with the G36C, and waves goodbye to him. Hard first on that one as well, so he is down and out. Xenon lose the first man.
Good news for Falcons, at least, be able to get away from this one a little bit more unscathed. In the meantime, Titan do lose 1 player out of the game. His Robs, just Icy Havlik, old boy, continuing this one. With 77k very close by. I feel like Titan have been finding themselves in the mix with a lot of other teams all the time. And even in our little Vikendi intro video that I did with Max, he was saying that don't head to Garocket. That's Titan's drop spot. But I think 77k took that as a challenge. And here they are now.
And that's something that they've been willing to do basically over the course of the entire tournament, right? Especially the longer it's gone on, they've looked more and more confident to take early game fights and sometimes walk away with their heads held high. Now, Titan, it feels like it's a little bit of a coin flip, whether or not they're going to have a great start, which allows them to balloon out of control the longer it goes on, or if they'll fumble the bag a little bit and then get fragmented. And when they get fragmented, that's where it feels like it really does start to go rough for them. When you see these 1vx sort of plays where they can't really build off the back of one another, it's a terrifying squad. It just feels like I wish we could see them be that core 4 more often than they are right now.
I mean, look, I was just looking at the top 5 damage. I'm not going to lie. I'm so sorry, Jackie. But, dude, seriously, Kitsune is putting these teams in the hot box right now. He's got 5/4/20 damage, and he's got 27 eliminations. It's a crazy amount of damage to come out, but it's the 27 eliminations which is important, because I think that in previous tournaments, in previous, you know, pro leagues, for Kitsune, a lot of the times he's the guy that's making these calls. He's the guy that's sending the team forward, and he has kind of dropped back in terms of that elimination and drop back in terms of the damage that he's been doing. We were worried about that a little bit, but we still felt like it was fine. You know, he's still making the good calls. He's getting the team to safety, and the rest of the team is rallying around him really well. It is a really scary prospect now to see Kitsune with 27 eliminations and that much damage on the game, because now the entire team is rolling with thunder. It's lovely to see, and that's exactly why they're currently on top in #1 position, 162 points. They've finally overtaken Rook Esports.
It's big for them, right? Historically, always a fantastic team, but now we're starting to see them really thrive inside of our continental clash between these two regions. And it's so sick to see, because you're absolutely right. You know, Kitsune, the big brains, but now also showing that he has so much brawn to offer. And that massively helps when you've got someone like Tixi that's always delivering. You say his name, there he is in the kill feed, strikes against Marshall. And that's one way to shut down Xenon. I guess Gladiators, they heard us hyping them up and they went, yeah, you boys want to see some of it, so they proof in the pudding there, and that pudding's flavor, all Tixi.
Man, they fell over before they could even look inside the compound. That was some criminal gameplay coming through from Tixi, and you're right, they really are showing us what's good. Kitsune with elimination, Tixi with elimination, and Meku with 1 elimination. Everyone is doing their bit on this side of the team. It's really, really nice to see. Most teams are trying to work their... Oh my god, okay. I mean, it's a horrible way to entree into this compound, I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly one way to do it. Probably not the best way, but it is one of the options. That was one of the plays you could make.
I mean, the superhero landing is rough on the knees. It's even rougher on the suspension, so that car really wasn't going anywhere after that point. Immediately try and get out and remedy that spot, but it's not to be. Gladiators, though, they have a strong spot within this circle, Jackie, up towards portside. They got here nice and early. Circle continues to head out towards the water. Once these players head towards the port, get some fishing done, at the moment, it really is more feeding like we're already in the pond, and we've got the big fish Gladiators showing us how it's done.
And that's no normal size fish. I don't even think that is a koi. To me, this looks more like a great white. Big set of chompers on them, and they're just waiting to bite their way through more and more of the competition. And look at the positions here. Meku up on top, waiting to get stuck into this one. Vito has taken control of the downstairs. And Meku, he's just actually going to back off immediately, realizing he'd rather backpedal and play with his teammates in a position. Oh, this is a beautiful head glitch angle to play off of, actually. And he can get the HE in from the back of this. This is really nicely played from Meku.
It just fades away as well, never allowing them to spot his location for too long. And you're right, the head glitch angle there was really, really nice. Drops away. They didn't even see him before he could actually get something done. G4K in the meantime looking over towards Tenshik, trying to roll over the top of these hills. Zashipa on the top side as Tenshik drops to the floor. He's still under cover, so they could probably bring him back up into the fold. When Nasa in the front line down on his knees, Alpha should be able to take control of this.
Well, Alpha now getting absolutely peppered. They've been stomped on by a pack of raging bulls. Oh, someone's waving the red flag, but it seems like Alpha will have to wave the white flag as they might be surrendering this fight, realizing they've got to cut their losses and effectively just have one man get away, because all 3 of the rest, they're gone.
Let's see it one more time. I mean, to be fair, it was sick. If you've just tuned in, there you go.
It's like
it's all about.
A Harry Hills TV burp moment, you know? You had to have the blunders.
Look, all I want, right, is if Gladiators win this game, we need to see that replay again.
Run it back one last time.
Run it back one last time. That would make me incredibly happy. Blackhand, though, getting close and personal. Gladiators fluid, like the ocean, trying to move from one position to the other. Keep themselves under cover. And I think that the particular reason for this, because we have lost so much landmass at this point in time, Jackie, it's important for Gladiators to ensure that teams don't get too close. They have a strong spot, but it's very easy for a lot of these teams to get very, very near to them. So they need to continue striking out, claim this territory for their own.
Yeah, you've got to prove that you're the landlords and lord over anyone that dares to take your compound off of you. You've got to prove that with the fragging, prove that with sustainability as well. Don't just go for bold maneuvers where you're going to take too much damage that you can't recover from. Only make the smart plays, but establish you're not giving anything up for free. Here, we're seeing a couple of quick eliminations coming through, though, as the connections from Clear Vision are being spammed onto the Blackhand boys that are playing on the top of the hill. And they're being peppered, really. An exchange of knockdowns knocked players. Quick reset as Vankid will make his move into the bathroom and try and get his teammate back up, whilst Blackhand opting to actually fall far further back and give up the goose on this one, not liking how that fight went after taking far too much damage for comfort. MADBULLS here as well, POV on your screen as you've got Greedy for kills in basically a bit of a broken duo, just trying to keep themselves alive. Low on supplies, but they get the heal in.
I mean, this north side of coal mine's really difficult because it is a bit of a plateau, so that's why you see Blackhand start to back off a little bit, purely off the instance that, right, there's so many other teams that can see you in this location. Clear Vision right now have a strong spot just because they have the compound, Jackie. And Gladiators, they opted to give it up. They decided they wanted to back off from this location, be a bit more fluid with things, head up towards port side. And that's smart because now Clear Vision is first to face on a lot of these teams, whereas Gladiators, they can focus on these western rotates. It's very, very smart. Major Pride opted for a similar situation down towards the south. We expect that from a smart team like them.
You do indeed. You expect them to keep on showing us the magic that we've seen all day. Let's remember, the past 2 days, it's been Rook that have been on the tips of our tongues consistently. We've always been talking about this squad right here, saying how they've been commanding respect in the game, been so smart in terms of their rotations, playing around the zone. Oh, hang on though. This is worst case scenario, it seems, for Rook, because one of their man have already been isolated. That's by the World of Battle. A squad that seems to show up for those cameo moments, but then leave just before they really show you what they could do.
Yeah, we got the World of Battle extras trying to move up to the actors role. They're doing some good stuff. They are getting much further into this game, which is nice to see. Some of those auditions are going pretty decently for them in these matches. But Rook, we mentioned it, right? They were playing a different style to a lot of the players in the lobby. And we thought that might have just been the African region, but I think they just identified that a lot of the teams, alongside with Europe, were going to be playing that edge playstyle. So they just decided, look, let's take space, let's take center, let's work with that. And I think that after we hit that second day mark, a lot of other teams started to cotton on. Gladiators, as well as the MADBULLS, and potentially, I would even say to MUERTE, a little bit sooner than the other teams. But MADBULLS have gone about it in a bit of an odd fashion where they're trying to force the issue towards the center side. And that doesn't always work. You still have to be intelligent with these rotations, similar to the gameplay from Major Pride, because before they do any of their rotations, they're all pulling up the blackboard and making all the equations happen on that side of things before throwing away the chalk and picking up the steering wheel.
Ooh. Now, this was an interesting little fight you saw here as well. Just taking the peek down towards the compound where Fleek and the rest of the MADBULLS were. It was a nice bit of chip damage done, and he was actually hard committing, just hoping that he'd see him cross, not aware that the window still exposed him to his angle, so he could first onto the knocked player. But because of his commitment to that fight, he takes bullets from MUERTE and gets knocked because of it. So slows down a bit of this for Falcons, basically ends in a stalemate off the back of the double knock for either side, but gives a lot of info to MUERTE from the positions they're playing in. And they're just peering around, trying to get the lay of the land and see where exactly these other squads are.
Yeah, it's really important you understand that, because the next rotate is going to be really difficult heading further into Zabava. So I think for Gladiators as well, Major Pride, they need to start moving. Major Pride makes an instantaneous rotate over towards the Gladiators, who are now in a bit of a struggle spot. They do need to turn around, start taking shots, but they're worried about Rook moving across the fields. And with the high ground that Major Pride currently have, Gladiators, I would say they're a bit mired down. They're stuck in this position now.
It feels like it's gone from them setting the pace of the game to now just kind of joining the back of the conga line and having to try and find something to break away from the pack. And that will go down to the individuals. They have to really deliver when it comes to the fights now, as they haven't got that big advantage map-wise in terms of control that they previously had, especially when right above them, compound to compound basically as next-door neighbors. That's where Major Pride are going to be lurking and waiting for the rest of the teams to roam on through. Now, those teams that could be close, you're also looking at 77k with Titan right behind them, and then Clear Vision also moving in. So a culmination of fights that could be occurring for both Gladiators and Major Pride within the next couple minutes here.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult. I think in a way, though, Gladiators might be quite happy for the situation. Remember yesterday on Vikendi, if you didn't watch, you know, they were trapped. I want to say trapped, but realistically, for a long, long time, they were very whimsical and happy towards the center of the circle. And the circle kept going their way until Zone 8, in which case it shifted off. They had to leave the compound. It was the only one in the circle. So many other teams had sight lines, and it was practically game over. At least this time, Gladiators can play with something they feel a bit more comfortable with, which is being on the edge of the circle and moving in. With Effect going down and Black-White taking a right crunch, I think Gladiators might look to push on this.
This is fantastic. If they could actually clean house versus Major Pride here, you'd be in a prime position. Good timing as well for the counter fight here. Just third partying where necessary. Oh, big tag back though. A lot of damage I don't think 77k expected to receive. And even the World of Battle, a team that normally we don't give too much stock to, at this point, they're picking their timings very nicely. So they get stuck in onto that one and see what damage they can deal into the back of Gladiators.
Cacao here looks over towards Old Boy, who is making his way down the mountainside as fast as possible. Gladiators will be picking up Meku in the meantime. I think for Gladiators, you know, even though it's Thor, to take away one of the players from Major Pride there on the third party, that's totally okay for them. You know, them losing a player means they're going to be so much easier to fight in the end game. Circle shifts further up with that main area of interest, which is Zabava itself. So a bit of an urban finish we're heading into here, Jackie. Rook heads all the way towards that coastal side on the north, but they're going to be pincered soon enough.
Ooh, this is not what you want. The stunt double could not deliver on the goods. The getaway driver there. Oh, he's really let them down. Major Pride taking so much damage from the high ground that Clear Vision have. They literally live up to their name. Crystal Clear Vision onto Major Pride. They batter them with bullets, and that's just one player left. It's Black-White, which no doubt you'll remember today has had a heroic few moments, specifically on his lonesome. But being down to just one man from the position they were in, basically getting away with that fight from GG by being saved by 77k in the World of Battle, you're going to be a bit upset that that's how this one's gone. Could have been a better game for him. Now you've got to roll with the punches and hope to steal away placement, but this is still going down. We've got EXO on our screens here, spamming across up towards the elevated angle that Falcons are in and trying to knock them out of their nest.
Yeah, G36C as well in play. But now we'll head back over towards Icy with the DBS, looking up towards 77k, and it will be over as he absolutely melts the team with the DBS. Continues to move forward, but he has had his position noticed now as Meku on the high ground starts to take shots down towards him. Will hit the first aid kit. It's his last in the pocket, so no more medical supplies from here on out.
It's going to make it far harder for him to play a longevity-based game. It's all going to be about being able to farm his way through people, scavenge goods to keep it going on a case-by-case basis. And we're looking here, in terms of Icy's play right now, he's opened the door at the wrong time. He's been spotted. Meku strikes onto him immediately and is able to mess that man up, dropping him down. And again, making the chances of Titan getting far further into this one. Oh, way worse. Old Boy as well. He's been spotted by Clear Vision, and they want to finish the job.
I mean, the circle might do the trick if it continues closing in, but it moves over towards this north side, Jackie, away from Zabava. We keep getting thrown these curveballs time and time again. And for MUERTE, SPG, Major Pride, Black Handle all put stock towards Zabava itself. Leaving here is going to be hellish. In the meantime, Gladiators, they're making one hell of a push over towards the World of Battle, dropping out from the air.
Oh, Gladiators, they airdrop in. And they want to bring the battle to the World of Battle. Instantly, you see the clash back as they will be dealt with.
A slightly less tumultuous approach in the vehicle. For the vehicle superhero landing. This time, though, they're able to get out just quick enough, get the damage done. They've seen how it fails, so they can make it succeed. Over towards Rook, though, in an extremely potent spot. This is one of the positions where you send off to just live out the game a little bit longer, but they've been thrown a bone here. This is time for them to get a big matchup. If Rook cannot make it happen here on Vikendi, they have lost their mojo.
You can't afford to give up your mojo. If you've got the Austin Powers, we need to see that middle name. We need to see the danger part of them coming out so that they can excel in a very high-octane position that we're looking at right now. Black-White, we can finally see him falling as it's Narvello, the man that's been having another great day of games here on the battleground, finally finishing off the rest of Major Pride and whittling down these squads. Actually, quite a few squads still standing as well. I think that's the impressive thing, right? We're looking at 10 of them still alive and kicking at this point, with a few of them still sporting all 4 of their squad mates alive and kicking. So the longer this goes on, the higher intensity and the tempo these fights are going to have to them. MADBULLS on the move. They're in the vehicle as they're trying to cruise their way down and see if they can set up again and at least have some more longevity to this game. And they're right on top of 3 other squads. Talking of one of them, that's MUERTE. They kick the door down, breach and clear gameplay, coming in like the SWAT team, and they are hitting their shots.
Furia starts things off strong over towards Alex, but Narvello throws a nasty grenade downstairs, but not before he's taken out. iNows continues to take these shots down the corridors, trying to catch out these players if they step too close into the smoke. iNows, he gets a little bit of a hit over towards one of the players from MUERTE. He's inside this room. They should know. They take a careful shot through the window. It's a lucky one, but it does play off here.
iNows, that is a door nail as we say goodbye to SBG. Black Hand following suit as well. So they're both gone. EU and Africa dropping numbers. The squads finally starting to thin themselves out. Fleeke fast on his feet as he dives through the window. The blue nipping at him. The vehicle not moving. Oh, there's no traction on those wheels, Blank. And that might be him going down because of it. Unfortunate position there.
Brother, that is unfortunate where the vehicle will just not get going. And the circle shifts over towards the west side. So Gladiators now have control. Clear vision, look up towards MUERTE. A well-placed nade might be the end of them. Sends it through the window. Doesn't do enough damage as of yet. And the MUERTE are safe for now. They're going to go for the res on this. And Diana has to instantly hit the bandage. He cannot go for the first aid kit here. It will just take him down from the blue. There's a reason why Gladiators put so much stock in going for that risky play down towards the world of battle. Because getting off this hillside from Zabava is just so deadly, man. But the Gladiators, they take that chance. They go for the decisive play that they've been incorporating more and more into their gameplay, and it pays off massively.
They're the ones in the middle of the arena now, cheering on the crowd, wanting them to really see what they're made of. Oh, but they've asked for some damage, and that's what they're gonna get. One shot pops off as he spots out the Gladiators. He's asking, are you not entertained? As he rips one of their heads off and isolates them, making it a little bit more uncomfortable for them, but they've still got to focus on the fight that's going down in front of them as the MUERTE are close by. Greedy for kills finally taken away as Malloy brings himself up to 3 elims with a shotty.
Stage 7 though, this blue really hurts at this point in time. It feels icier than the map we're currently playing on. And Clear Vision, they just have to send the massive smoke train in. It's looking pretty decent so far, but the Gladiators, they just need to go for these wild sprays, which is why these smokes are on the left and the right side. They're trying to create as much space as possible for themselves. Zasipa tries to move through, but Nexus shuts him down before he can even get to the base.
Exo, it's a big pickup, but he's got to keep on moving. Like you said, the blue just packing such a hefty wallop right now. You can't waste time. You can't slow it down to get those last second heals in. You've got to be smart about the way you're playing it. And with low HP, it makes it far easier for Furia to play his trap card as he'll strike greedy for 2, says goodbye to Nexus, and leaves us in what's going to be a very explosive finish on this one. 4 squads left. Furia, again, just as the solo that's nipping at everyone's heels. You've got Rook grouped up with Clear Vision, having just Vankid and the backup of his mate, and then Gladiators who have been waiting, standing their ground for so long.
But now we put the pin right in the center between Rook and Gladiators. They both have to move here, but Gladiators know they need to get rid of these 2 players coming through from Clear Vision. Tries to take some shots. It's Pusher on this side. They're a little bit closer to the circle here, but Gladiators should have been able to build up some utility. They've not used too much in this game, and nades will be absolutely essential. But it's Furia from the top side. Does he spot Vankid? He just goes for the elimination. Can he get the first aid off in time? I don't think he can, but he's just done Gladiators a massive favor.
That's insane. This will really cause reverberations throughout the rest of this game. A game that might be over before it even starts at this point, as we're now watching the clash of two titans head to head as they're going to be smashing their horns off one another. You're looking at Gladiators with 12 elims to their name, all 4 of them standing strong. Rook down to just 3, thinking how on earth do we build back into this one? Bullets whizzing by, offering up free haircuts as they're barely missing their heads.
Gladiators on a nice little spread right now, not too far away from one another, so they can still back each other up. Rook tries to send the smokes out. They're trying to muddle the vision here for Gladiators as they start to move forward. They want to get in towards nade range, but you're right, the amount of bullets just been sending through, and look at the coordinated jumps from these guys. They look like an acrobatics team. Let's see if they can pull off a backflip to take the chicken dinner out of Vikendi.
It seems like they've got trampolines under their feet with the way that they're bouncing around. But Eugene, he moves up, trying to close the gap with a vehicle. Tixie, though, he's been a headhunter the whole damn day, and he adds even bigger stats to that large tally he's already established. They close the gap. They get up close and personal. Pusher, he thought he had the chance with the shotty, but he's been absolutely annihilated. And Gladiators stand tall in the middle of the arena as they snatch the chicken dinner and decide victory in such a decisive manner.
These lads look like a different breed right now. It is unbelievable, the kind of gameplay that they're showing us. And that's all off the back of some of these crazy decisions, these crazy confident decisions over towards taking out the world of battle, coming off from that top side, allowing clear vision to get in, prioritizing be able to be close to that coastal side to eliminate a lot of the sight lines coming through from Zabava. It is a beautiful game that they just played. And again, even with the circle blessing that Root got, they can't stand up to this team. The Gladiators are looking strong.
They really are, right? Like, the decision making was so good. They understood how to play it perfectly. But then when it comes to hitting their shots, oh boy, did they hit them. So let's hit all the marks. Let's get back to the desk and let's break this one down, because that was a banger.
Back-to-back chicken dinners. We've had 5 games. They've won 3 of those chicken dinners. Gladiator, I want to know what they had for breakfast, because, hell, they are playing out of their skin. Before we break this all down, though, you'll remember as we moved into this, I got a little bit of a hard time for not being able to correctly spell the MUERTE. But just to remind you about the analyst predictions, I'd had 2 correct leading into this, and now Maxman has 1 correct. So I have a question for Crowns. Here we go, Maxman. Crowns, do you know how to spell 0? Because that's the tally on the board right now for you. Let's get a bit serious. Our predictions don't matter. We're just having a little bit of fun. But Crowns, what I do actually want to do with both of you, and I'm hoping you and Maxman can do this together, but we'll start with Crowns, is let's break down the difference between Rook Esports and Gladiator and how they play this game, because they are currently our first and second team. We just saw them in a battle for first and second. So let's break it down. What are the key differences between these 2 teams, and was it showcased in that final battle on Vikendi?
I'll toss one of the huge differences between both teams out here first. One likes to shoot their guns, one does not like to shoot their guns. And you can pretty much tell which it is, right? Rook Esports out here playing so passive, not using the guns. We saw 2 different times that they could have taken fights, and they decided to leave those fights alone to, try to play it the safe way. And you know what's funny? The fights that they did not take with the World of Battle, Gladiators took that fight against the World of Battle and increased the elimination tally. So I think that would be one difference that I'm going to put out there. Max, what would be your difference?
What I would say is that currently Gladiators are roasting everyone just like Sam roasted you right there, Crowns. That's how good they currently are in this game. And they don't even have the circle presence at that point. Rook currently are being gifted these circles. We saw many games in a row, and yet Gladiators are so good at using that utility. Their smokes, you see on this replay here, they put smokes to block out vision away from Rook Esports so they could focus their attention onto clear vision. Once clear vision is eliminated, full focus shifted onto Rook Esports. And Tixie, again crowned, has been such a heavy playmaker for this team. On the previous Orangle game, he got the off angle to secure his team's position. He did it here once again, and another 20-point plus 25 this time around for Gladiators. Their lead is going to be immense heading into the next game.
That is back-to-back 25-point games, The first game, the game they won was 15 elims, and now again 15 elims that they're able to put up on the board. At this point, it's starting to get sad because Rookie Sports is up here with just 6 placement points and 0 elims. 0. Just like my prediction game.
There we go. Nice save there. But this is the thing, right? Is that they are falling so low, and you see after the game they might have been in the final fight with the final 2 teams, but when you get to this board that we just saw, they're sitting down in 6th place because those lack of eliminations is pushing them right down. MUERTE, who's sitting in 4th place, is getting more eliminations than them and ultimately pushing themselves higher up the leaderboard, and this is a problem for Rook. They have to change something if they want to stay in contention of those top 3 spots. I'm also curious, though, if we take a look at the African teams now, because we do have to chat about this, Crowns. They started off so strong today, and yet it feels like they're starting to struggle to keep the momentum as we move into the final games of the day.
At this point, I want to say mental fatigue, but at the same time, I also do not want to say mental fatigue because, I mean, we're going into the final 2 games. I get that the pressure is much now, but I'm really not vibing with the way things have just gone in this weekend game, especially given the fact that all the hot drops that we expected to happen did happen, but they did not fight. So which means they got the chance to, you know, get a little bit of rotation in and try to play a game. But unfortunately, they were not quite able to do too much. The fragging prowess from the European side was just too strong in this last game.
Yeah, and it's the Tixi supremacy. I want to see it spanned in the chat as always, because this guy has been on an absolute tear throughout today. Not only him, of course, Meku, Matic, and Kitsune have really woken up. And we said it, they're a team that might start slow, but when they are starting to reach those heavy late game elimination matches, that is when this team is at their scariest, and they are there though. For Clear Vision's sake, Crowns, Van Kid has again been topping the leaderboards in terms of damage and elimination. So Clear Vision have that fragging power, but when you have to cross that road against the entirety of Gladiators, chances are it's not going to go your way.
I think I'm going to throw this one on Blank because I'm just looking for who to throw the blames on. Blank shouldn't have mentioned that Kitsune and Tixi had the same elimination count. I think Tixi heard that and he's like, what? Nah, I'm going to get myself back up on the elimination board, and he's getting himself more eliminations up on board, and I love it.
Crowns is shooting shots everywhere. I got shot, Blank is getting shot. He's just making friends all over the place. We've heard what you think, so do you know what I think? We should go to a break right now.
Hello PUBG Mobile fans, this is Alan Walker. The airdrop carnival is now in full swing and I hope you're ready to dive into the most incredible event yet. Make sure to grab your own airdrop crate and don't forget to unlock the epic Land of the Heroes theme song and the Walker series in-game. I can't wait to see you all at the PUBG Mobile airdrop carnival.
To the mulcher they go. Tixi picks it up. There is Nox sent back their way, but only onto Matic.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. I forgot to put in my predictions, so if you're concerned as to what I'm doing, I'm just typing. There we go.
Typo.
I'm done. No time for typing, but it's done. There's probably a typo there, but we've put in our predictions. We're ready to go. It is the final game of day number 3 here. Europe is running away with the points, and Africa's only hope, Rook Esports, is clinging on to that second place. We think we'll have to take a look at the standings very soon to see if that is the case. But if they don't change something, if they don't get a little bit aggressive, if they don't up their pace, it's not going to be the right place for them. And look, there I say it's 153 points for them in second place right now. Major Pride on 134, but MUERTE is closing the gap. It is, of course, Gladiators, though, Maxman, that are running away with this 187 points, 2 25-point games.
34.
How are we going to stop them?
Their lead also when it comes to eliminations, they're about 30 elimination ahead to the second top fragging team. That is a massive lead. And they created that lead alone in a single day. And we're not even done with a day. We still got one Miramar, and we know Crowns, they are a very prevalent team when it comes to playing on that battleground of Miramar. But yeah, you said it best, Crowns. Rook, they have guns and not using them. Do the shooty thing. It's PUBG Mobile. You need to do that.
Right, take off the trigger locks and start taking the fights. And I feel like this is what makes it the regional clash, right? It's not a regional clash of who rotates the best, right? I personally want to see the teams go up against each other because, and I'm saying this is why I don't like the fact that the African teams keep going against each other, because you're going against teams that you already fought with before. Go against other teams, see how other teams fight, and be able to get yourself a little bit of experience from that fight so you can bring it back into the region. And I'm not seeing that from Rook Esports. I'm not seeing that from anyone today.
Though, looking at other teams a little bit low on the rankings, at MUERTE more specifically, Furia is just such a pain for all of these teams, such a thorn in their side, because even if he's just a last player, he's out in the blue, we're talking even phase 6 blue zone, which is what happened there. He ruined everything for Clear Vision as they try to transition towards Gladiator's spot. So Furia really, we knew he was a good player back in spring, especially was really good at that utility kind of playstyle, chucking nades. He was really prevalent in that kind of environment. But really his gun skill, it seems to have improved so much in the past few months now. So MUERTE, even as a solo, they can bring in points, and that gap is going to keep on closing now between those teams and Rook if they do not turn up the heat very soon.
I was going to say Furia's back must be so strong because he is carrying MUERTE all the way to the 3rd spot. Right, so it's time for predictions, and this has got quite heated today, so we obviously have to give this a lot of time. I'm going to call up mine first. I'm going with MUERTE. I really believe that their time is coming. I think that they're a team that is consistently trying to get that chicken dinner, and I'm hoping Miramar will be it for them. Maxman, I happen to know who you went with, so we'll leave you till last. Crowns, who's your prediction?
My prediction is Falcon White going into this, and in the words of not just me but the Falcons player, push chicken dinner. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that happen in this final game. I'm really confident about the Falcons this time because of the way they've started today, Max.
So we've got 3 games, we've got 6 games in a day, and 3 of them Max has called the same team, and you can see it on the screen now, Gladiators. I know the strategy, my friend. I played it yesterday. We all see what you're doing, but they do say copying is the best form of flattery, so I'm going to let you have this one.
I am pulling a Sam right now, clearly in the prediction game. I mean, they've been so good. They've been such a scary team. They rotate so much faster than what we saw in the first 2 days. And if they are towards those finishing moments at 3-4 players, they just exude so much control. I know I feel like a broken record because you make the same point, but it's just so dominant that you cannot go up against them. So they're going to go for another win here.
To be honest,
can you imagine if they do another chicken dinner, how far ahead they will be of everyone else moving into the final day?
That had better not happen. I was going to say, if I were to be Max, I will understand why Max is picking Gladiators. It's day 3 and it's Gladiators, they can do it.
There we go. Blank Jackie, is Gladiators going to do it? Are they going to claim another chicken dinner?
Oh, the back to back. I mean, maybe. If it's like a Beastie Boys type situation, Blank, don't call it a comeback.
Because it's not right now.
They've been here before.
They've been here before. They've done it. And they'll do it again. You know, Miramar used to be the Gladiators playground. This is used to be where they got the majority of their points. It's where they look so fantastic. So if there's anywhere to get this final chicken dinner of the day and just send themselves rocketing to the top, it makes me laugh in a way because Maxman was like, oh, it's really cool because you know it's kind of neck and neck towards that top side. No one's really running away with it. It's exciting. And it's like, guys, like, no, we're going to win. So we'll make that clear by the end of this day.
Maxman, of course, known for his his very aggressive English accent. Yeah, I don't think the Gladiators are going to be taking the win on this one. It's classic Maxman.
I was going to do a French accent, and then I decided, no, I don't think I'm going to give that one a try, because that would be a ton of pain au chocolat. In which case, he's also frustrated right now for the mispronunciation. I can't even pronounce English, so maybe I should just calm down.
Oh, God, it's all gone wrong. It's all
gone wrong.
Blank's there, just looking at the word croissant, trying to figure out how to say it. Just confused.
I don't get it. Croissant? Help!
Oh, God. Right, that's enough. Put away the bread knife, put the croissant back in the cupboard, and let's focus on the Guillaume.
that is true, because honestly, look, we can talk about bread all day long, but Gladiators have been tearing into the competition like ciabatta at the moment, and I've been excited to see it. I really have been waiting for Gladiators to really pop off. Now, again, I say it a lot, it is a scary prospect. Gladiators say, look, we don't come into tournaments absolutely kicking the boat, but by the end of it, we've sunk the boat. But they came in, I was like, oh, they're doing really well, and they're still playing up to their antics. Towards the end of the tournament, that's when they start to really pop off. So this latent power that's been in Gladiators is now just starting to be shown to us on screen.
It really does feel like they kind of have really embodied the brand of the organization, right? In the sense of kind of being the ones that want to be center stage, want to be winning 1v4s, 1v3s, and doing it whilst pounding their chest and really trying to do it in an explosive manner, right? Get the eyes on them, get the show reel clips, get those moments where fans at home are going to be thinking, yeah, I want to see more Gladiators. I want to see more of those plays, because it has been bloodthirsty, Blank, right? Some of the ways they've been going about it, sure, it's been super smart PUBG Mobile. We can't take that away from them, but there's also been such a layer of flair. And I think that flair is what's setting them apart from Rook right now.
Yeah, I mean, Rook at the moment just feels like they've been making the typical rotations, and they have been good. And we can't downplay that, right? They've been making smart rotations, and for an African team, they are just so far ahead of anyone else in their region at the moment. The second highest placing African team is Blackhand in 6th place, and that's after picking up some good performances today, and Titans dropping the cards entirely all over the floor. So I think for Rook, they can be really proud of what they've done during this tournament, and there is still time. There is still time to catch up. You know, this time at the start of the day, Gladiators, they were relatively this far behind Rook, right? So I think that if they can do it, so can Rook, but they just don't have that flair. Like you say, Jackie, it's that style, that aggression towards those moments where it really counts. Rook just seems to put themselves in a position where they can win, but that doesn't necessarily mean they do win.
No, exactly. I think, you know, summing it up in that sense is actually a really good way to do it, where it's like Rook are doing nothing wrong in the sense of, you know, big misplays where we're thinking, okay, they've completely deviated from yesterday. But in the same vein, that's the double-edged sword. They haven't really deviated from yesterday. The longer these teams from both regions are being able to get these contrasting styles under the microscope and think, okay, this is how you're approaching it, this is how we need to react. We've seen those reactions from some of the bigger names from Europe, Gladiators, you know, MADBULLS, MUERTE, Major Pride. They're making those changes. Whereas Rook, it feels like they're still thinking, this was working, let's stick to it until it physically doesn't. So at that point, come tomorrow, that's where it feels like it's kind of, you know, break or bust for them.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a moment at the end of the day today where some more points need to be accrued. And I know at the start, because this is kind of, we'll bring it full circle now before we talk about a couple of these other teams, is that Gladiators historically very good on Miramar. However, right now in their recent tournaments, Miramar just really hasn't been stepping up for it. Like their La Cobradia drop spot, they've been really suffering from this position a lot of times. So if Rook really want to put up those points, Miramar is actually the place to do it.
Could be a good start for them. But like Blank said, we'll touch on that once we've got more information for you. For now, let's have a look at the lay of the land and see what sort of things are developing here in the early game. This is one of the few games today where we haven't had an opening bout in minutes. It feels like nearly every game of the day we've had one squad wiped out in the first couple minutes of the game. So actually an off-trend game here.
Man, I mean, before this game, I didn't have to take the 2 slices of cucumber off my eyes whilst I was trying to rejuvenate myself to instantly get back into the game because all the teams had decided to go for a brawl fest. This time around, I've been able to continue the spa day a little bit and just have a bit of a chat at the start, you know, make myself feel a little bit more fresh into this one. But Miramar, look, it's one of those maps that is so large that it can encompass a lot of teams around the map in the meantime. But we are getting a circle that's kind of similar to what we saw yesterday, heading down towards Impala. The crystal ball, Jackie, does it tell you a city finish?
Hang on a minute. I'm giving it a shake.
Give it a rub.
Oh, what is it? It says not this time. Oh, hang on. This is a magic 8-ball blank. I don't know how this has happened. Let me give it another shake. Possibly. All right. I mean, that bodes well.
Okay, so we went from not this time to possibly.
Possibly.
So it needs to make its mind up a little bit, but I think we'll go with possibly. That was the latest rendition of prophesizing from the Crystal 8-ball. So I think that, you know, maybe we head down there, maybe we don't. If we don't, I'd like to see 11D to finish on Minis Generalis, 2 strong positions around the map where you can get some fun endings, where you need to control some pretty clear points of interest. But we'll wait a little bit. We're still in stage 1, yet to see zone 2. On our screens, though, it's clear vision, taking a knock. And honestly, they've taken a lot more than just a knock in-game. They've taken a knock in terms of the point standings. I felt like this team could really step up and start making a breakout towards that top 5 spot, but time and time again, they're just not winning their initial engagements. They're not winning these late games. Yesterday on Miramar, they looked on fire. Pocus was doing such a good job with that AKM, but today it just really hasn't turned around again. And we talk about it so many times in PUBG Mobile, Jackie. It's that consistency. Rook, Major Pride, Gladiators, to an extent, and MUERTE have all shown us this.
Because that's what it's all about, right? You know, the big commodity is those placement points, with a limbs then being the close successor following that. And if you can't have that, if you can't have that bread and butter that you can constantly rely on, the sustainability isn't going to be there for you. How many times are you going to be able to have a crazy game that where, you know, it's chock-a-block full of eliminations and you maybe squeeze out a few points off of the back of that? Nowhere near as close as you can try and rely on the overall team play. And that's something definitely we need to see drilled in a little bit more. And with us coming up towards the end of day 3, there actually isn't that much longevity left to the competition. I think that's the crazy part, right? Is it kind of feels that you blink and already we're towards the end of the entire event. So your opportunities to get points rely on this last map and in the next 6 games. Outside of that, you haven't forged your destiny at this point. You're leaving yourself at a spot where you're not going to be able to.
Yeah, so for teams like, I think the major eyes I have on the teams this game, probably Major Pride to MUERTE. These 2 teams, the ones that I'm looking at here. For the African squads, it's a little bit more difficult to go for those star plays, right, towards the end of this tournament. But for Major Pride to MUERTE, if one of these 2 teams can get a big match, right, they still put themselves in striking distance towards Gladiators. I think Major Pride, there's a lot on a line for this team, honestly, in this PMRC, just because of how well Gladiators are doing. They pinched them to the punch over in PMPL, where Gladiators in the final game of spring were able to remove the crown from the forehead of Major Pride. So again, losing another tournament to them, it will feel a little bit brutal.
Yeah, very frustrating. And one of those where you're thinking the odd difference, even just today's games alone, could have meant Major Pride had squeezed out a whole lot more points. So we'll see if that's going to be a big factor, right? Because it definitely could have been there. It looked like it was on the cards today.
You're 100%. You're so right as well, because I think that still, despite everything, we don't talk about them too much towards end games because they're just not making it. But Major Pride have selected some really strong places around the map. If the circle went to them, perhaps they could have maneuvered themselves into a better spot. Nomi right now coming against Titan, tosses the nade. I think he just about got it into the window there, but it's Zerich to sneak away the elimination over towards Old Boy. Hits the deck, just a knock for the time being. And quickly Nomi understands there's an off angle. He needs to get inside.
Oh, this is going to be a bit rough for either side as well. Robs is basically trapped on a really rough position. Nomi was attempting to line that one up, but realizes Icy's in the back. He holds the nade for a few more seconds, peeks into it, gets it through the doorway, and takes down the legs from Icy. So now Robs, he's got so much pressure on him, so many angles to focus on as well. Wide swing, hits the first, downs effect, he's low. It's going to be a tight one on the revive. He's missed it blank. The opportunity's gone. They lose a man, but do take down Titan.
Man, Rob's the robber there with the shot onto effect. Dings him for 90%. That is so unfortunate. You could see Black-White, though, just making the move. And to be fair, there is one thing I wanted to touch upon, and because we have the calm before the storm right now, I will talk about it, because it's kind of off topic, I would say. But, excuse me, used to be a team that we saw in Europe. They were split up massively with players like Black-White and Furia, now onto MUERTE and Major Pride. And that team was a real treasure trove of players. They seem to have found really good success on any of the teams that they found their way onto. So just more of like, I'm happy for those guys. I'm happy they've found themselves some strong homes around the lobby. Black-White certainly being a really good addition to Major Pride right now. And Furia is leading the pack for MUERTE. So again, I think these boys have played together for a long time, but now they're finding themselves a new home where they are continuing to thrive.
No, it is super cool to see basically the Excuse Me alumni kind of graduate into teams where they're being able to show, yeah, we might have come into this team fairly recently and sort of had to, you know, fight for the proof that we are a big part of it. But now they're taking charge. Now they're showing that they're one of the key names on each of these squads. It's super sick to see. And we'll see how that develops, what more we're going to get from these individuals over the course of this last matchup. Here on your screens, though, a bit of a derby going on between Falcons and MUERTE in terms of the quick rotations. They've seen one another, and they're just trying to figure out if there is actually any ground to play off the back of. They've got vehicles to give themselves some quick pop-up cover to play behind. MADBULLS is on the far corner. Corker eating bullets, though, it seems. Thought he was safe on the ridge. Instead, lucky to be alive, needs to close the gap now to get back towards his teammates to have an opportunity to heal. Luckily, a well-placed rock will buy him a few seconds, but MUERTE have taken some more damage in the form of Diana being knocked.
I mean, that's a full surround from Falcons as well. It's really good use of this terrain because it's so flat out there. Like, you can't all sit in one spot, but what you can do is quickly maneuver without the terrain being too rough over towards new positions. So constantly repositioning around the map, find themselves some better cover. And right now, MUERTE is fumbling just a little bit. How can they keep control of this team? How can they put a stop to the Falcons? Puncher comes in, knocks on the vehicle, will back off just a little bit. Can they find the elimination? The shot's over towards him. Corker's trying to keep him at bay, and Diana gets eliminated.
Oh, Corker. He's been knocked off his feet, and it's not looking good. As MUERTE, they are being dismantled play after play. Furia, we have been highlighting how influential this man can be. But at this point, what can he do? He can't shoot back if he's knocked, and that's where he's going to be left. Really just taken out of commission far too early. And MUERTE, they realize everything they have into this game relies on MADBULLS surviving for as long as possible. Good timing on a wide swing there, thinking that AXA had wasted the opportunity with the early engagement, not being able to connect initially, but the peak doesn't pay off. He will fall. MUERTE are gone, and we lose two of our big EU squads into today's final outing.
Mate, Falcons have really taken flight today. It's lovely to see. I think that just a little bit of a confidence booster on that chicken dinner is all that they needed to understand that, you know what, you guys are a good team at the end of the day. They even take down Arthur from the world of battle. Hazam's quite low. He has to cancel the med kit here as they get a little bit close. Molly over the top side, and Six takes that opportunity to peek. What a good play. Instantly reading the util usage.
Big maneuvers. Mohamed here, he's scoped in. He's got a clear vision on the play, trying to edge out round the side of the smoke and not take too much damage into these firefights, as he knows they're quite low. He's got utility as well. 2 frag grenades in the back pocket. If he plays this right, he could do so much damage and hard commit onto the knock players. Takes one of them off of the battlefield and slows it down. Waits for the backup from his teammate, and that's Mido who's coming in. Has smokes as well to cascade across, block off the vision. 4-6. Six who is not ready for this push. Mohamed with a follow-up hits it and actually does a lot of damage onto that one. Falcons, you were saying how good they were looking, Blank. They're gone.
That should have been a free squad wipe, but they played it pretty messy towards the end. I think you can kind of excuse them for it, though. I think they were feeling the high of being able to just immediately take down to MUERTE. They played a really good game, instantly get 2 knocks onto the world of battle, and they're just in that mode of, let's push, let's push, let's push. And you get into that mode in PUBG. I've been in that mode before, and it often ends very badly. Clear Vision try to make their way up, but cresting this hillside versus this warehouse is so difficult. So you can understand how Vito goes down there. You need smokes, you need vehicles.
You've got to have all the additional bells and whistles to make your life easier on this one. Marshall's actually trying to commit to this as well. He's realized he can't be super confident about it, though, because he's been spotted from a distance. They've got eyes on him. I believe that's Rook that was able to put a couple of bullets downrange and tag onto the back of Marshall. He wanted to hard commit and finish off Clear Vision with a utility. Probably would have been able to, but he's been spooked and instead had to back off. And with how low his HP is and Clear Vision back on their feet, the shoe might quite quickly be on the other foot. Talking of fast maneuvers, though, World of Battle also moving up. Close grouping between 77k, SPG, and Alpha. This is going to be a bit of a battle between all of them as bullets are being spammed across and Mohammed's got to move.
I mean, I think I talked about Minas Generales earlier on, actually, but this is an interesting position. I can talk about it a bit more. I think Rook right now have picked up towards Cathedral side. It's a bit of a slope down towards Rook's position, but where SPG and Alpha are currently playing, 2 teams can coexist there very easily for quite some time, Jackie. And if anything, they want to. You essentially protect one another until you get towards that end game. So for Blackhand, Rook, Alpha, and SPG, these are the big dogs in the lobby right now. A lot of other teams just want to look for position, look for placement. It's going to be hard getting across some of these roads in that end game if we continue shifting towards that western side.
It's not going to get any easier from this point out. You can see the difference in day 3 as well. Now these teams have had time to get a feel for each other's contrasting meta. Europe nearly 400 points ahead in terms of the global rank standings. Azam trying to move up as well as he wants to get closer here towards this rock. He's got nades to work with. Frag grenade pin pulled. Nice dash on it. Oh, detonates a little bit too early. He was hoping that he could click onto the back of 4 and shut him down. The blue is nipping at his heels though, and he's got to keep on running. Needs to sprint down and get ahead of the curve to link up with the rest of 77k. For Hazem, probably give up the goose on this one. Link up with the rest of the squad now and go back to the world of battle. Don't overcommit.
Yeah, wanting to move up and drop Cacao, but couldn't quite find him. We do head over towards that northeast side where G4K as well as Gladiators actually looking in a pretty scary position to me. I know it's on the outside edge, but we know what this team can do, and we've kind of set them up for success during this game. Looking for their back-to-back here. 225-point games. If they get another one here, I would probably call it there and then. That buffer is massive coming into tomorrow. Alpha and SPG, though, I said that these 2 teams could coexist in their position on this bottom side, but now SPG has to move. You know, a western rotate could be decent, but with the playing path, you're sort of expecting teams to be on this western side. So for SPG, it's quite dangerous to move up through the valley, but they're getting towards the Cathedral right now, and Alpha's doing nothing about it.
They're giving him space, giving him a lot of breathing room, and potentially that really could come back to haunt them. You might want to contest a little bit earlier. Looking at the positions here as well, off in the distance where Nexus is still lurking, going for that classic playstyle. The only one that's deviating from it is Kapahala, who's so far further forward. He got a read onto Major Pride. Now it looks like he's going to start to double back a little bit. And we can check in with him. We've got Major Pride here. You can see the way that we're trying to at least get information. Rook as well, close by in the middle of all of this commotion effectively.
Yeah, right now they're in a fairly decent spot. They've got some good high ground to muck around with, essentially. Can spot out the windows. It's decent for them, but again, they don't do too much wrong, but they're not quite aggressive enough. And at this point in time for Rook Esports, they need to start carving out this space on the western side, right? They need to take some shots. They need to bruise some bodies. And at the moment, they're not really going for that. I think they're being a bit too quiet when they need to turn the dial up to 11.
Increase that tempo a bit. See if you can change the pace and keep everyone guessing. Go aggro in a spot like this. Aggression here could be crazy for Greedy for Kills, though. As their last man in NASA, he's been lurking around and looking to see what he can do. Ooh, big impact onto that one as he strikes against Matic, finally taking him out for good as well with a follow-up from the DMR. And he's got the rest of the boys moving in to back him up now. So he'll have the assist he was looking for. They rotate round and flank up onto Gladiators. Gladiators, if they wanted the free peat, it's going to get a whole lot harder. Kitsune, his head's nearly been blown off.
NASA with the Mini 14 looks beautiful, but they do move in, and with Kitsune so low, initial knock goes through to one of the players on the side of G4K, but that's it, all but done and dusted. Gladiators will not get any more points today, and again, now a chance for Rook Esports. Unfortunately, Major Pride, they lose another player, down to 2 now, 3 eliminations total. MADBULLS, they've not had an easy rotation up towards this spot, but they have slowed things down somewhat, Jackie, and I like to see that. I think it's something we complained about before. Yes, they're down to 3 players, but it's more than enough at this point in time to keep it going for quite some time into the rest of the match.
Yeah, they can build from this. MADBULLS, they still feel like they've got a lot of fight left in them. And if they can just take it bit by bit, they'll be able to deliver. You have lost one of the guys that can always really step up in times like this, though. Without Zerich being there, it might be slightly harder, but this just goes to prove how much more talent they've got. Who else can pick up the baton? Who else can go to that next level? Frozen instigates a firefight here versus the remaining members of 77K. Just the one man. He goes down. That's a problem. Now it's going to get worse for MADBULLS as they're taking bullets from so far away with Black Hand wanting to make a fist and punch straight down onto them. Being able to completely isolate these fights with Fleek belly on the deck trying to save the bacon of Frozen, but realizing this might be far too hard of a task. He's got to drop the utility and reset this, and SBG is seeing everything that's going on.
Yeah, getting some really good shots off here as well, and MADBULLS are going to be hard-pressed to get out from this spot. Remember, SPG were able to move up past Alpha, who are now in a whole world of hurt of their own. Just one player left alive in this situation. But Black Hand with his spot up high on these mountainsides, which are kind of unscalable for a lot of these other teams. They're just desperately hoping Black Hand has to move off this top side, that the circle moves away from them to potentially allow some of these other squads in the lobby to make this one happen. But the position they've taken, it's really strong. They took it early enough, and they're doing what Rook Esports refuses to do. They're getting aggro. They're actually taking those shots towards these teams underneath them. They don't want to let them get anywhere close to their spot.
They don't want to give up an inch, give up a mile, give anything to let any of these other squads back into this game. As this has been an intense one. With still 8 squads standing at this point, there's an awful lot left to fight for. NEXUS, they go for the slow play, get their teammates back up and try and see where they can go from here. Octavian was taking the peak over the top of the ridge. That's Hemo and NASA with their eyes on his general direction, trying to stop them from edging further forward. Redux will back off to pick up the set of wheels as well, so they can have a quick getaway if needed. Meanwhile, in the Elilim feed, you're seeing Greedy for Kills going head-to-head versus Blackhand and SBG losing numbers to Rook, who are really putting the foot down to show that they want this compound.
And they want this win as well, but so far 0 eliminations. I think maybe they can try and just pinch this one out towards the end. They control a really strong spot. Again, this is something that they do quite well, which is not to flex out too hard. I would have liked to see a bit more of a dominant showing, but with this smoke train, it looks like they're going to shut down this push coming through from SBG. But they send away as fast as possible in the buggy down the hill, but so many eyes are already on them. They go for the flip, but the buggy's wheels are out. I think the journey ends here.
This isn't looking good at all. I.Now realizing that right now probably isn't a good spot for him. Bullets being fired out by Fleek as well, who's landing all of the big hits. He spots down the low man as well. Great adjustment with the last few bullets even styling on them to strike against SBG. And Impound Matt Gorilla, no big chance for them to snatch away another chicken dinner on this one, as we are looking at what could really be potentially at this point a bit of a game where Blackhand build from the strengths they've found. They've been looking good for the eliminations here. 6 of them to their name, and they've got so much high ground. That height advantage could be a big factor the longer this goes on, with Moz Arrows being able to just deal chip damage after chip damage.
Yeah, man. I mean, with Blackhand as well, they've been moving up the leaderboard. 6 eliminations so far, and it's really tight grouping on that 5th to 9th mark on the leaderboards. They could jump up into 5th place, knocking MADBULLS down. And we're only 2 players. They don't have much to work with here. Major Pride, though, Dino, first to face versus Nexus here.
Oh, Black-White pouncing back and forth. Nexus peeking over the top. Octavian, you would have thought he might have landed a tag there, but no connection. Black-White, though, not given a chance to strike as Major Pride go down. Finally finished off.
Ooh. In come MADBULLS, frozen. Nade over the top, that could be decent. It's a little bit too short, and with Fleek down, he's all on his lonesome now, Jackie. But this particular position, very nadeable, very easily nadeable, but Frozen just keeps whiffing, missing the mark.
It's so close, yet so far every time.
Mozero's down. That is unresable. I mean, this is the problem with this spot, Jackie, is that you cannot allow yourself to get knocked up there. This was such a pivotal position for Blackhand, and they might have just given away this freebie.
That was their winning angle. You're absolutely right. But it looks like they are investing a lot of their efforts in trying to get him back up. Storm's gone running up there.
Default's up there. He's using the buggy to scale it. No one's stopping him. The rest of Rook is actually preventing them from pushing onto that position while Default gets up topside. Can he make the unbelievable play? I need to see this POV.
There's so many small, crazy plays that are going on right now. So much that could affect the outcome of this game. Meanwhile, Fleek, he falls, and you can see Greedy for Kills losing an awful lot of HP. The sideline push still coming in. We say goodbye to MADBULLS. They're out in 5th. Nexus losing so much as well. They're now gone. We're down to 3 squads in the blink of an eye. Greedy for Kills, Blackhound, and Rook.
Greedy for Kills now, even looking to swirl around the side, and Mozero has been pushed off it, as is his teammate. Toxin, though, gets blasted out the back seat there. He's not going any further with that buggy, squashed by the hand of Blackhand.
Default. He's got high range to work with now. He has stolen this power position off of Blackhand, and he is just battling down 2 Greedy for Kills, bullet after bullet, finding impact, followed up with the utility he's got as well. 4 nades in the pocket, but Default, the first one hits right on the mark.
That is a money nade if ever I saw one. The fact that he takes the time whilst there's a lot of engagements around the map, the rest of the team protects him whilst he makes that precarious climb in the buggy is unbelievable. Tosses another nade in, looks to throw a second one just to ensure the deal is done.
They're chipping away. They're right on the mark. Again and again, he's hitting these. Remember, he had 5 of these nades at the start. He has 2 left. They have been picture perfect. He knows the lineups for this. Tries again, that one falls short. 1 remaining for him as it detonates close, but no cigar.
Default, though, just sprays through the smoke, and Hemo just cannot get to the side here. Pusher moves around the backside, circle slowly enclosing, and Default understands that this last nade has to be perfect to remove these members. A Blackhand underneath does a little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough. Needed the air burst on that bad boy.
He's getting antsy though. Look at it. He's far too confident for his own good. He wants to try and edge peek round the side, leaning into the face and looking for an off angle to peek from. If he goes for a real big commitment on this, there's a chance that Storm, with the backup of Mozaro, they hit that shot onto him and make it far harder. Right now, he is the king of the castle. He's the one defending this far right-hand side peak, and you've got Greedy for Kills that are going to be stuck so far back. Molly pulled out as well. Good use of the util again. Storm, his feet are going to get warm, but he's still alive.
The main thing, though, is he's locking in position. With the circle being on zone 9, this is going to keep to close. And right now, Blackhand, they're on the opposite side of Rook, so they'll be first to feel the brunt from that one. Delhap tries to get connection with the side of this little rock face over here to attempt to scale to the top. But do they know that Blackhand's actually bothering round on this backside of it? Rook's played a blinder this game. This is why they were on top just a day ago.
The decision making has been so fantastic, and they've been backing it up with their ballistics. But that's Hemo going absolutely ballistic. He fires off onto default, takes down the big dog from the top of the tower. They've got to invest Eugene to get him back on his foot, and Greedy for kills. They're going to be able to adjust on this. They strike towards Mod's arrow. Storm, he's got a bait off his teammate's downed body to launch the nade out and try and get the hit. Last of the util gone. It's all down to his gun still now. 1 versus 3 as they swarm onto him. He's struggling, he's spamming, but he's been slain, and we're left with 2. Pusher charges down. The SMG clapping its way through 2 of them. Greedy for kills, all down to 1 man. NASA knows it's over. That's Rook ending the day back in the top spot. They had so much to talk about yesterday, and now they are back on top at the end of the 3rd day.
Pusher the crusher in those last moments as well. I mean, you get a replay on that game. I would love to watch that VOD back with the way that Rook was able to take it, because it was a knockout with the Mozero. We mentioned it as well, right? We said that, look, they cannot let that guy go down on the top side, because then you need to invest another member. Whilst the res is going off, Rook protects default on his climb upwards. Eugene joins him, and from there it's an easy win. Like we said, Black Hand had a freebie, and honestly, the coupon was stolen by Rook.
It's mad, right? Like, the decision making from Blackhand was so good. It was so well played in terms of the fights they were taking. And then it's like Rook just went, hey, I've seen this one before. Let's do it, but slightly better. And it's like, it's so crazy, man, the way they played that out towards the end, Blank.
Yeah, absolutely crazy indeed. I don't even know how the devs are going to break this one down, but they can, because they are good at what they do, and that's what they're paid for. Back to you guys.
Wait, hold on. Is everyone else getting paid?
You guys getting paid? Wait.
Blank mentioned there. He mentioned that Blackhand gave that Rook stole that coupon from Blackhand, but we would argue that Blackhand gave Rook the coupon. Crowns, is that how you would break that final fight down?
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of tunnel vision that happened there with the side of Black Hand, because Mozaru was on that mountain for the longest, and he did have like quite a lot of ground to cover. He probably wasn't looking at the side of Rook Esports, because I do not know how he missed that. He was so focused on that fight with Major Pride, and then he ended up getting taken down by the side of Rook Esports, who capitalized beautifully on top of that mountain.
I don't want to be too rough onto Mozaru, but you're playing PUBG Mobile. You're playing that third-person perspective. You have all the information in the world that you can gather without putting yourself in danger's way. And yet he gets knocked, and the moment he gets knocked, Blackhand just lose the grasp on that game, because default, and we saw it Crowns during their game, was so quick on that reaction. He sent it uphill right away, and this is kind of what we wanted to see from Rook. Sure, there's not many eliminations to show for this game, but it's just when there's a single opportunity, you strike while the iron is hot. And that is what they did in this game. If they were just 10 seconds, 15 seconds slower on that move, possibility is it gets reclaimed by Mozaru after the res, and then they win the whole game. So default really being the anchor point for the team to secure this chicken dinner. This is the direction I want to see Rook trying to improve towards on the future games of tomorrow.
I like the fact that it's pretty clear that they don't want to give up that top spot. I don't think that they've actually done enough to knock Gladiators off the top, and we'll find out later. But I think what they've shown is a need and a hunger to maintain that position that they had. And their gameplay was just elevated so much on Miramar, Crowns.
Yeah, it was actually better here on Miramar, given the fact that they were able to move around towards those cathedrals and make their way in through. It worked out well for them, but I'm not glad with the eliminations that they were able to get there, the side of Rook Esports. But I'm generally glad about the way Africa has played this last Miramar game, especially given the fact that Greedy actually did have a fun time in this Miramar game there.
Yeah. Actually, onto SBG's position, they were trying to fight and maneuver their way through Minas Generalis. I got to give props. I think also the casters mentioned it during the game. The way they leapfrogged Alpha Team was really, really impressive. I expected Alpha Team to be a lot more controlling of that southern western side, but it didn't quite work out. And man, the way they pushed at the end, Pusher really living up to his name here, Crown. That 1v3, absolutely textbook.
I tell you, textbook play coming through from them. We got a little bit scared, or I got a little bit scared seeing the way, D4 got knocked on the top of the mountain there. But good to see that the side there of Rook Esports were able to get their composure back and get themselves that win. Greedy for kills, I did say they had a lot of fun in this game. 9 eliminations to go alongside 6 placement points. That is good to see up on board.
Crown, so much green on the top page. What's happening? Hell yeah, Africa Resurgence towards the end. We're loving it.
I mean, I'm enjoying it. Seeing that the World of Battle are able to get themselves 8 eliminations in a game, that is something that I enjoyed seeing from them. And seeing the fact that they were single-handedly able to take out the side there, or maybe not single-handedly, but they did take out the side there of Falcons quite okay in the beginning or in the early phases of the game. That was a beautiful defense coming through from the side of the World of Battle, Max.
Agreed. Can't add any more to that, yeah. Good point.
Fantastic job. Yeah, a lot of blue on this side. Fantastic job, of course, from our African teams. Tell me, Max, Gladiators, our top team right now, what would you say happened to them?
I think I predicted them a bit too much. The curse is coming back. Yeah, Gladiators, I liked what they were doing north. They were just trying to delay their move as much as possible because they knew Blackhand were playing those 2 mountain positions and they were just so strong. You want to avoid it like the plague. And they delay it so much that they get a little bit too close to Greedy for Kill, and Greedy for Kill, the moment they get that opening knock, they just fully send it, eliminate the full squad. So good reaction from Greedy for Kill, but yeah, Gladiators a bit rough transition north. And again, a lot of green when it comes to the top fraggers. And Mohammed, no, it's good to see the World of Battle having a top fragger in one of these games, Crowns.
Not just one, but two. I mean, Hazem is also up there for the team. That is interesting to see. And I'm hoping we see more of this, the World of Battle coming in through tomorrow, especially given their position on the leaderboard and given that going into tomorrow, they're almost that team that has that nothing to lose mentality and can just go all out.
Fantastic. All these African players now stepping up. I love it. As we move into the final day of the competition, we saw the pace increase from all these teams. We've seen the African teams adapt to this lobby, which they were struggling with over the first 2 days. So it's really going to be all to play for when we come into the final day of our PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. On your screen right now, the results from today, and of course the one we have to talk about, 3 chicken dinners from Gladiators. Max, man, that is an incredible showing.
Yeah, and elimination heavy too. They just get 9, 15 elims and another 15 elims. 2 25 pointers back to back is so impressive from this squad. We kept mentioning about this team. They started to build that momentum very early on, and now they're just going to be unstoppable heading into tomorrow. Luckily enough for Rook, they were able to reduce that lead a tad, so that's going to make tomorrow a little bit of an easier task, Crowns. But Rook, can they now start fragging out tomorrow, because placement points is not going to be enough?
And something I did say about Rook before is the fact that they're a team that knows how to learn, or they like to learn. We can see them working on mistakes that they've made so far, and I really hope they do the VODs today and get themselves a couple good points going into tomorrow's games.
You can see there that our top 3 teams, 4, 3, 3 chicken dinners apiece. And I do think if you see the difference, 20 points separating first and second, another 20 points between 2 or 3 rough abouts. Is the battle, Maxman, is it fair to say that the battle is going to be between Major Pride, Rook, and Gladiators for the top spot? Or do you think some of these other teams might surprise us and be able to pull out an incredible day?
If we can see Furia have a team around him in those finishing moments, I feel like we could have some new contenders. I'm mainly focused around MADBULLS and MUERTE. MADBULLS has been really silent to my personal taste, so I feel like MUERTE could be the one to play spoilers, but I don't know. What do you think, Crowns? Do you feel like maybe MADBULLS Blackhand can also bring it back?
To be honest, I'm putting more of my money on MUERTE, to be honest, because seeing that Furia was the standalone player that was doing so well today, and we've seen the likes of Corka also putting damage up on board, I feel like they can come in tomorrow and do this well. I expected them to actually get into that top 3 position after this final game of today, but seeing that they went out very early, unfortunately, that did not play out well for them. And as concerning the MADBULLS, how have MADBULLS completed today or finished today and still in 5th position? I feel like MADBULLS should have been punished for the amount of bad games that they had today.
Well, here's the thing. They played really well on day 1 and day 2, so they could afford to have a bad day. That's how you have to do the marathon, right? You have to make sure that the majority of your games are decent enough to allow you a horrible day. But I do think, Crowns, I do agree with you. MADBULLS, where were they the whole day? I feel like they were in such a prime spot to really contend for the top 3 finishes. And based on the performance of day 1 and day 2, I really thought that they would coming into day 3. But they just completely, I mean, there's a very offensive term we could use here, and it involves a bed and something else you would normally do in a bathroom, but we won't say that. That is what I felt happened to them today. What do you think? Did they try to change something up? Do you think that they just misread the lobby, Crowns? What do you think went wrong with MADBULLS?
And yesterday we pointed it out that they were rotating a little too late. But today I think it was just getting the drop spots right for the side there of MADBULLS. Like, it just didn't work out well for them, you know, especially in the air angles. We've said it countless times on the broadcast here. You're playing 3 air angles in a day. You cannot afford to mess all 3 up.
Yes. Yes, easy MVP. It's my boy, the Tixie Supremacy, still on board. 15 elims on the day. Absolute bonker stats from this guy. I mean, but he's the rabid dog of the team. He's just unleash him on the team, and he's just going to tear them to shreds here, Sam. And really, I'm not surprised to see him up there. I do have to give props to the rest of the team. Kitsune, Matic, Meku have also been doing so well, but Tixie, a clear outlier with his off angles, able to pretty much in 2 of those 3 matches they won, just one-handedly secure himself the win for his team because he exerted so much control until the very last moment.
I stand to be corrected, but I actually think Tixie got more eliminations today than some teams have had the entire tournament.
That's true.
That's pretty impressive, Grant.
It is pretty impressive coming through from one player, and I enjoyed seeing the way Tixie played for his team today. Standing up, making those moves, and also working off of the back of Kitsune and his teammate support. That was wonderful to see, and I think that's just classic Gladiators there. We see that teamwork coming through from that team, and it is one to seriously envy.
Okay, this is a little bit of a fun one that we can do. It is the second last day. We're moving into the final day of competition here. So let's just have a little bit of fun as we end the day. Maxman, we've seen the teams, we've seen the standings. Who finishes in first place at the end of tomorrow?
I mean, I'm a European biased talent apparently, so I'm going to go with Gladiators. It has to be. They just got that momentum. It's going to take a miracle to take them down right now.
Franz, how are you feeling?
To be honest, I almost want to jump on that Gladiator train, but I'm going to jump on Rookie Sports train this time, backing them up behind and saying, Rookie Sports, I know you've got what it takes. Me and Max did say this a whole lot yesterday. They are a team that has a lot of potential. They just have to unlock it, and I believe tomorrow they should be able to tap into it.
I am glad that we're having that rivalry at the top between an African team and the European team. But Sam, I want to know, what would be your prediction? Because I want to know your perspective here.
Well, you see, I'm the desk host, so
I
am completely neutral in this decision, and I'll just wait to see the games tomorrow, which is what you'll have to do as well if you're watching at home. Final day of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It happens tomorrow, and we'll see you then.